Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Good morning, everyone. How are we doing? Can y'all give me a thumbs up so I know you can hear me? That would be great. Trying not to talk too loud. Ari, look what I'm working on, boo. I'm halfway done with this. I'm sorry it's moving a little slower. Let me give y'all an update. Can y'all hear me? Give me thumbs up. Okay. Jennifer made it through the night, but we are in the process of her journeying, or some people call transitioning. Um, she, her other family is coming in today. I think she's holding on for them. I've only had maybe an hour and a half sleep all night. Just been taking care of her, trying to keep her comfortable as possible. I want to give a huge shout out to my mods, June and Angela, for keeping the lives going. I can't do that right now. My plan today is that June and Angela are going to run the live. I will go home at some point today and get some rest. I have family my daughter coming in for Thanksgiving, so it's just a little crazy trying to get everything done and take care of Jennifer. I don't know if I'll be up here tonight. If she survives the night, I may be up here again tonight. We'll just have to play everything by ear. But thank you once again for your love, your prayers, your kind words, and your understanding. Um, June, let me see. Does that help any? No. Okay. We'll throw up the turkey. I'm not going to, June, let's not worry too much about covering up court TV. Court TV is not going to give me any trouble. So as long as it's court TV, um, it's not a big deal. So everybody, thank you so much for your support. You are so kind. All right, June. I guess we are waiting for court to begin. Is that what we're waiting for? Let me go to comments and see what's going on. Good morning, Miss Ari. Good morning, Sarah. Good morning, June. Good morning, Angela. Thank y'all for being here. I've had my breakfast. I'm going to be beating on this hat and between hopping up for Jennifer right now. They've given her meds. We've we've rolled her, we've turned her, we've given her, we lotioned her back, we've, gotten her comfortable again this morning. So hopefully she'll just rest peacefully for a little while. What you looking at, Miss June? I see you flipping screens. Okay, if you want to take it over and go to somewhere, that's fine. I'll turn my mic off, and I'm silent.
In custody in Cook County, Illinois, awaiting extradition back to Wisconsin. She was in a group home after a Waukesha County judge granted her conditional release earlier this year.
So on Saturday, Madison police say she cut off her ankle monitor and then left the home with what they're calling an adult acquaintance. The two left on a bus. They were then found loitering outside a truck stop in Posen, Illinois. That is where she was taken back into custody last night. New this afternoon, Geyser's attorney Tony Cotton spoke to Inside Edition earlier.
He says he's concerned about her health now that she's in jail.
Going on the run, so to speak, seems like sort of a harebrained idea that somebody probably put in her head. Morgan has treatment needs that are not best addressed in the jail, and she's in a jail right now, so I don't imagine she's doing well being there.
TMJ4's two Waukesha County reporters have been chasing down this story all day. Kaylee Starro live at the Waukesha County Courthouse with updates from the district attorney.
While Rebecca Clough is in Posen, Illinois at the truck stop where Geyser was found on Sunday night.
Now, before we get to them, TMJ4's Megan Lee joining us. She has just confirmed new information about the person who was traveling with Morgan Geyser.
And so, Megan, what have you learned?
Yeah, I just confirmed with the Posen Police Department that 43-year-old Chad Mecca from Janesville was with Morgan Geyser at the truck stop in Illinois. According to the police report, Mecca and Geyser were found sleeping behind the truck stop Sunday night. Both reportedly told police that they took a bus from Wisconsin to Chicago. Then from Chicago, they walked to the south side and got on a bus to Posen when they ran out of money. The police report shows the two of them met at a church in Madison. Geyser reportedly told police Mecca would climb through her window at the group home and sneak in since they weren't allowed to see each other. The two then decided to run away with each other, headed to Nashville, Tennessee. Chad Mecca was charged with criminal trespass and obstructing identification. Live in the newsroom, Megan Lee, TMJ4 News.
All right, Megan, thank you.
I don't know why I have to do this. I don't know why I have to do this.
Because I don't believe you're 23. That's why. Okay? We got called here for a call. So just be honest. I want to make sure that you're not missing. As long as you're not missing, you can go on your way. Are you missing from somewhere? Just give me your name and date of birth and you can be on your way.
Okay, I'm 19.
Huh?
I'm 19.
19?
Yeah.
It's fine. You're still an adult. So
yeah. So what's your last name? No what?
I don't want to give you my name.
okay, well then we're gonna arrest you. We're gonna take you an ID. We're gonna hold you an ID at the station. So you don't want to obstruct an officer. Give me your name and date of birth. You're not wanted for murder, right?
Right.
Okay, then there shouldn't be any problem.
Okay, you're making it bigger.
What's your last name?
Reese.
How do you spell it?
I-E-S.
I-E-S?
Mm-hmm. No, G-R-I-E-S.
Okay. G-R-I-E-S. What's your first name?
Stephanie.
How do you spell it?
E-P-H-I-N-E.
E-P-H-I.
A-N-I-E, sorry.
Now you did something wrong because you come back no record on files, and that means you're lying to us about your name. Okay. So now that's obstructing. I'm gonna give you one more chance before we're gonna take you in custody and fingerprint you. Okay. So just be honest. It's not a big deal. You're making it a bigger deal.
Okay, let's try this again.
don't know what you're
What's
so
your
scared
what's
about.
what here? What's your last name?
Please just let me go.
What'd you say?
Please, I didn't break the
Can we
law.
please let her go?
So
I didn't
You
break
did
the
by
law.
lying for the officer.
And you guys are loitering
Law
here.
statute of obstructs identification at this moment, which is a Class A misdemeanor. That's a arrestable offense. Therefore, you can be placed under arrest for that. Both of you, because you lied and you lied. You didn't give me your real name.
And we got dispatched here because you guys are loitering in the back of the business. It's not like we
When there's
approached you
signs
guys.
posted, there's no loitering. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So it's not a big deal. What is your name?
Okay.
She doesn't know my real name.
Okay. Well,
What?
give him your real name. Don't tell him.
Okay.
What's your last name?
Why? So he says you just can't give me the information.
Okay, so it's Morgan.
Morgan.
And then your last name? G-U, what is it?
Geyser. I promise she did not know.
G-E-Y-S.
ER.
And then what's your date of birth?
May 16th, 2002.
Okay. So Morgan is your first name, right?
Yes.
G-E-Y-S-E-R.
No.
Let me say goodbye, please.
Okay, we will.
I will never see her again.
Yeah, you will.
No, I won't.
3014. Can you take a name and
If
date of
I
birth?
did something bad, let me say goodbye.
We will let you say goodbye, but just stand by until we figure out what's happening. Okay?
Last name?
I'll let you say goodbye.
Here, Richard, can you just...
Yeah, no matter.
Last name, George,
Okay.
Edward, Young, Sam, Edward, Robert. First name, Mary, Ocean, Robert, George, Adam, Nora. Date of birth, May 16th, 2002.
She didn't know my name.
It's not letting me. I have low battery.
What is it?
May 16th, 2002, female.
Is that your real name? It didn't come back.
That's my real name.
What's your middle initial? E?
Trust me.
Is that your real birthday?
Yes, May 16th, 2002.
You got E as that Edward?
No.
Okay. Middle initial.
She said E, right?
Yeah, E.
3014. Can you try that again? Middle initial E, Edward.
I love you. You didn't know, I'm sorry.
Morgan E. Geyser.
Okay.
Go ahead and put your hand in.
You said I could say
I will
goodbye.
let you. You guys going to the same place. Okay?
Okay. I promise you didn't know.
Okay.
Okay, guys, we're sorry for some of the delays. We can't help that court doesn't start on time. So June is going to be playing another court that looks like Holly Bobo until the other one starts. Thanks, guys.
The jury, Zachary Adams is innocent of the 8 charges that he is facing here today. And it's worth saying it one more time. Zachary Adams is innocent of all these charges. So how is it that we got here today? As a matter of fact, not only did Zachary Adams, he did not murder Holly Bobo, he did not kidnap Holly Bobo, he did not abduct Holly Bobo, he did not rape Holly. He did not, as a matter of fact, know Holly Bobo and had never even laid eyes on her. The district attorney has already spoken about the fact that Holly Bobo was a good person. And this is a case that has certainly captured everybody's attention because from all appearances, Holly Bobo was an all-American girl. She was a good student. She was a good daughter. She had a boyfriend that she loved. She was working very hard to be a nurse. She was a quiet, shy girl. She was kind to others. She loved her family, her country, and the Lord. And she was a good person. And we all like to think that if we're good people and we don't put ourselves in a bad situation, then nothing bad will happen to ourselves or our families. And this happens to be one of those tragedies in which somebody who was a good person, something bad happened to that person. However, Zach Adams is not the person who's guilty of this crime. And in the beginning, and perhaps also what has really captured everybody's attention about this crime is the fact that it was caught so early. And you'll hear testimony, the proof is going to come in, but you'll hear testimony that basically the police were called within minutes of Holly's brother and the neighbor having heard the neighbor heard her scream. Holly's brother was outside or looking around. He had looked through the window, had seen something happening. And basically the police are called within minutes. The police are at the house within probably about 15 minutes, perhaps 20 minutes of the scream first being heard and Holly's last text that she sent out. And from that point on, however, they just were not able, even though the police reacted so quickly, through a series of events, they were not able to find her that morning. And so after that very first initial few hours when they were looking for her, what happened is law enforcement and the TBI came in very quickly on this. They basically have interviewed every person in Decatur County, many of these people twice, but they have gone through, it's almost just like trying to drink from a fire hydrant, all the information they got. They opened up a TBI hotline and people called in. I mean, they had thousands and thousands of telephone calls from across the country, from international calls where people were calling in with tips with a possible sightings here. They had numerous psychics that called in, people who have had dreams about where she was, people who have their own theories about where she was, and law enforcement was working very, very hard to try to find Holly, one, hoping against hope that they could return her to the family, but they're also trying to solve the mystery of what has happened to Holly that morning, the morning of April the 13th, 2011. And so from there, they began to interview everybody. For years, they worked to solve the crime, and I think that the government touched on the fact that they had interviewed and talked to and investigated this person, Terry Britt, but that is not where the case started. So first of all, there's the next door neighbor, James Barnes, who heard a scream that morning. He heard somebody screaming from the direction of the Bobo house. And James Barnes, and he lived on the next door neighbor's property with his mother, Kathy Wise. And the first that the state really looked into was James Barnes. They investigated him, they searched his whole house, They spent months and months combing over them and making the Barnes family the big suspect in their investigation. They got their phone records. They just investigated them completely. And also, in the days before Holly had disappeared, James Barnes had a friend over. His name was Keith Clark. Keith Clark had been at the house. The state investigated Keith Clark with the vigorous fury. They got his phone records. They checked into everything about him. Then the next person that the state turned an eye against was John Dodd. John Dodd was a grandson of some people that lived down the road from where Holly lived. Somebody that morning said that they had spotted him in his white pickup truck right there in the area, and he had a four-wheeler also in the area, and there was some talk that maybe the person that took Holly had gone through the woods on a four-wheeler with her, and so they turned to all their investigative powers on James Dodd, and they absolutely tore his life up. It was hard on him because he suddenly became the suspect that everybody was looking at as the one who had taken Holly Bobo. And in a community that small, and everybody so very, very interested in what had happened to Holly, and people were genuinely very concerned about what had happened to Holly, that then rumors and just what was going on just spread like wildfire. So as soon as one person is rumored to have been involved, it was terrible. But the law enforcement investigations did all kinds of affidavits to get things on John Dodd. They searched his computers, they searched his telephone, they looked at his Facebook page, they were looking at his car, they investigated all of his property. As a matter of fact, they even had dogs that hid on his property and had allegedly traced Holly Bobo's scent to his driveway, or his grandparents' driveway. So he was thoroughly investigated at some point. Then there was another person who was investigated thoroughly, Blake Barnett, and they turned all their attention to Blake Barnett. And at one point, we're putting a lot of energy into him. Next, they looked at Terry and Janet Britt. The state of Tennessee looked at Terry and Janet Britt. They really investigated them. They got subpoenas. They searched their house. They did wiretaps on them. They looked at them very closely. However, through the wiretaps and through the subpoenas, and they even put listening devices in their house, they lived in a trailer, they had a metal roof, they were never able to get any type of, quote, confession from them. What they were wanting was some type of confession, some type of discussion between the couple where they were acknowledging perhaps that they had done this. They weren't able to get that, even though they did get a lot of circumstantial evidence in that case. Then law enforcement turned to Jerry Evans. Jerry Evans was a man that lived down the road near Five Forks, just down the road from Holly's house. And they turned to this man, Jerry Evans. They did thorough search on his house. They did all kinds of affidavits on him to get all kinds of information. They looked at him. There's another man who may or may not come to testify in this case, named Michael Alexander. At one point, they were very suspicious that Michael Alexander was involved in it. There's another man that they investigated, Jason Nichols. And the morning that Holly disappeared, one of the case has been an absolute fire hydrant of information coming in. But one of the things they did is they got all the cell phone records from all the cell phone towers where Holly Bobo's cell phone pinged that morning. They got all the records of everybody else's phone who pinged at the same time her phone did. Jason Nichols came up as a person who was a registered sex offender. His phone pinged that morning, and his wife's phone also pinged that morning on 2 different towers where Holly's phone was. They investigated Jason Nichols. As a matter of fact, he had a potential possible kidnapping of another woman 1 week to the day earlier. And he'd also had he had accosted several women at the Old Hickory Mall in Jackson, Tennessee. So they turned their focus on Jason Nickel at some point. And then, of course, one of the more tragic things that the state did is they turned their investigation on Clint Bobo. At some point, the Bobos retained an attorney to represent Clint because the state of Tennessee was absolutely determined to show that Clint Bobo was somehow involved in this case. And they got all kinds of records on the Bobo. They got phone records. They oftentimes treated the Bobo family as though they were involved, limiting any kind of information that they shared with the Bobo family because they were treating them as though they were suspects in this case. And so all of that came up, and yet at the end of the Clint Bobo they really focused on at the end of 2012, all this is transpired, and now as they're heading into 2013, and they're in the fall of 2013, headed into 2014, it's been 2.5, almost 3 years, and they still do not have a suspect that they can firmly go after. They don't have anybody that they've narrowed it down at this point as to who it is that has committed this crime. And at this point, and as it's been said many times by the TBI, this was the most expensive and most exhaustive investigation in the history of the state of Tennessee. And yet, when they came to 2013, they had nothing. They had a great big goose egg. They paid all this money and they had absolutely nothing to show for it. And the citizens of Decatur County, the family of Holly Bobo, and the public at large all wanted answers to how such a crime could happen, how the police could be involved right away, and still, after all the resources and all the information they had, they could have absolutely nobody charged by that point. And it's also important to keep in mind that in the beginning of 2014 is an election year. Who's coming up for re-election in 2014? The district attorney. The district attorney who is in office, who's been in office for a while, Hansel McAdams. He is coming up for re-election. Who else is coming up for re-election? The sheriff of Decatur County Sheriff, because at that time, actually, all the judges, all the district attorneys, and all the law enforcement is all coming up for re-election. So there's some additional pressure at that point. And Matt Stowe has just announced that he will be running against Hansel McAdams for District Attorney General of the 24th Judicial District. So what happens at this point? And the Bobo family had been estranged at some point this time from the TBI. So the Bobos reached out to a person that they knew, a man named Dennis Benjamin, who went to their family church. And he was a retired police officer through Memphis. He was a retired Memphis police officer. So the Bobos reached out to him. And many people had been volunteering to try to help the Bobos also. But this Dennis Benjamin came forward and was wanting to try to help the family. So Mr. Benjamin went around and made some inquiries as to what was going on. And definitely one of the people's names who had come up, or several people's names had come up in the investigation, and it was Jason Autry, Zach Adams, Shane Austin. Their names had come up because, as I said, there were lots and lots of people's names who had come up during the investigation. But one of the people, and there's a man named Victor Dinsmore, and one of the things that Victor Dinsmore specifically told, because Victor Dinsmore has a past rape conviction. And so Victor Dinsmore was one of the people that the police had looked at and lived close to where the body was, where they eventually found Holly Bobo's body. But Victor Dinsmore lived over there. Victor Dinsmore lived on Yellow Springs Road, And on the east side of his home and on the west side of his home, they found some of Holly Bobo's personal property thrown out on the road. And Victor Dinsmore tells Dennis Benjamin, well, I think that maybe Zach Adams did it. Victor Dinsmore had heard that Zach Adams was trying to use Victor Dinsmore as a alibi for that day, and Victor was disturbed at that point. I think he was erroneously told that Zach Adams had used him as an alibi, but one of the law enforcement had told him that. So at that point, he grew irritated. He said, I think that you ought to try to look at Zach Adams. And he says, Zach Adams has a brother. If you want to get anywhere with this case, what you need to do is talk to Zach Adams' brother, because Zach Adams has a brother named Dylan Adams. And I want to be politically correct here. I want to say things, I don't want to be offensive, but Dylan Adams has a low IQ. He has low intelligence. All through elementary school and high school, he was in special education classes. He was, he has low intelligence, and he also has some problems processing information. He's not very smart. And so Victor Dinsmore even says to Dennis Benjamin, it's the brother, it's not very smart. And, he's a slow brother, and if you want to get anywhere with this, you need to go talk to him. So at some point, and the case is complicated. Again, like I said, there's a lot of people involved, a lot of information. But at some point, it turns out that Hansel McAdams, and this is before the election, Hansel McAdams has a woman, an assistant district attorney that works for him. Her name is Beth Hall. And Beth Hall works as a part-time state prosecutor for the district attorney's office. And she works part-time as a federal prosecutor, and she works for the federal United States Attorney's Office, prosecuting federal crimes. So Dylan Adams has been charged in a series of federal crimes, federal drug crimes. Dylan has not been convicted of a felony, and however, he's arrested along with a friend of his. The friend is a felon, and he's arrested in possession of some weapons. And so Dylan is arrested then on some very serious gun charges relating to the fact that his friend is a felon and is in possession of a weapon, and Dylan may or may not have supplied weapons. I think they're arrested for burglary of the friend's mother's house. They broke into the mother's house and took some guns from her. And so they're arrested on these charges. The prosecutor in this case is Beth Hall, who's also the assistant prosecutor and working on the disappearance of Holly Bobo. So she there. So she charges Dylan to the United States Attorney's Office on some federal gun charges. And Dylan is in federal custody, in trial on those charges. And the most amazing thing happens. Dylan, who is facing 120 months, and that's federal talk, it's a 10-year sentence, but he's facing 120 months. And this is a crime, the crimes he is facing are crimes that you cannot get probation for. Probation is not allowed on those crimes. If you are convicted of those crimes, those are going to be sentences to serve in federal prison. And federal prison does not have a parole system. And so the most amazing thing happens. Dylan Adams has a guilty plea. He pleads guilty to these federal charges. He pleads to lesser charges. They modify the charges. He is released with no jail prison sentence to serve at all. He's released on a supervised release. But one of the conditions of his release is that he must go live with Dennis Benjamin. This is a condition that is agreed to by Beth Hall, the United States Attorney. At the time, Dylan Adams had a federal attorney who he had switched different people within the federal defender's services were representing him, but he had an attorney who had agreed to this, and Jeff Jackson, who's one of the prosecutors in this case, Brent Booth and who's the TBI investigators, two of the lead TBI investigators in this case, Jeff Jackson and Brent Booth. Both are very aware of the fact that Dylan Adams is now going to go live with Dennis Benjamin, a friend of the Bobo family who's been investigating the disappearance of Holly. And at this time, they've already had a series of interviews with Dylan Adams. And most of those, they've had a series of interrogations, with Dylan Adams. Most of those interrogations have been where Dylan had no attorney present. So they've taken this man who has low IQ. They've had multiple, perhaps even as many as 15 interrogations with the police. They've used the information that Dylan's been giving them, or the information that they've gotten through interrogations, to go ahead and get an indictment started on Zach Adams, and that's in the spring of 2014. They've gotten a basic indictment for homicide. This is before they found Holly's remains. They've gotten an indictment for homicide. Dylan is then released in August of 2014 to go live with Dennis Benjamin, a man that Dylan Adams does not know. He's not related to Dylan Adams. He's not a friend of Dylan Adams. He is released to go live with Dennis Benjamin. So Dylan goes to live with Dennis, and 5 weeks later, after having lived with Dennis Benjamin, Dennis calls the 911 system and announces over the 911 to the 911 operator, I have somebody at my house who's here wanting to confess to the murder of Holly Bobo and what happened to Holly Bobo. So they bring Dylan in for additional questioning. This time they videotape it. They videotape what's said. And based on what Dylan says at this, during this interrogation, they then get their indictment. This is when they get their next indictment, an indictment for the rape, the murder, and the kidnapping of Holly Bobo. And it's after this final session with Dylan Adams that they go ahead and they file their notice of death penalty. So now they have several people charged. They have charged Jason Autry. They go ahead and charge Dylan Adams with rape, murder, and kidnapping of Holly Bobo. And they charge Zach Adams with this. So now they have their indictments and they file their notice of death penalty. Well, turns out that there's some really big problems with this. One of the really big problems is that when they were getting Dylan Adams to do all this confessing, a lot of what he's confessed to doesn't match the physical evidence. After all, when they first start talking to Dylan Adams, they haven't done any searches on the Zach Adams property. Really, Zach Adams has a house that he inherited when his father died. It's right next door to his grandfather's house, and he owns it in part with his brother Dylan. But Dylan lives with the grandfather because Dylan's really not up to living on his own. So he lives, but they all live at the end of the same driveway and in a very close to each other. And so after Dylan begins to talk to them first, while he's still in federal jail awaiting federal charges, they go ahead and they get extensive search warrants to search that property. And a lot of it was even broadcast on TV. They had helicopters out there. And you'll hear testimony in this trial about all of the searches they did. They went through Zach Adams' house and they took over 500 items out of that house. They took all the material off of all the mattresses. They took giant chunks of carpeting out of that house. They took whole pieces of furniture, upholstered chairs, leather couches, all kinds of ottomans and pillows and blankets and shelving. They went in to Zach Adams' house, and in the living room, they cut a hole in the floor that's as big as a car. And they took that floor down to the joists. I mean, you can see dirt. So they took the flooring out. They took the vinyl flooring that was under the wood floor. They took the subflooring out, and they left a hole to the dirt in that house. They took over 500 objects. They brought in backhoes. They searched through Dick Adams' house. They searched some property across the street. They seized, I think they seized 3 cars from the Adams family. 4 cars. They seized 4 cars from the Adams family and went through all the cars. Through everything. They also got all kinds of telephone records from them. They had terabytes of discovery in this case to provide, just of all the information that they had. Well, turns out the state has a terrible problem in this case. And their terrible problem is that the story that Dylan Adams has told does not match the physical evidence in the case. Because after they finished going through that whole house, there's no DNA that matches Holly to the house. There are no fingerprints that match Holly to the house or to the cars. There's no hair from Holly that matches Holly to Mr. Adams' house. And the cell phone records don't jive with what it is that Dylan Adams says that day. So now the state, by now there's been an election. Hansel McAdams is out. Matt Stowe has been elected. And then at some point, Matt Stowe has declined or recused himself. And the Memphis District Attorney's Office has been brought in. You know, the Memphis District Attorney's Office didn't start this case, but they've been brought in to finish the case. And so at this point then, the state has a problem. And the problem is they have a story from a man with his special education from school. The story doesn't jive with the evidence, and they are going to have real problems going forward with this case. The state needs something. And it is at this point, that they then decide they are going to buy and pay for testimony from somebody. They need to have somebody else to come in and testify. And what do? They buy. So Jason Autry basically sells his death penalty. He sells his death penalty to the state of Tennessee in the hopes that he will be released in a few months from now by Christmas. That's his hope. He's going to get released, and he no longer has a death sentence on him because he has now come forward and he has a story. He has a story that's different than Dylan's story, but he has come forward with his own story. Jason Autry has had, presumably, he's had access to the discovery in this case for several years because he doesn't come forward with his story until January 20th, around January 20th of this year. And remember, this case started back in March of 2014 was when Zach Adams was initially indicted. But Jason Autry now comes forward with his story. And his story, like I said, it's different than Dylan's story, but his story does kind of, you might liken it to somebody who's already had a floor plan of a building. Let's say it's an office building. They want to break into the office building. They have the floor plan. They know where all the cameras are. So they're able to kind of walk through the rooms of a building, a museum maybe, if you know where all the detectors are going to be, you kind of walk around it. That's kind of what Jason Autry's quote confession is, because Jason Autry's confession basically skirts around all the known evidence and the facts that can't be changed. It embraces some of the facts that are accurate and true, and then basically he says, yes, I was there for the killing part, the part that is death penalty eligible. Yes, I happened to be there. I happened to see the killing part. I can't explain to you the mysteries early in the morning of how Holly's kidnapped. I can't really, I wasn't there for that, so I really can't explain the real mystery that everybody wants solved is, who kidnapped her? How did she get taken? Where was she taken right after she was kidnapped? How did that happen? It's like, I can't really solve all those problems for you, but what I can do is I can be your witness for the murder. So that's what he does. He comes in, but there's real problems with his story because, again, the cell phone records in this case, which in a way the state wants you to believe, well, the cell phone records are accurate because the cell phone records show that Jason and Autry and Zach Adams are together that morning for a period of time, and it's over somewhere towards the area of the Tennessee River. So Jason Autry says, yes, I was with him at the Tennessee River. But the problem is the cell phone records, which is in this case is the real evidence, the really strong evidence that they had about where the phones were that morning. The cell phone records do not jive with people having their cell phones and also being the ones that take Holly Bobo from her home, because none of the four participants, none of the four people that are accused of being involved in this crime, Dylan Adams, Jason Autry, Zach Adams, or Shane Austin, their phones are not in the same areas and travel together with Holly Bobo's phone. Holly Bobo's phone travels around that morning and they know where her phone was. So their phones are not with them. So the state wants you to, as they're going to tell you their evidence, well, yes, you need to rely on the cell phones when it matches what Jason says, that they're at the river that morning. But don't you worry about the cell phones when it shows that Holly's phone is moving independently of the other people's phones. And that's something you're going to want to look very closely at, is the cell phone evidence. But as we go through, you're going to want to listen very, very closely to what Jason Autry has to say. Because Jason Autry for years was innocent man walking. And then suddenly, January 20th, he has sold his death penalty sentence, his death sentence to the state for what he hopes is going to be very little additional time to serve in jail. And that's going to be the true evidence in this case. As it shows, all the evidence will show that Zach Adams is not guilty of these 8 charges that he stands facing today.
So Ari, are you liking? I don't know if you can see it. Whenever you're ready, Jim.
Raise your right hand, solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Be seated. I want you to state your name for the record and spell it for the court reporter.
Shanda Bobo. 681 Swan Johnson Road, Darden, Tennessee.
Spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Dana, D-A-N-A-B-O-B-O.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, Mr. Bobo, I'm going to ask that you speak up. You have to lean forward. We'll get you to.
Fix it, say that mic is hot, so if you need to lean up to it, you may.
Oh, lean up to it. Okay.
Just, if you'll direct your answers to the jury, because every single one of them needs to hear what you have to say, okay?
Right.
And speak up, because you're soft-spoken.
Okay.
You're Dana Bobo, correct?
Yes.
Right, and I believe you just told the jury with a court reporter where your address was back in. And what is Darden compared to Carson's? Because I've heard both names.
It's about we live actually about 3 miles out of Parsons going toward Lexington, and then 3 miles off of 412.
And that's in Decatur County?
Decatur County.
Tennessee.
Yes.
I want to ask you some questions, a little bit about yourself and your family. Who are you married to?
Karen Bobo.
And is Karen in the courtroom?
Yes.
All right. And do you have children?
Yes.
And what were or are your children's names?
Clint Bobo, he's 25, and Holly.
He's 25?
He was 20, I'm sorry.
Oh, so then,
It's a time.
Are you nervous?
A little bit, yes.
Okay, let's go back. It's okay.
Okay.
You've never been in this position.
Right.
You said Clint was 20 at the time.
Clint was 20. Holly was 20 at the time.
So what I want you to do is just take your time and just answer the questions as I ask them, okay? All right. You said you had 2 children.
Yes.
Your son was named?
Clint.
Okay, and where did Clint live in 2011?
He lived with us at 681 Swan Johnson Road.
And your daughter?
Holly Bobo.
And how old was Holly?
Holly was 20.
And at that time, I want you to sort of describe for the jury what your family life was. For instance, did you have a job?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you work?
I worked for McKenzie Tree Service.
And what did you do for McKenzie Tree Service?
I drove a mowing machine at the tree cutting company, and I drove the mowing machine.
Okay, and did Karen have a job?
Yes.
And what was Karen's job?
She's a teacher for Henderson County Schools.
Okay, what school specifically did she teach at?
She was at Scotts Hill Middle School, I guess you call it.
And what grade did she teach? Do you remember?
No, she taught so many different grades, I don't remember at that time.
And what was Clint doing back then?
He's a social worker.
Okay, was he still in school? Taking some classes?
I think he was taking some classes and working part-time.
And what about Holly?
Holly was in the nursing school.
Okay, and was she in school full-time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that all of you lived together on Swan Johnson Road?
Yes.
681 Swan Johnson Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how long have you lived at that house?
Me and Karen have been there since 1982.
Who built the house?
Me and my dad and one more guy. And Karen.
And Karen?
And Karen.
All right. When both of your children came home from the hospital, is that the house they moved into?
Yes.
And Holly was born in 1990?
90.
What was her birthday?
October the 12th, 1990.
So is it fair to say for her entire life, that's the only home she'd ever known?
It is.
You said she was in nursing school. Did she go to school about every day?
Yes.
And how did she get to school?
She drove her own car.
And what kind of car did she have?
She had a Mustang.
And in addition to her family, was there somebody in her life that was very, very special to her?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's that?
Drew Scott.
And who was Drew Scott? Who was Drew Scott? A friend or a boyfriend?
That was her boyfriend.
Okay.
Yes.
And was Drew Scott a familiar face in your house?
Yes.
In and out about every day?
Most of the time, yes.
All right. I want to draw your attention, please, back to a particular day in April of 2011, okay?
Yep.
April the 13th. Do you remember that day?
Yes, clearly, pretty clearly.
Is that a day you'll ever forget?
Yes, ma'am.
You will forget it?
No, I'll never forget that
Okay.
day.
It was a Wednesday, wasn't it?
Wednesday morning.
Hey, did you work that day?
Yes.
Hey, what time did you get up to go to work?
5:30.
You got up at 5:30 to be at work at what time?
6:30.
All right. So when you got up that morning, was Karen already up or did she get up after you?
She got up. I got a little routine where I feed the dogs and stuff like that, and then I'll take my shower. And I met her as I was getting close to being ready to leave the house to go to work. I met her in the house.
When you say you met her in the house, meaning you passed by her?
Yeah, hallway or whatever.
So she had gotten up while you were in the shower?
Yes.
Did you see Holly that morning?
I didn't see her that morning.
Do you know where she was in your house?
I knew where she was because the bathroom is across the room from her door.
Uh-huh.
And I seen her light on as I come out of the shower, getting ready to go to work.
And did you, when you noticed her light on under the door, did you say anything to her?
I spoke to her. I asked her if she needed any lunch money or anything that day, or gas money or whatever. She said yes. And I said, I'll leave you a $20 bill on the kitchen bar.
After having that, I guess, exchange with Holly, how did you end the conversation?
That pretty much ended the conversation with Holly that morning.
Did you tell her bye?
Yeah, I told her bye and I loved her. That's just normal for our house.
So after you told Holly goodbye and I love you, did you go and put the 20 in the kitchen?
Yes.
Where you told her you did?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Is that the first time you've done something like that? Or
No,
is that kind of
no,
routine?
ma'am. I do that all. I've done that all the time.
And did you go into work?
Yes.
And when you left your house that morning, which door did you leave?
The front door. I always use the front door of the house.
And where did you park?
I usually parked out front. I don't park mine in a garage.
And I'm going to ask you some questions about where people in your family parked in a minute. Are you the only person that was parking in the front at that time, parking your truck?
Yeah.
So everybody else was in the back?
Yeah.
How far from your house to McKenzie Tree Service?
Probably about, I'm gonna guess 5 miles.
And when you got to work, did you all stay there at McKenzie Tree Service, or did you and a crew go somewhere else? Because you said you were a mower.
Yeah, when we get there, what we normally do, we'll fuel up our truck for our machine, our pickups that we're driving to work. We'll fuel them up, and if we have to pick up any parts we need that day to work with, we get them. We're usually there like 30, 40 minutes in the morning. That's why we get there a little early before we leave out.
All right, so did y'all go somewhere?
Yeah.
Where did you go?
We went to, at that time, we was working on the other side of Linden, leaving Linden, probably about 5 miles. I think it's east going toward Louisville, Tennessee.
And did you drive your personal vehicle or not?
Way before lunch.
Had you actually been there very long when something happened, or was it pretty early?
It was early on in the morning.
What happened?
I got a phone call. I can't tell you exactly what time. I got a phone call from Terry Brumley.
Okay, let me ask you this. Terry Brumley?
Yes, Terry Brumley is my...
Is Terry Brumley here in the courtroom too?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got a phone call from somebody named Terry Brumley?
Yeah.
was that usual or commonplace for Miss Brumley to call you?
No, ma'am.
All right. So what happened?
I got a phone call from her, and I had some guys around me there talking, and she told me that I needed to come back home because Holly had been taken. And I said, what? And it was a guy beside me talking, and I had to holler at him and tell him to quiet down, or I forgot what I said, but he quieted down. And she told me it for the second time, and she was crying when she told me the second time. And I understood it the second time what she said. Holly had been taken.
Holly has been taken.
Yep.
4 words. Yep. What sort of an impact did Holly has been taken have on you at that moment?
That was the worst feeling you could possibly feel. Something bad that's happened with one of your kids.
So you're out there outside of Linden without your own car. Dana, what did you do?
I have what you call a point man that he usually drives me to work and back in a single cab company truck. And I hollered at Danny, he's the one that drove me. And I told him that I forgot what the word was. He had to carry me back to the office quick.
And so did he drive you back to McKenzie Tree Service?
Yes, ma'am.
Were y'all going slow or y'all going fast?
He was going so fast in that Chevrolet truck that the motor was cutting off and back on. We passed everything from work back to Parsons, McKenzie.
Other than those 4 words, Holly has been taken. Did you have any more information?
That's it.
So that whole trip back to McKenzie, you didn't know anything?
Didn't know anything. I wanted to know, but I didn't.
So when you got back to your office, what did you do?
I got in my truck. I think I hollered and told Danny to tell Dennis, my boss at the time, what was going on. And I ran from the company truck and got in mine and went home the back way. That's the quickest way I know to get back to the house.
This time you were alone. And did you see at some point whether somebody was following you or not?
Yes, as soon as I was pulling out from McKenzie Tree Service, my boss, Dennis McKenzie, was in his pickup right on my bumper. You might well say.
You said you took the back way home. You know, we're sitting in Hardin County and people aren't familiar with maybe the roads and back there. Are these very populated roads or are they deserted roads, gravel roads, narrow roads, winding roads?
Some of them, they're definitely winding roads and some of them narrow roads. One of them is a popular road.
When you got close to your house, did you notice or see something that was going on that you had never seen before?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jury what you saw?
Before I even got to the house, I could see the yard where I was coming in. The yard's on the left in the direction I come in. I don't know, I'm gonna guess 50 to 100 people. The road was full of cars. There was cop cars. There was regular cars. The yard was full of people, cops and people. And I had to drive on past her. I was in a terrible big hurry, and I had to drive on past all that and go down on the side of the road where the county used to park their work equipment, and I had to park down there and run back to the house.
Now, is that because the road you live on is one of the narrow roads?
It's a very narrow road in front of our house.
I'm sorry?
In front of our house, it's a very narrow road.
The Swine Johnson Road was so narrow, cars are already lined up, you had to actually pass.
I had to kind of weave in between them to get past them where I could pull over somewhere and park.
So you parked your truck, right?
Yep.
And then went back to the house.
Yeah, run back to the house.
You said you run back to the house. Did you run fast as you
I
could?
run as fast as I can go.
And as you got down the road and hit your driveway, did you have a plan? I mean, did you even know what you were gonna do, supposed to do?
Only thing I was thinking is get back up to the house and see somebody else,
Especially with somebody else.
family member, somebody to tell me more about what I'd heard had happened.
Do you remember who the first person you saw was once you ran up the driveway?
I saw a lot of people, and some of them was friends and neighbors, some of them was cops that I guess I knew. First person I saw that I thought I needed to talk to was my son, Clint.
I'm not gonna ask you what Clint said, but after you talked to Clint, do you remember the very next thing you did?
I talked to Clint and left him, and I'm pretty sure that Terry Brumley was the next person that I seen that I thought would have some information for me.
Okay.
And I talked to her.
All right. And again, I'm not gonna ask you what Ms. Brumley said, but after you talked to Terry Brumley, what's the next thing that you did?
I saw Karen and I talked to her.
So now you talked to Clint, Brumley, you called you,
Yep.
and Karen.
Yeah.
Then what did you do?
I went from Karen and straight into the front door of the house, and I went inside and I found my pistol, and I come back outside with the pistol.
Was the pistol loaded?
Yes, ma'am.
What was, what were you?
9mm Beretta.
You said there were cops all over the place. Did anybody try to take your gun away from you?
No, ma'am.
You just had it.
I had it in my hand. I didn't even own a holster before it at the time.
How long did you wander around your yard with a loaded pistol in your hand that morning?
I don't know how long, but it seemed like hours.
Initially, you said there were 50 to 100 people. Did more people just keep coming and coming and coming?
It seemed like there was more coming.
Do you remember what all or what agencies were represented by law enforcement? You said there were some local ones. Did other agencies come as well?
Yes, several more agencies that morning come.
Did TBI come?
TBI was there.
Did FBI come?
FBI was there. U.S. Marshals was there.
U.S. Marshals, FBI, TBI.
A SWAT team. I remember them pulling up.
Were there helicopters in the air that morning?
Somebody told us, yes, there was a helicopter come in and circle the house and sit down on the pond levee.
How much property do you own around here?
Sit down
on the pond levee. We have a pond to the right side of our house, and then sit down over there. That's an open place for it to sit down.
And I should have already asked, how many acres do you own?
23.
And that's all right there around that house?
Yes.
Were people wandering around in your front yard, your backyard, your house, your woods?
It was people wandering, standing, fiddling, just like nobody. No, it was kind of like nobody knew what to do. That's the way I took it at the time.
At some point in the middle of the morning, did you lose patience with an FBI agent and tell him what he should go do? What did you say?
I couldn't tell you who it was.
That's all right.
I told him, if y'all think one of us done it, I was talking about me and Clint and Karen that was still out there. I said, if y'all think one of us.
Okay. Was she communicating with you at all?
She only spoke to us a couple times just to ask.
10 of y'all stay here with us and the rest of you go do something.
She did not.
And it probably wasn't that nice of words when I said it.
But you wanted somebody to do something.
Yes, ma'am.
You wanted Holly.
Yes.
She did
that.
Immediately.
Your Honor, on passport, a photograph previously shown to defense counsel.
Okay.
Now approach or do you use your
Just hand it back.
Who is that a picture of?
My daughter, Holly Bobo.
And is that accurately depict what she looked like in 2011.
If I ain't mistaken, this picture was took about 2 weeks or less from the time she was kidnapped.
I marked that as Exhibit 1, Your Honor.
All right, we moved into that.
She didn't talk much. And like you said, just to ask us to come and do that without purpose. I wouldn't have to.
Would you like to explain this to the jury?
I'm going to put it on the overhead with Your permission. Mr. Rackland's going to help us keep the pictures up so that we can move along.
Just quickly, Officer Scott, was she conversational?
Oh, you need? Okay.
Just that she did mention that.
Put your hand down there.
And for the record, Dana, I'm going to ask you to look over your left shoulder and tell the jury who that's a picture of.
That's Holly Bobo, my daughter.
I've asked you a number of questions about
As an observer in the courtroom.
your house, your property, and I want to show you
I want to
the
ask you on the record, so I don't get transcript wouldn't necessarily. So again, I don't think there's good cause for an adjournment, and I'd like to move forward.
I want to fast forward a brief.
I mean, just my client writing a couple of notes down, is that supposed to be some sort of active participation?
12 photographs.
Okay.
Too, because I can ask
What I'm going to ask you to do, Mr. Bobo,
I mean, I'm observing her writing notes.
I'm going to ask you to keep them in that order. Look at each one of them.
The defendant doesn't
And tell me when you're finished.
Why don't we do this? The court also has experience with Ms. Vander Ark. Several times during the
First picture is of our house and driveway.
There were breaks.
Mr. Bobo, I just want you to look at each one of them and tell me when
Stress.
you're finished.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to tell me what they are yet.
It seems to me seem to be at times of pretty significant testimony in the trial, not saying that maybe they Shanda Vander Ark. Are you Shanda Vander Ark? All right. Ms. Vander Ark appears before the court with her attorney, Mr. Ambrose, Mr. Roberts, as well as Ms. Bloomquist are here on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan. Date and time, the court is scheduled for a in-third hearing and technically a continued hearing from the last time we were here. We're delayed. There's been some concerns regarding Ms. Vander Ark's health this morning. Mr. Ambrose, if you want to go ahead and make a record of any concerns you have at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. I had a video conference with Ms. Vander Ark on Friday, this past Friday. It was concerning to me because she didn't appear to be her normal self. And so that concerned me. So I did send an email to the court expressing an adjournment if possible, just because this is an important phase in the whole appellate process, and certainly of utmost importance to my client that she's able to participate in a meaningful manner. And during our conversation on Friday, it just didn't seem that she was as up to speed or healthy she expressed some health concerns that she was undergoing at that time. And so that's why I asked for an adjournment on Friday. What I understand is that what she told me this morning is on Saturday, she had an episode at the Huron Valley Women's Facility where she passed out for a short period of time, was revived, but you know, she had a medical issue at that time. She's not feeling well today either. I know she was checked out by medical. Her blood pressure is higher than it is normally for her, as she self-reports. So I would be requesting an adjournment. It doesn't hurt the prosecution, I don't think, at all. It is, if anything, delaying this case keeps her in prison. You know, I'd like to move forward as if I could, knowing in good conscience that we're putting our best foot forward on a case like this, and have the 100% confidence that my client is able to participate in a meaningful manner. And I just don't think at this point I can with any type of confidence say that. So I would still ask for an adjournment. And I know that my client has signed a release for some medical records from Huron Valley Women's Facility to release at least the most recent episode that she had.
Okay, Mr. Ambrose, is she able to speak to you this morning?
Yes.
Not getting into what those conversations are, but are you able to converse with her this morning?
I can.
Okay.
She has a pounding headache, and it doesn't help. You know, it's a stressful situation. I'm sure that's part of the what happens in these types of situations. But yeah, I mean,
do you have, I mean, as an officer of the court, do you believe she's not competent to go forward?
I
mean, under the Michigan, I mean, under the law in the state of Michigan, do you believe she is competent to go forward?
Yeah, I don't think she's incompetent, put it that way.
Okay.
I mean, she's able to communicate with me, yes,
Okay.
but maybe, you know, not at the best.
All right. Does
Especially with somebody that has a pounding headache. I mean, I can just imagine.
Did she take any medication for
I don't
headache or aspirin or
I don't think they gave
ibuprofen or
any medication today.
okay. Is that something she normally would take for a
Yes,
headache?
she's
Okay.
oh yeah, she does. She has a thyroid issue. She pointed out to me
Okay.
that it's protruding. She's undergoing testing. Won't know the results for another couple of weeks if it's cancerous or not. There is a family history of that as well.
Okay. Ms. Blomquist.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, I was going to argue that she's presumed competent until she shows otherwise, but given that's not the claim, then the argument would be whether or not there's good cause for an adjournment, and it's the people's position that a headache is not good cause. Additionally, you know, the people are ready to proceed and put one with the Ginther hearing, but two, we do have some evidence that we could set forth to make the record as it relates to her appearance and how she was on the transport on the way here. We did have at the after the in-chambers discussion, jail medical came and looked at her, and it seems that she's been cleared by them apart from having somewhat raised blood pressure. So I do think that we could make a record as to why this is not good cause. Additionally, Ms. Vander Ark, through her counsel, did give a waiver of HIPAA so that we could request some records from MDOC. They said that those would be emailed to me in approximately 30 minutes. They were going to do that expeditiously. However, the people would put forth as an officer of the court that in communications with the Michigan Department of Corrections, they would not have transported her had there been a medical issue raised before transport. So, Your Honor, I think this is just, again, another dilatory tactic by Ms. Vander Ark to delay this hearing and to delay the proceedings. And I would say that there's not good cause. And additionally, I think the court can take into consideration all of the prior actions of the defendant, her prior reports, all of that when fashioning whether or not an adjournment is warranted. And it's not in this case, and we should proceed.
Okay. Did anyone, we obviously have the Department of Corrections officers in the courtroom. Did anyone talk to them regarding her condition?
I did, Your Honor. I did inform them they maybe needed to take some brief testimony.
Well, short of that, I mean, are either one of you comfortable doing that?
If you would like us to, we can.
Okay, well, why don't we have one? What's your name, ma'am?
Officer Scott.
Officer Scott. Why don't you have you come on up and I'll swear you in. What's your first name, ma'am?
First name's Autumn.
Autumn.
A-U-T-U-M-N.
All right, Ms. Scott, can you raise your right hand? Swear up, and you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, put your hand down and grab a seat. Can you please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name?
First name is Autumn, A-U-T-U-M-N. Last name is Scott, S-C-O-T-T.
All right, any objection with me asking some questions, and I'll let you guys follow up. Mrs. Bloomquist, Mr. Ambrose?
No.
All right, good morning, ma'am. I'm sorry you're in this position. This doesn't usually happen, so.
It's okay.
My understanding is you transported Ms. Vander Ark here this morning. Is that correct?
Correct.
And where did you transport her from?
Women's Huron Valley in Ypsilanti, Michigan.
Okay, approximately how long is that?
About 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Okay, and now I kind of understand the configuration. Are you in the back with her in the van, or are you driving in the front? How does that usually work? Where's everybody in the van?
It's okay. I was driving. My partner was in the passenger seat, and Miss Vander Ark was in the back.
Okay, so you were more focused on the road?
Correct.
Okay, all right, so we probably need your partner more. Now, were you able to observe Miss Vander Ark?
I can see her through the rear view mirror as I drive.
Okay, was she communicating with you at all?
She only spoke to us a couple times just to ask to turn the heat up or down.
Okay, did she indicate that she had a headache at all?
She did not. When we arrived, she did say that she was feeling a little nauseous.
Okay, all right.
A little dry heaving.
Okay, anything from, was it, no, okay, all right. You probably, did you ask what it was from? Was it from the ride or something like that, or you know?
She did say she does get car sick.
Car sick, okay, all right. To your knowledge, would the Department of Corrections transport a prisoner if they had a concern over her medical health?
No, and if she would have expressed it to my partner, then my partner would have requested to have healthcare come and clear her before we leave.
Okay. Okay, all right. Technically, Mr. Ambrose, this is your hearing, so unless you want to go ahead, Mr. Ambrose.
I don't really have anything.
Okay, Ms. Wilquist.
Just briefly, Officer Scott, was she conversational?
She didn't talk much. Like I said, just to ask us to turn the heat up or down for her. Other than that, she was quiet.
Okay, you can stand down. Thank you so much. Do we want to put the other Department of Corrections officer on? Anybody input on that?
I'll leave that in the court's discretion, Your Honor.
Mr. Ambrose?
I don't have an opinion on it.
All right. Any other argument before I make a ruling on this, Mr. Ambrose?
Well, just that she did mention that she was nauseous, and that's consistent with, her headache, what she reported to me.
All right. Ms. Bloomquist, anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. I just would ask the court take judicial notice that Ms. Vander Ark, during this motion to adjourn, has actually been assisting Mr. Ambrose in the proceeding with writing notes to him about if she's taken any medication or if she has done anything to assist in the in remedying her headache. So I think that I just wanted that to be on the record because I don't think the transcript would necessarily catch that. But as an observer in the courtroom, she has been actively participating in this motion through her counsel despite her claimed ailment. So again, I don't think there's good cause for an adjournment, and I'd like to move forward.
All right.
Your Honor, can I just say, just my client writing a couple of notes down, is that supposed to be some sort of active participation? I don't think so.
Well, Mr. Ambrose, we're kind of in a catch-22 because I can't ask you what she's been telling you, and what kind of, I can't judge how much she's assisting you without getting into what she's talking about. So I'm observing her writing notes and talking to you. which I've had jury trials where the defendant doesn't say anything to their counsel. And so why don't we do this? The court also has experience with Ms. Vander Ark. Several times during the proceeding, during the jury trial, there were breaks in time where Ms. Vander Ark said she was undergoing distress. I granted those breaks. It seemed to me, and from the outside looking in, that these medical issues seem to be at times of pretty significant testimony in the trial. Not saying that maybe they weren't genuine, but they certainly appeared to be situational. Also, when she were at a preliminary examination down in district court, there was just a point of what she's claimed to be distress that appeared to be situational. We're here now, and I think it seems to be situational again. Again, she may be going through something, but I understand that adjourning this would necessarily prejudice the defense. However, there's witnesses here, they're ready to go. People took time out of their schedules. The court set aside an entire day for this. And there is something to be said for the swift administration of justice here. And so based on what I have, I don't think there's good cause for an adjournment based on a headache, because that's all really the record's been made. And the only person that can judge if she really has a headache or not, quite frankly, is Ms. Vander Ark. And I don't know if she's telling the truth or not. I have no clue. I will say, as the finder of fact at the trial didn't find her credible, and I don't know how much credibility the court can lay on her statement. So I'm willing to do this. I can take a break, wait for the records to come in. That way the court can review those. I also can offer Ms. Vander Ark, is our jail staff allowed to give her medication, like ibuprofen or Tylenol or something like that? Is that allowed?
I would assume if they discuss it with healthcare at the prison, that would be fine.
Okay. All right. So I don't, do we have something downstairs? She can, I don't know what she takes, Mr. Ambrose. She'll let me know. I'm sure they have it all on. We can do anything we can to help with that. I'm willing to give her, if she needs for blood pressure, I don't know, maybe she needs food or something. I don't know what it is. So anything that can accommodate to help her headache, I get it. If she's got a pounding headache, then I want to at least try to get her some help for that. So why don't we adjourn? We'll wait for the records to come in. Mr. Ambrose, let my staff know if she needs medication, and we can get that from the jail. And then we'll go from there. Anything else before we break, Ms. Bloomquist?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Ambrose?
No, thank you.
Okay, we're in recess.
Okay, I'm finished.
So I'm going to ask you the same questions about those photographs as a whole, and then we'll talk about them individually. Do you recognize what is portrayed in each of those 12 pictures?
Yes.
Okay. And generally speaking, what are those pictures of?
That's all pictures of our house. 681 Swan Junction Road.
The house that you built?
Yes.
And do those pictures accurately reflect what your house looked like in 2011?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I've asked that those be marked individually, 2 through 13.
Okay. Let's let me mark first. And then.
And if you pass them to Mr. Rackley with the court's permission, I'll publish and ask questions
Okay.
at one time.
Okay. Start with Exhibit 2. You can just give them to Mr. Ragland.
Mr. Bobo, I want to ask you now, not only to speak up so they can hear you, but I need you to look up your shoulder in the next few minutes.
Okay.
What is that a picture of?
That's a picture of the front of our house.
From what, and we're looking at what's been marked as Exhibit 2, from what angle?
That's from the road out in front of our house, looking back, looks like kind of to the right, to the front of our house.
So looking back just a little bit,
Yes.
okay, Exhibit 3, and you can just put them on top of one another. Who's different? What is Exhibit 3 showing?
That's a picture of our house, sitting right at the end of the driveway, looking straight at the front of the house.
All right, so a minute ago, and I put the pointer up there. A minute ago, the picture was taken from looking back a little bit, right?
Yes, kind of to your right.
But if you were to sit directly at the base of your driveway on Swan Johnson, that's what you see.
A straight shot of it from the end of our driveway.
All right, next one, please. What is that?
That's a picture of the front of the house. Probably, I'm gonna guess 30 feet from the front of the house, sitting in the driveway.
Right. Is your house an L-shaped house?
Yes, ma'am.
To me, right here to the left?
Yeah, that goes back to the left.
Now, a moment ago, the jury saw a straight shot of the driveway. If you come up, look where my pointer is.
Okay.
When you get to the top of your driveway, how do you get to the back of your house? By going left or by going right?
You'll have to go around the right.
So does the driveway continue this way, around the side of the house?
Yeah, around the right side of the house, like you're pointing.
Okay, next one, please. If you follow the driveway around the right side of the house, is this what you would see?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, is this truck parked there? Whose truck is that? You know?
That is Kathy Wise's truck, our neighbor at the time.
Okay, and So if Kathy Wise's truck had followed on around, this is where she would go?
Yes.
And that would be, this is the back of your house?
Yes.
Okay, next one. And we'll ask you the same questions. There was a pool in the last picture. Is this the driveway as it goes on around behind the pool?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is this building? And I'm holding it, it looks like a double door.
That's the detached garage from my house.
Okay. Whose truck is that?
That's my dump truck at the time.
And the pool?
Yes.
Does this driveway stop right here or can you go on around?
It goes on around the pool to your left and pulls into the carport in the back of the house.
Next picture. With respect to the same pool, correct, on your left?
Yep.
Is this the attached garage they just saw?
Yes.
And you said it pulls on into the carport.
Yeah.
Is this your carport?
That's a carport.
Okay. When you got home the morning of April the 13th, was this crime scene tape already stretched between your house and the building?
No, ma'am.
Did you take steps for some reason to block off something that you thought was important?
I did.
Tell the jury what you did before law enforcement.
Okay. When I was standing around in the front yard, it's sometime after I told some law enforcement to do something. I went back to back. People was wandering around as they pleased, all in the yard. Someone was headed back toward the back of the house. Sometime before that, I'd walked to the back of the house. I seen Holly's car still sitting in the garage.
Okay, let me stop you here. Was Holly's car parked in this detached garage, or was Holly's car parked in the carport?
I'm gonna call it the carport, the one on the back of the house.
Okay, so you had seen Holly's car still there?
Yes.
And so what did you do once you saw people wandering around?
Once I seen Holly's car still in there and something in the garage floor and people wandering around as they pleased, I used to cut timber on the side and I always kept pink tape. I took 2 lawn chairs off the back deck right there.
Okay.
And I put them across the garage. At that time did not have a door on it. It was open garage. I took 2 lawn chairs off the back there and I put them on each side of the garage open, and I stretched pink tape across the lawn chairs to keep people from walking in the garage.
Okay. And then later on, law enforcement added this crime scene tape that we can see?
Yeah, that was added after later that morning, I suppose.
Next one, please. And what is it? What is this?
That's the front of the detached garage, left-hand side of it.
Whose truck is this backed in?
But it's Clint Hunter Bobo's truck, my son.
Okay. And what is this vehicle next to it?
That is one of them. We had 2 4-wheelers at home. That's a Honda 4-wheeler.
You mentioned that the carport didn't have doors on it. Did this detached garage have a door?
That detached garage has always had 2 doors on it.
What I've got the pointer in now?
Yeah.
Does it just roll down?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember now whether when you got home and when you blocked off the carport, was that garage door up or was it down?
Down.
Next picture. Okay, this is a different view. You mentioned a deck a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
Tell me where to put the pointer.
Tell you what.
Where's the deck?
The deck is on the right side of the pool, attached to the back of the house.
All right. So this structure right here on the far right is the carport. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the front left-hand side of the carport as you pull in.
And there's a deck between this above ground pool and the house.
Yes.
All right. And if you will, looking there in the background, what is the jury looking at?
That's the tree lines of the woods, separates the yard from the woods. And that's the playhouse that me and Karen built for the kids. And to the right of it is the swing set we bought, set up for the kids.
All right. And you mentioned this tree line. Was this your property beyond
that
the
tree?
Hang on a second.
Okay.
She tries to write down everything we say.
Okay.
So I know you have 20 plus acres. Is your land back behind the tree line or is your land the other way?
Our land is this side of the tree line.
Okay, so is the tree line, is at the edge of your property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next one. Now this is a little, I guess, nearer view, is that correct, of the tree line in the woods?
Yes.
And where your truck was parked? Okay. Now we can see the edge of the swing set that was in the pictures. This tree line, if one were to walk back there, is the terrain about the same, sort of hilly with trees filling out? Is April, is that about what it looked like?
Yeah.
Next one, please. And what's this?
That's their back deck on the house.
This is a better picture of the deck. And is there, I know it's dark and the jury will have these pictures later, can you see from the deck into the carport?
Yes.
And how is that? You said there was no door on the front, but how can you see there on the side?
The carport there is kind of on the right of your picture, above that shrub.
Right.
You can walk straight in off the deck. There's an open, I'm gonna say 4 to 5 foot open, cased out door open, and they have no door on it. So yes, you can see from right there, plumb in the garage.
Okay. One more. What is this a picture of?
That's our carport on the back of the house.
Whose car is that?
That is Holly's car with the trunk lid open.
What kind of car was it?
2006 black Mustang.
You said earlier in your testimony that you parked in the front. You just showed us where Clint was parked. Where did Karen park every day?
She parked in the vacant place on the right there where you're pointing.
So Holly parked on the left,
Yep.
Karen parked on the right.
Yes.
And was that a habit that pretty much everybody followed? That's your spot and that's where you put your car?
That was their spots.
At some point on April the 13th, were you asked to leave your own home?
Yes.
And I'm not asking specifically who asked you, but was it law enforcement that asked you to leave your home?
Yes.
And was it just you they asked to leave, or did they ask you to take Karen, Clint, and Terry Bromley, and everybody else that was there?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your understanding of why you needed to leave?
Like they told us they was going to process the crime scene.
So where did you go?
We went to my youngest sister's house, next road over.
So as close as you could be to home,
Yes.
but somewhere else.
My mom lived at town, which was 6 miles away, and my sister lived a mile and a half from us, back behind us, next road over.
Is it fair to say that from the time you got that call on April 13th of 2011, your life changed as you knew it?
Yes, ma'am.
How long was it before you went back to work?
It was either 7 or 8 weeks.
And during the 7 or 8 weeks after April the 13th, what did you do every day?
We searched for our daughter 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
What kind of places did you look?
In my mind, I looked at every place that I think she could have possibly been.
Like what?
I went to vacant houses. I went to vacant buildings. I went to houses that was occupied. I went everywhere I thought she might be looking for her.
Did you look in barns?
I looked in everywhere.
Did you look in sheds?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you look in the woods?
Yes.
Did you look in other woods?
Yes.
Did you go to places outside of your immediate area, your road?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know whether your phone number, y'all's private phone number, was it out there broadcast to the public so that people could call you with tips and leads? Or Karen's?
Karen's phone was.
And as a result of that, I'm not asking what anybody said, but as a result of that, did your family actually get phone calls from people saying, go look here, go look here?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got those kind of phone calls, what did you do?
We took them down. It might have been 2 or 3 days after we was taking phone calls. I think 2 FBI ladies come and stayed with us after, I'm not sure on the time, maybe a day or 2 into it. Now, we was taking the calls ourselves. We had a house phone at the time, so calls was coming into our house and calls was coming into her cell phone once it got out there for somebody to call it.
And would you turn the calls or the leads over to the FBI, or did you just handle it yourself?
After a day or 2, we started writing it down when we kind of come to our senses what we need to be doing. Every call that we got was turned into the TBI daily, just minutes after we took it.
Now, David, you said that you went in places that appeared to you to be abandoned, and that you went in places that appeared to you not to be abandoned.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you did that, did you keep that a secret, or did you self-report that to law enforcement?
TBI was at our house a lot of time during the daytime, and they was there every night briefing us. I told everybody everything I'd done that day.
And at some point, did you stop going into houses and sheds and stick to just knocking on doors and looking in the woods?
Yes.
Okay, what made you, I guess, change? That's your daughter, that's your baby. What made you go from one way of doing things to another?
We searched for, I guess it was, I don't know how long. We searched forever, it seems like, in the woods, sides of the roads, buildings and stuff. And there's come a time, I don't know how long it was later, that we had searched everything, seemed like 3 or 4 times with dog teams and all. And you wouldn't believe how many people was helping us and come from out of state and all. But we searched, and there come a time where we just started going out as far as bunches gathering, and we was talking to people, knocking on doors everywhere and talking to people.
And when did you stop doing that?
I couldn't tell you. It was a long time we searched the woods and.
Did anybody ask you to stop doing that?
No, ma'am.
Law enforcement never asked you to stop.
They told me to quit searching like I was doing.
That's what I'm asking.
Numerous times.
All right. And so at some point, did you stop doing that?
Yes.
What day did you give up hope for the very first time?
About 3 years into it, give or take, with the TBI come to our house, there's a whole bunch of them, and took me and Clint carrying down in the living room and told us that was Holly had been found. That was her remains.
And until that moment, were you looking?
Yes.
Still hoping?
Until that moment.
I don't have any more questions for you. The defense attorney's mind.
Okay.
Your Honor, we have no questions.
All right. You may now remain in the courtroom if you'd like to not discuss your testimony with anyone.
Okay. Thank you.
They said they'll have lunch about 12, so you have a brief witness.
I do.
Okay.
We did. Drew Scott.
Years ago, as an attorney that had a short witness, said yes, sir, about 5'3". Attorney named Bill D, so y'all know Bill, or, yeah, okay. Please, right hand, please. Thomas, swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated. State your name for the record and spell it first and last.
Drew Scott, DREWSCOTT.
Mr. Scott, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and direct your answers over here to the jury, okay? Okay?
Yep.
So will you direct your answers over here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Judge asked your name, you're Drew Scott, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm not asking what your address is, but where do you live?
Parsons, Tennessee.
And how long have you lived in Parsons?
All my life.
How old are you?
26.
And what is your birthday?
July 13th, 1991.
Do you know a man by the name of Dana Bobo?
Yes.
You know a lady by the name of Karen Bobo?
Yes, ma'am.
You see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
You know Clint Bobo?
Yes.
And how did you know?
7/13, day of birth, what?
91.
91.
And how did you know, or how did you know Dana, Karen, and Clint Bobo?
I was buddies with Clint, and probably just out of high school. And
Well, did you also know him through another person?
yeah, we through Holly. Yes.
Okay. And who's Holly?
Holly Bobo, their daughter.
And what was your relationship to Holly?
We were dating.
I'm gonna ask that Exhibit 1 be put on the overhead. Okay, just go turn around and look at the screen. Who's that?
That's Holly.
You said you're dating. Did you love her?
Yes, ma'am.
You're a little bit younger than she was?
Yes.
Just less than a year?
Yes.
Did y'all actually go to school together or no?
We did not go to school together.
Did you go to a totally different school?
Ye-
Just a different year?
Different school.
Do you remember when you started dating her relative to when she disappeared?
I was just freshly out of high school.
And when she disappeared, you would have been 19 then, since your birthday was in July, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
How serious were you about her?
Serious.
In fact, did you give her a gift for Christmas
Yes, ma'am.
before she disappeared?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach your honor? I'm going to hand you a box and ask you to open it up. What is that?
That's a ring I bought her for Christmas.
Was it a special ring?
Yes, ma'am.
What'd she call that ring, or what'd you call it?
Promise ring.
Did Holly wear that ring?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she wear it every single day? As best you knew.
Yes.
And your honor, I'm not going to introduce it into evidence. Frankly, I hope to return it to the family, but I would like it to be passed if nobody objects.
Let's do this. We'll make it an exhibit, but I will allow you to substitute a photo.
Okay.
Okay? Well, that's work.
That's perfect. So for the time until I substitute it, I'd ask that be marked as the next number.
All right, the exhibit, the 14.
And the permission to pass it to the
All right,
jury.
you pass it to the jury, and you can continue your questioning while it's being passed.
I want to ask you, Mr. Scott, do you remember back in the spring of 2011, what your routine was with Holly? Like, how frequently did you see her?
Every night.
Would you come to her house?
Yes.
She was in school then, right?
Yes.
Did that keep her pretty busy?
Yes.
Did you have more times on the weekend, more time to spend with her on the weekends?
Yes.
Did you spend the time with her on the weekends?
Yes.
When you weren't with her at night or weren't with her on the weekends, did the two of you talk, text frequently back and forth?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to draw your attention to the early morning hours of April the 13th, 2011. Do you remember where you were that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you?
I was on a piece of her grandmother's land, turkey.
And her grandmother that's back here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said on a piece of her grandmother's land. Where was it?
Bass Springs.
Hey, how far away from Holly's house was this piece of land?
20 miles, 25 miles.
Far. And what were you doing?
Turkey hunt.
What, were you supposed to go to work that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you go to work that day?
Yes, ma'am.
So despite, what time were you supposed to be there to work?
8 o'clock.
Despite having to be at work at 8 o'clock, you still turkey hunted that morning?
Yes.
With whom?
My father.
And on this piece of land owned by Holly's grandma, did you see people that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know who those people are?
I knew one of them.
But you actually had an exchange with them about hunting?
Yes.
And after this exchange with them, because you were on grandma's land, right?
Yes.
Was there a series of calls or texts back and forth between you and Holly and Karen about your permission to hunt on grandma's land?
Yes.
And you had permission to be there?
Yes.
Do you remember the last text or that you got from Holly that morning, what time it was? And if you don't, it's okay.
I don't.
Was it before you went to work though?
Yes.
And you had to be at work at 8?
Yes.
Were you early to work that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
So the last time you heard from Holly would have been before you even got to work?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you work then?
City of Parsons.
You still work there?
Yes.
When's the last time you actually saw Holly?
The night before.
After that last text on the morning of the 13th, You said you went over to work.
Yes.
At some point in the morning, did something happen?
Yes.
What happened?
My foreman got a phone call and he came to me and had told me what happened.
And what did you do when you got the information about Holly?
I left work and went to where my dad worked and left from there.
Did your dad go with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did y'all go?
We went to the Bobos.
And over the next days and weeks, were you over at the Bobos a lot?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point in time, did law enforcement come and ask you where you were that morning, that kind of thing?
Yes.
And have you always been cooperative with them?
Yes.
And you were 20 miles away hunting with your dad,
Yes.
talking to some other people,
Yes.
and texting with Holly?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Drew, I don't have any further questions. Defense may.
Just a second.
If she's not in Muskegon County custody, that have to go through MDOC. So I did send an email to, no, not yet.
All right. I know there's some bureaucracy stuff that goes on between
Yeah.
the deal and
The MDOC is the one that would dispense it, since my understanding, because she's not in Muskegon County custody, that have to go through MDOC. So I did send an email to the person in charge of the MDOC, who would be the person that could authorize at least some medication.
how is her headache now?
Not good. I mean,
all right. All right. I did get a copy of the medical records. I'm assuming that we don't want to make those a part of the record, at least certainly not an open part of the record. I guess, how do you guys want to proceed with that? I can make them a confidential part of the record.
Stipulate to any sort of protective order that the defense would want.
Mr. Ambrose is.
that's fine.
Okay, so I'll make them part of the record. We'll call it the court's exhibit number 1. It'll be a confidential record. The court did have a chance to review those records. It looks like on the 22nd, without going into all the details, looks like on the 22nd, Ms. Vander Ark complained of that she felt like she was going to pass out. I don't think there's any indication in these records that she did in fact pass out. There was some concern with some thyroid issues when she was eating apples, I guess, and they basically told her, don't eat apples. That's what's in the records. So there's nothing in these records about her actually losing consciousness. She reported that she was going to pass out. There's also indication that she asked for some Dramamine for the trip to Muskegon because she typically gets car sickness. So that's kind of in line with the testimony that she felt sick on the way here, but she at least indicated that she gets car sick. So unless I'm missing something, it sounds like they sent her because there was no concern. So based on the records and what we've already done here, I think she's competent and we're going to move forward today. I am concerned that she reported losing consciousness when a medical person indicates that she complained of feeling like she was losing consciousness, and that she's now kind of amplified for whatever reason, I don't know. But I am concerned about that, the fact that she misrepresented that to her attorney, potentially, that she actually lost consciousness, because there's no record of that in the prison. So anyway, anything else before we move on, Mr. Ambrose?
Well, the only way that, she would have to report to the medical personnel that she actually did lose consciousness. So
Well, I mean, she okay, I get it, but the quote is, quote, "I felt like I was going to pass out. I have tremors that are severe." That's what she reported on a visit November 22nd, 2025 at 6:45. And she was treated. She says the administrative note was that she was advised on site that the above patient came to the clinic concerned of dizziness and a tingling throat. The tingling throat was transient and only when she ate apples. And it says the RN advised patient had a reddened throat, no swelling or lymph node enlargement noted. And eventually the treatment is, it says she did palpate in a large thyroid. However, the patient is, why don't I get into that? Says RN still had concerns about patient's fall risk. The RN exam otherwise unremarkable. RN gave the patient detail prior to calling. I advised RN to tell the patient to stop eating apples. Other than that, I did not have orders for this patient. So that's what happened on the 22nd, at least according to the note. Like I said, I don't know what happened, but these are medical records by individuals that I don't know if they'd have a reason to lie, quite frankly, if they're making a medical record. So, so based on that, I don't see a serious medical issue that is to the concern of the court. So anything else, Mr. Ambrose, on that? I mean, she can testify if she wants about what she's going through. That's fine. But if the request is for an adjournment because of a medical issue, I don't see it. So. I'm not, listen, I'm not gonna delay this anymore. This is, in my opinion, Mr. Ambrose, she's misrepresented and through you to the court that she passed out. She did not pass out. So I'm moving on. I think this is gamesmanship on her part, and it's now 11 o'clock and a hearing that we were supposed to start at 9 o'clock. The court's been very patient with this, and we need to go. So, anything else? No. Ms. Bloomquist. All right. So, Mr. Ambrose, this is your hearing. Yeah. You can call any opening statements on either side, or do you want to just go straight into witnesses?
We can go straight into witnesses.
All right. You can call your first witness. All right, Mr. Johnson, if you want to come on up front here, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, would you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Yes, sir.
This matter now pending. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, put your hand down and grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
My name is Fred Johnson, FredJohnson.
Mr. Ambrose, you're welcome to stay at the table or
Okay.
the podium, whichever you prefer. So you can stay standing, stay sitting. It's up to you. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, you represented Shanda Vander Ark, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and do you recall, you're an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us when you became an attorney?
1984.
You know, and I apologize, Your Honor, before we start. Ms. Vander Ark, Mr. Johnson may be getting into some confidential information. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that by going forward with this type of hearing, that he's going to relay some confidences.
Yes.
Are you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions regarding that?
No, sir.
Okay. With that disclosure, Your Honor, I'm going to proceed with.
Okay. Anything else we should put on the record regarding that you want, Ms. Bloomquist? Okay. All right. Good enough.
What year did you become an attorney?
1984.
Okay. And where'd you go to law school?
Thomas M. Cooley.
And so from 1984, have you always practiced criminal law?
I have always practiced criminal law, yes.
Okay. And has your license, have you continuously been an attorney ever since 1984?
No, sir. My license was suspended last year for 6 months.
And what was that? So it was suspended last year for 6. What was the reason why it was suspended?
Violation of confidentiality, conflict of interest rules.
Okay. And that was while you were a public defender?
Yes.
And when you represented Ms. Vander Ark, you were a public defender. Is that true as well?
Yes.
And the initial allegation that was lodged against you, when does that go back to?
Oh, gosh, that was, I couldn't tell the year, 5 years ago, perhaps 6.
And when was the complaint issued against you?
2024 is my guess.
Okay. And
2023, perhaps.
Did you admit to the grievance?
Yes, I did.
And what did you admit to?
I admitted that I had received information from one client while representing another client, and the person who the information I received was the victim in that case, in the second client's case.
And again, this was while you were the public defender?
Yes, sir.
When did you take on that role?
2013,
And
September.
what did your office consist of?
In 2013?
Throughout the years.
It grew over the years.
Okay.
We started, I think we're at 13, and by the time I left, we were in our 20s, maybe 25, 26.
Okay.
And that includes staff as well.
So you mentioned that you admitted to the allegations within the grievance.
Yes, sir.
And what did you have to do as a result of your suspension?
I was suspended for 6 months, so I could not practice law. There's a fine and costs.
Were you required to take any type of classes?
Was I required to? No, I didn't. I was not required to. I did, but I was not required to.
What type of classes did you take?
On ethics, conflict of interest.
Okay. And did you testify at any of these hearings?
Which hearings? The ethical issues hearings?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know if it was testimony or not. I made a sworn statement at the time of my initial interview, and I spoke to the state bar. And I think that was under oath as well. So that both might be considered testimony.
Okay. And part of your disclosures were that you're more or less overworked. Is that accurate?
Was I overworked? I think I was.
And would you disagree with, I was working too long, I was working too many cases, too much stuff, too many irons in the fire? Is that something that you may have said?
Yes, sir.
Any disagreement about that?
No, sir.
Also, basically, when I was a public defender, I was working on a conveyor belt system. And the problem that came up on the belt next is the one I tackled and tried to keep the other ones juggling until I could fix them as well. Does that sound like something you might have said?
Yes, sir.
Now, this case with regard to Ms. Vander Ark, do you recall when you initially, how is the assignment system conducted in Muskegon County?
You mean back then or now?
When you were assigned?
When I was public defenders?
Yes.
Okay. The attorneys are assigned to judges, and whatever case the judge received, that attorney assigned to that judge will receive that particular assignment. Normally that was the situation, unless something came up and then we'd have to change assignment for whatever purpose might have occurred.
Is there a private bar that receives assignments as well, or is it just everything that every indigent client goes through the public defender's office?
Things have changed over the year. Things have changed over the years. Currently, all the indigent individuals go through the public defender's office. There is a private bar, however. Are there assignments to the private bar? On occasion there are, and there were.
Upon receiving the assignment, do you recall when you would have first talked to Ms. Vander Ark?
I would assume it was before the preliminary examination, but I don't have a specific recollection of any particular dates.
At any point in time at the preliminary examination, with your initial conversation with Ms. Vander Ark, did she ever admit to any type of guilt?
No, sir.
All right. Now, she contended that she was innocent throughout this case, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
She testified, right?
Yes, she did.
She never admitted to any type of wrongdoing that caused the death of her son.
That is correct.
Now, while you were assigned to the case, did you have Ms. Vander Ark see a professional with regard to competency or criminal responsibility?
I had Ms. Vander Ark see several professionals, 2 doctors, and we employ social workers on our staff.
With regard to, do you recall having Ms. Vander Ark seen by Colin King, Dr. Colin King?
I do recall that.
And in Mr. King's report, did he do a report?
He did.
And do you recall what the results of that report were?
I don't recall the specific results. I recall the conversations we had in regards to that report.
As part of his conclusions, would you agree or disagree that he mentioned that Ms. Vander Ark continues to insist she did nothing wrong and was not convinced that her actions and instructions caused the death of her son?
I don't recall that specifically. If you have the report, it might refresh my recollection, but I don't argue with that statement. It sounds, generally speaking, as what I recall.
May I approach the
Here. Yes, sir.
And it's an accurate statement that she had stated that to this doctor that she felt that she did nothing wrong. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you went to trial on that basis, right?
We went to trial because she was charged, sir.
And she proclaimed her innocence, right?
Even had she not proclaimed her innocence, we would have gone to trial as she's charged with first-degree murder. But yes, she proclaimed her innocence from beginning to end, and we tried the matter.
Were there any offers made to Ms. Vander Ark?
None that I can recall, Your Honor. Sir.
Now, Ms. Vander Ark testified at trial, right?
Correct.
And she again proclaimed her innocence to the charges, right?
That is correct.
And there was an incident on the day of her testimony where she had a physical reaction to seeing a photograph of her son.
I believe that was, if we're talking about the situation where she turned and there was a trash can there and she appeared to I don't know if she actually did vomit, but she had, the body language was indicating that's what was going on. I was sitting in the chair over there where the prosecutor is.
And during her cross-examination was, you described the cross-examination for us.
Aggressive and effective.
Okay, aggressive and effective. And did you see Ms. Vander Ark after court that day?
I don't believe I went out to the jail to see her after court that day, no.
Okay, did you go into lockup with her after court?
I can't honestly tell you that.
The next day, can you tell us what happens?
And if my recollection is correct, the next day, court was resumed and my client, Ms. Vander Ark, was unable to attend. She was unable to come to the hearing, as I recall.
And you reported that to the court, right?
Yes, sir.
And you stated to the court that she had some competency issues at that point. Is that correct?
Some competency?
That she wasn't able to proceed.
Yes, and yes, sir.
May I approach you then here? And this is, I'm showing you a transcript of December 15th, 2023. It's on page 3. If you can just read that portion.
Yes, sir.
And so you indicated to the court that she wasn't competent to proceed, is that right?
That is the word I use, sir.
Okay. And describe to us what she was going through.
She was, when I went to visit her, she was curled up in a ball on the floor. She was crying. She was upset. She expressed that she couldn't return to court. She expressed that she was upset, that she was stressed, that she was experiencing, and I'm sorry, I forget the word. She's experiencing a period of where she's so emotional she can't function intellectually.
And based upon that, you reported that to the court?
Yes, sir.
And you also, do you recall reporting to the court as well as that if we waited until, or adjourned the matter until Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of the following week, we'd be in the same situation?
I don't recall, but I'm not arguing with it. I assume you have transcripts there. I don't recall saying that, but.
If you look on page 4.
Which paragraph, sir?
The second full paragraph,
Okay.
starting with the word 1.
Okay.
And you agree that you told the court, we couldn't guarantee to the court that as of Monday or Tuesday or even Wednesday of next week, we'd be in any different situation than we are right now.
That is what I said.
And was that an accurate assessment?
That was my assessment at the time. Yes, sir.
Do you, okay, so one of the things that you argued to the, or suggested to the jury was that Ms. Vander Ark was guilty of manslaughter. Is that right?
That she was guilty of manslaughter.
Yes.
I don't know if I used that term. I don't recall arguing on the manslaughter issue. Can you tell me which page?
Yes. I have this broken up, but it's on page 84.
Okay. Do I have it?
Yes. In the back.
Okay. And whereabouts on 84, counsel?
It's actually on the very last page, page 80.
All right.
First full paragraph. And you told the jury, these people, and I'm assuming you meant Paul as well, these people committed manslaughter. That's what they did.
Yes, sir.
They caused the boy's death. That's
Yes, sir.
Now, Ms. Vander Ark never gave you consent to say that she was guilty of anything, did she?
No, sir.
And so you kind of took it upon yourself to make that argument to the jury.
Yes, sir.
I have nothing further.
Morning, Mr. Johnson. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
So I'm just going to go back a little bit more into your experience. How many years have you been a practicing attorney?
41 this year.
And how many years of that as the chief public defender for Muskegon County?
2013 to 2024, so 11 years.
Is it fair to say in your role as the chief public defender, you would take some of the more severe cases that the county has seen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. My apologies. I'm on the roll here.
Now, just sort of getting into some of the comments that were brought out from your sworn statement or things like that. There's discussions about your workload. Do you recall that? And maybe feeling like you had a conveyor belt system.
Yes, ma'am.
Did a case like this fall into the same category of cases you were discussing in that?
No, the cases like this get the spotlight. They come out of the group of a pack and we place not only my efforts, but the social workers and other attorneys on staff. We all work on cases of this magnitude.
Okay. So although there's testimony by you to the effect of being overworked and that impacting some of your cases, is that an accurate sort of representation of what's said?
It certainly impacted the one where I saw that information and I shouldn't have seen it. It impacted there. That's what I think has happened. So, but I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, and that's okay. And just to be very clear, the case for which you had your suspension had absolutely nothing to do with this case, correct?
That's correct.
No witnesses between, Paul and Ms. Vander Ark. That wasn't the conflict at issue.
That's correct.
Okay, it was a wholly unrelated matter.
Yes, ma'am.
And while we're on that topic, did you have to sit in that exact same witness chair and again they're hearing on that case as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you testified about the allegations and the conflict that was alleged?
Yes, ma'am.
So getting back into your prep on this case specifically, let's walk the court through your preparation for trial. Let's start with prelim.
Okay.
Walk us through your preparation for preliminary examination on this case.
Well, I assume all lawyers do. You receive information called discovery, and you pour over it. You go out and see your client. You talk to your client about what's going on and what her impressions are. You come back and you go over it again. You bring in other attorneys to take a look at issues. You run issues by them, see if they have any similar experiences or any pointers that they may want to bring to bear. You bring another attorney in, usually a younger attorney in to sit in this, to watch the whole process. We also employed interns here. So the beauty of interns is, whereas I may have multiple cases, they only have the one, and they pour over the documents and the materials. And if there's anything in there that they see, then they can bring it to my attention. But it's a fallback situation, so we can bring other eyes on it. And there was no different than here, Ms. Vander Ark. We did all these things. We worked dozens of hours just for the preliminary examinations, and we were ready to go.
So it sounds like you created a team, so to speak, for Ms. Vander Ark.
Yes, ma'am.
How many people would you say were on that team?
Over time, coming and going, over time, from the time we got the case to the time we ended, maybe 4 lawyers, an investigator, 2 or 3 social workers, so we're up to 9, and a half a dozen interns, so about 15, 16, something around that line.
So 15 or 16 people working on her case specifically?
Over the course of time, yes.
Okay. And as part of your preparation for trial, now let's shift to preparation for trial. You talked about hours for preliminary examination. Could you describe to the court your preparation for trial?
Well, at this point, we've had time, a year, to look at this thing. We've brought in experts to examine my client. We've gone out to the scene of the crime and taken photographs and walked around, got the feel of the place. We've talked to multiple folks who we were considering experts, but we ultimately didn't hire. We spoke to outside social workers to see if any of them had come across any episodes along the similar line. We even saw an article in People magazine about a woman who'd thrown her kids out the window and then jumped herself. And quite frankly, it was eerily similar. And quite frankly, I'm still convinced there's something to do with my client's conduct. But it was hundreds of hours by then. And I'll put in a couple hundred hours myself on it, and then you add in what everybody else is doing. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of effort. And I've told her, I think if she had to hire, she'd spend $1 million on what we did for her in terms of trying to prepare and defend her in this case.
So just so I'm clear, you yourself dedicated hundreds of hours,
yes, ma'am,
personally to this case?
Yes, ma'am. It was either I'm reading something or I'm talking to somebody. I'm looking for this needle in the haystack. I believe then, and I believe now, there's something wrong with my client, and that there's somebody out there who would be able to tell me what it was. And I still believe that to this day.
So I want to dive a little bit deeper. You said that you sought out experts, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were some of your experts from the Center for Forensic Psychiatry? The sort of state-run.
We use the appellate defender has a website, and they have a listing of witnesses, expert witnesses that other lawyers have used, and we use their list in determining which ones to approach. We also use here from the other lawyers in the office. Have you used anyone in these circumstances? Do you know of anyone? And those are the lists we use.
Okay. And so I know the record will reflect this, but I want to ask you, do you recall having a criminal responsibility report done for Ms. Vander Ark?
Yes, Dr. Watson.
And do you recall also having a criminal competency report done as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And now those were ones that I believe were filed with the court, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there reports that you, or examinations that were done and reports that were drafted that were not filed with the court on Ms. Vander Ark's behalf?
I don't know if we filed Dr. King's report or not. I don't think we did.
And did you also get a report from a George Watson Jr.?
Yes.
Okay, and to your knowledge, was that ever provided to any, to the court or to the parties?
To my recollection, no.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you did a lot of investigation into experts who could testify about her mental state?
I think that is fair.
Why didn't you present those experts?
The conclusions the experts provided would have been supportive of a verdict of guilty of murder. Their positions were uniformly and enthusiastically negative towards my clients. They would have been prosecution witnesses had we presented their findings.
So you intentionally did not call these experts?
That is correct. We intentionally did not call them.
And that choice was made after a thorough investigation of their opinions, correct? Or I guess explain the investigation that went into that determination.
Dr. King, for instance, when I spoke to him, his response was, "She's a monster." His response was, "She's the worst thing he'd ever seen." And he's a man who testified for mass murders. I did not want to bring his testimony in. Dr. King simply said that she was competent at the time and she was competent for trial, and and that's not what I wanted the jury to hear. I want the jury to hear that there's something wrong with her.
So let's get into, and I hate to zoom out here from these details, but what was your overall strategy?
The overall strategy was to attack the issue of premeditation, that my client premeditated when she caused the death of this young man. Our strategy was to demonstrate that through especially her text messages, that she was, for whatever reason, unaware that her son was suffering and was close to death. And we tried, especially with her text messaging at the time, to demonstrate that that was the case.
And I know you previously said you were looking for a needle in a haystack for something in your defense, correct?
We were looking for the cause. If you understand the facts involved in this case, this young man was her son. This young man, she could have refused him. She could have refused even to take him into her home. She brought him in her home to care for him. This young man was killed in the most brutal, heinous way that you can imagine, slowly starving him to death. It probably is just because that's the way I'm built. I just can't believe that a healthy person would have done the things that she did. I don't believe it to this day.
Now, the realities of this case and the nature of it is something you have to factor in your preparation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did, in fact, do that?
Yes, ma'am. The evidence? Yes.
And Now, you've talked about these hundreds of hours. Have you also, in preparation for this trial, did you engage in witness preparation
Of my client?
of anybody?
Yes, we talked to my client about her role and how we were going to decide once we got there, if she's going to testify and the sorts of things she might be asked and the sorts of things that we'd be asking of her. Our only other witnesses would have been the experts had they been called. And so there wasn't anyone, or the social workers. And since we didn't call any of those folks, it wasn't necessary to prep any other witnesses for testimony.
And additionally, in preparation, did you evaluate filing motions to suppress or other sort of pretrial motions
Yes.
on this case?
Certainly. And that was the value of the group think. You have several lawyers and you're asking them, and an investigator, what about this issue? What about that issue? Should we file a motion on it? Should we attempt to take you to the Court of Appeals? We lose that sort of thing. All those issues were discussed.
Did you also prepare for your voir dire in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Are you aware there's an allegation that you did not prepare for voir dire in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And in preparation for today's hearing, did you provide to me some documentation from your file regarding your voir dire?
I did.
Your Honor, would you like the people to be numbers or letters given today's proceeding?
Let's do numbers. We'll stick with consistency, unless someone's pre-marked exhibits, but we'll do numbers.
Okay. I'm going to be showing, may I approach?
You may.
All right, I'm showing the witness what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 1. Could you identify what this is for the record?
Yes, this is my standard voir dire sheet, in which 4 pages of questions that I may or may not be asking depending on the nature of the case, but certain things that I want to make sure I cover and ask the juror or potential juror before they're seated.
Okay. Do you recall if you used this preparatory document in your trial?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I know this is a blank version, but did you take notes on it during the trial? Or?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1.
Mr. Ambrose?
I'm sorry.
He's been moving for admission.
Oh, I have no objection.
Okay. All right, so Exhibit 1 is
You can
admitted
just leave that on.
without objection.
What did you do to prepare for voir dire? Was it all contained in this document, or what else did you do?
No, ma'am. The day before, a couple of days before a jury trial, the list of potential jurors are made available to the parties. We got that list, and there's some information. It used to be better when it was handwritten, but now the computer stuff is not as helpful. But there is information, and we, and I say myself and the interns go over this information to discuss potential jurors. We're looking for folks that we want to keep on the jury and folks we don't want on there, and so we're going over these things and we're asking questions back and forth. Do you know these people? Have you met these people? Are these people, witness? Are they friendly to us? Would they be hostile to us? And we're going over that list. And so we've got notes. When we come into court, we have notes on the witness list that they gave us as to individuals we may not be called, we may not wish to sit on the jury. A police officer. If there's a police officer, we're probably going to ask him to be removed or her to be removed. So we go over that. Then when we get to when we prepare, we're looking at which of these questions are important to us and which ones are not. The way voir dire works, as you know, they're asked, did you hear all the questions and would you answer any different? So you can't ask the same questions over and over. So what I try to do during my voir dire is specifically save out some questions so that every time I take somebody out, I have new questions for them. The whole panel hears them, but they're new questions, and they kind of help keep the interest of the rest of the panel. So that is part of the voir dire preparation. The reality with voir dire is, if you pick a bad jury, the case is over. You're done. You've gotta emphasize that part, because if the jury's not listening to you, it doesn't matter how brilliant you are afterwards. The voir dire has to be effective for your client. So we put a lot of emphasis on it.
And you specifically did in this case?
I specifically did in this case.
Now, is also part of your voir dire come from experience?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you give a rough estimate before this trial, how many jury trials you have conducted?
Misdemeanor, oh gosh, misdemeanor and felony, maybe 2 or 3 a year, felonies, and back when I was, before I became a public defender, 10 or 15 misdemeanor cases, literally a couple hundred. I don't know. I've lost track a long time ago.
You don't keep a sheet with them?
Yeah, at least 10, 15 a year for 30 years. So.
Thank you. But you have vast experience in selecting a jury, correct?
I've done it many, many times.
And is part of selecting a jury knowing potential jurors out in the gallery that might be called up if you excuse somebody?
Yes, ma'am.
And I guess, do you see your obligation as a defense attorney to make sure you use every preempt, or to make sure you get the best jurors seated in those seats?
I want the best panel, and I tell my folks, the young folks, it's not how many questions you ask the right questions. You don't need to ask 100 questions. So there are occasions when my voir dire may be brief, but hopefully it's effective. And I'm talking, and as Judge Casey will tell you, I talk loud. Everyone in the courtroom can hear me when I'm doing my voir dire. I speak to the people out the back as well as in the panel. So yes, I'm aware of the panel here, but I'm also aware of who's sitting out there in the jury. Sometimes taking a person off the jury doesn't mean you're going to replace them with someone better. That's the Detroit Lions philosophy. Just because you replace somebody doesn't mean they're going to be better. Sometimes once you got the best you have, you stop talking.
Did you feel like you had a good panel in this case when you concluded voir dire?
Every lawyer says, I want a fair jury. We don't. We want a jury that's going to do what we want. I want a jury that's going to say not guilty. I got a jury as close to that as I was going to get from this panel.
So I'd like to shift a little bit and move into your interactions with the defendant. Do you recall, and it can be approximate, how many times you met with her personally?
Gracious, no. I couldn't meet with her. Well, okay, me personally. Gosh. No, it was, I tried to go at least every other month. So if we had a year, maybe 6 times, maybe. And then during trial, gosh, and then after trial, and then are you counting the time after trial when I went to Jackson to meet with her?
Well, let's
Or just before trial?
Let's say before trial.
Okay.
Then I'll get into the Jackson.
Half dozen, somewhere between 6 and 10, something like that.
And that was while she was lodged at the Muskegon County Jail?
That is correct.
Okay. How did those meetings go? What was the general atmosphere?
The meetings went very well, notwithstanding what she was convicted of. Ms. Vander Ark was a wonderful client. She was a client from heaven. We talked. Her conversations were on point. She used time well. She didn't keep me after the point of the visit was over. She asked good questions. She responded well. We had and we have a wonderful attorney-client relationship.
And so it sounds like she was a cooperative client.
Oh, absolutely, always.
And she had, would you say, above average understanding of the proceedings and what was coming with the trial?
She's a lawyer. She went to law school. She graduated from law school. She missed one question on her bar examination. She clerked for 2 judges. She must have sat in on a dozen felony murder cases, sat in and watched them. So she had as much experience with the law as somebody who has never practiced could possibly have. She was, and our interactions were tailored towards that. It's not one cookie cutter for every client. Her situation was different. She could understand and put together the facts and circumstances in a way that a layperson couldn't do, and that was very effective for her and very, and I appreciated it.
And in those discussions with her, is it fair to say you discussed trial strategy with her?
Yes.
Okay, what was that trial strategy?
The trial strategy initially, and hopefully when we began, was to find that there was no intention, there was no premeditation, and that there is something mentally wrong with the person that committed this offense. Quite frankly, as I would tell my folks when I first met her, and in the first 6-7 months we worked on this, I would tell them there must be somebody else living in that head along with her, because the person I knew and the person who did these things, they just didn't matter. So our hope was to find somebody who could put a finger. This is what she has. This is what's wrong with her. When that proved to be didn't bear fruit, we moved to, okay, when did she perform? When did she create the intention to even injure her son? Because our argument was she never formed it.
Did you discuss manslaughter with her?
Yes, manslaughter, murder in second degree, all the homicide crimes we discussed, each and every one of them.
And you read portions of your closing argument.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you discuss with her about conceding manslaughter in your closing?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Why did you concede manslaughter?
The volume of evidence and the type of evidence was massive. And if you look at a jury and you tell them that nothing's wrong when it's clear to even somebody has been intention that something wrong has happened, you lose them. And when you lose credibility with the jury, they never listen to what you have to say after that. Quite frankly, I was hoping for murder too. I told them manslaughter because that would give them the space to move up but I was hoping that they would see me as a fair dealer, as an honest person who looked them in the eye and told them, this is what's going on, and I'm not going to try to lie to you or put a lawyer tricks and fool you. If the glove don't fit it, you must have quit that stuff. I'm an honest guy. This is what I honestly think, and this is why you should think it. So I had to concede something because, quite frankly, the evidence was overwhelming, and the prosecutor hadn't even put in his best evidence.
And at the time of closing argument, is it fair to say that Ms. Vander Ark was not assisting you in your closing argument, given her mental or her physical state in the jail?
We had before the day that morning, we had stopped talking about what we were doing in court, and it was just a conversation of, will you come to court? That's all we talked about. Will you come to court? And when she couldn't, then we went back to court and we finished up. We had talked about the things I would say, generally speaking, during the course of my representation of her. But the reality is a closing argument is as much art form as in science. I don't know exactly what I'm going to say every time. So I couldn't tell her exactly. She understood the plan. Did she know exactly what I was going to say? No, because I didn't know exactly what I was going to say.
But I want to just clarify, though, your decision to concede manslaughter wasn't an off-the-cuff decision.
Oh, no, it was not. No, it was not.
And you conducted some investigation and you put a lot of thought into doing that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to shift gears here into her competency. How many cases have you handled where someone has been referred for competency or criminal responsibility examinations?
3 or 4 a year, so 30 or 40.
Okay. And so have you had situations where you have somebody who absolutely can assist you in any aspect of the court proceeding?
Yes.
Was that the case in this case?
No.
Okay. And during trial, was Ms. Vander Ark alert to her being Ms. Vander Ark?
Yes.
Was she alert to she was in Judge Casel's courtroom?
Yes.
And that it was the date and time that it was that year?
Yes.
Okay. And she was actively assisting you, it sounds like.
She was.
Okay. And was she assisting by writing notes while you were at counsel table?
Yes, and that was what I do is I can't listen to the witness chair and my client at the same time, so I give them a pad and pen and ask them to write notes and slide them over to me.
And without getting necessarily into what she was writing, was the content of what she was writing coherent?
Yes,
It was attuned to time and place?
yes,
It was appropriate for what was going on in the courtroom?
yes.
Okay. So let's talk about Thursday after she testified. Now, you don't recall if you went into the holding cell or the jail with her after the testimony concluded?
Okay, let's make sure I understand. When trial was over, did I go into the gym? Okay.
Thank you for clarifying. That was a poorly worded question. When the proceedings on Thursday, not the last day, but the day she concluded her cross-examination,
Yes.
when that day concluded, did you go to the jail to meet with her?
I believe I saw her in the holding cell, which is back here behind the jury room. I think after each day, myself and the social worker involved, we go back and we talk to her for a few minutes, but then we break. That was the plan. Did it always happen every day? I don't remember. I think we did most days. I don't know if we did that day.
So you wouldn't be able to say how she was appearing outside of the courtroom after that?
I have no recollection of her after she walked out of the court that day. Then I don't recall.
Okay. So let's move into that Friday morning.
Yes, ma'am.
That you've already testified about. And you described that she was in a holding cell, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall who was in the holding cell with you?
My Ms. Vander Ark and my caseworker. Who's my caseworker? My social worker was there. I'm trying to remember which one it was. Give me a minute. I don't remember which one it was.
Would it be Melinda Katecki?
Yes, yes, that was Melinda.
Do you remember a couple of jail deputies also being there?
They were in the area, but they weren't in the cell with us. There's a cell area and they stand outside of that. They weren't in the cell with us.
Okay, so to your recollection, it was you, Ms. Katecki, and your client.
That's my recollection.
Okay. And you indicated that she was on the ground, curled up?
She's on the floor, curled up against the wall.
Okay. And could you tell the court what your conversation is with her, like at the start of that morning, when you first walk in? What's the conversation?
Are you okay? What's going on? Can I get you something? What are you feeling? Can you explain to me what's going on? What was the situation? Ms. Kotecki was also talking to her the same sorts of questions. What's wrong?
And what did Ms. Vander Ark reply?
Effectively, I can't quote her, is what she said. Her response was that she could no longer, she could not go up into the courtroom today. She couldn't take the trial today. She was having an episode and she just couldn't tolerate being in the courtroom today.
And at some point you come up to the trial court and you place on the record what occurred, correct?
Yes.
And in that you stated you discussed Ms. Vander Ark's options, correct?
Yes.
Did you in fact discuss her options on how to proceed that morning?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Could you explain that conversation to the court?
We explained to her that option one was to come back in the court and just sit there. We're not going to put you on the stand again today. Just sit there. Option two was for us to go back and ask the judge to adjourn. That was in fact plan A, to ask for an adjournment to give her or at least some breathing spell. When this happened a time previously, the judge gave her 5 minutes, but we already had an hour or so in on this thing. So so that was plan B. Plan C was to continue to represent her. If the judge said go, we're going to go.
Did Ms. Vander Ark want the adjournment?
Yes.
Did she want and if the adjournment wasn't available, I guess, did you discuss waiving her right to be present at court?
I don't think, I don't recall. I don't recall. I don't think I did. I don't think I told her that she had a right to refuse to come to court.
If she signed an affidavit saying that she is voluntarily choosing not to come to
Oh,
court, would that
yeah.
refresh your recollection?
It does. That, you're correct,
Okay.
Counselor, that she did sign an affidavit to that effect.
Okay. And did you know that that was happening, or were you aware that that was something that was being drafted for her to
Yes,
sign?
yes, I was.
Okay. And so does that refresh your recollection about the conversation?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now that your recollection's refreshed, do you recall explaining to her her ability to waive her presence?
Yes, I remember, in the context of the affidavit, I think we came up and came downstairs a couple times. And when we came down and said, this is what's going to happen, you have this, if you don't want to be there, you have to let us know. And she signed an affidavit to that effect.
Did you coerce her in any way not to come to court?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you want her to come to court?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that have been better for your case if she came to court?
It would have been better. Yes, ma'am.
Did you feel like she understood what was happening to sign that affidavit?
Yes, ma'am.
Or at least to make the choice to not come to court?
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize, I shuffled my notes here. Now, when you were asked about using the word competency, I believe it was on page 3 of that transcript you have there, you said, well, that's the word I used. Could you explain your response to that question?
That what I used it in the layman's vernacular as competency, not as a legal, in the legal standard as competency. I didn't mean that she, as lawyers know, that she couldn't participate or that she couldn't understand. I didn't mean it. I meant it as a layman would use the word competent. She just wasn't ready to go. She wasn't able to write me those notes or to whisper in my ear or to participate as I would want her to have. This, her life's on the line. It's a murder trial. I want her to be fully able, I was going to say competent again, to participate in the process. This is her chance. This is her chance. And I didn't want her to leave that courtroom thinking that she left cards on the table or whatever the expression might be.
So it was not your impression that she was legally incompetent the morning of that Friday morning?
That is correct.
Now, had Ms. Vander Ark, and I know the court's referenced this before, but Ms. Vander Ark had episodes before, correct?
In my presence, she'd had, if we're not talking about when she saw the photograph, in my presence, she'd had one episode, but she expressed to me during the course of our representation that she'd had others.
Okay. And one of those episodes, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you observed the episode at the preliminary examination where her co-defendant was called to the stand and she had an episode, correct?
I don't remember the timing. She had the episode of the prelim.
Okay. And the record will speak for itself about
Yes,
when?
ma'am.
Okay. Shifting gears a little bit. Now, it wasn't your strategy to discuss hydration in depth, was it?
Was it my
dehydration and?
No, ma'am.
Why didn't you focus on dehydration?
It seemed to me that dehydration, along with the corporal punishments, along with the deprivation of food, along with all the other burdens that young man had to go through, were part and parcel of the same issue. Our argument was she did not form the intent to injure this child. So whether she injured him with dehydration or she injured him by starving him or she injured him by thermal, it wasn't an issue. The issue is, did she intend? Did she know? Did she create the intention in her mind to hurt this boy? And that was the issue. So I didn't concentrate on the other issues that the coroner said went into causing his death either, because they just weren't the issue I wanted this jury to concentrate on.
So that was a conscientious choice on your part.
Sure, and we weren't arguing that the boy was dehydrated. We weren't arguing that he had passed away. He that he was underfed. We weren't arguing any of that. We were arguing intention.
Do you think if you would have argued that he didn't have his water access restricted, that would have furthered your strategy at all? Or presented the case in a better light for you?
I think I would have lost the jury on that. They had photographs of this boy, and nobody's going to take a look at those pictures and say this boy needed water.
Now, there's been a claim that you provided deficient performance for allowing commentary in lieu of a video. Are you aware of the video that I'm mentioning?
Yes. The best thing I did in that trial was the best thing that happened in that trial was the fact that that video didn't come in. That video is literally the worst thing I've ever seen. There is no commentary that can express to a jury how bad that video is. The commentary was by leaps and bounds better for our clients than showing that jury that video. I'm so pleased and grateful that the people did not push to admit it. That video is just awful. And to the day I die, that was the right strategy. It's the best thing we did during trial was keeping that video out. It's just awful. You see it, you'll never forget it.
And just to go back a little bit and expand this, were there in-chambers discussions between yourself, Mr. Roberts from the prosecution, and the court about this specific video and the presentation of it to the jurors?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, could you just sort of place on the record the summary of that in-chambers
My position was that the video was so prejudicial that nobody who saw it could unsee it and not give it and not absolutely close on. It's just it was, and given the weight of all the other information that Mr. Roberts had presented, it was duplicative, and therefore we shouldn't allow it in. That was my argument. Ultimately, as I recall, Mr. Roberts just agreed not to use it. We use this description, but we wouldn't use the actual video.
But that was due to a strategic stipulation, correct?
Yeah, that was big. That was one of the best things we did.
And it wasn't an oversight that you just let hearsay.
Oh, no, ma'am. That was a relief.
I could just have one. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ambrose. Any follow-up?
You mentioned that the morning of December 15th, 2023, Ms. Vander Ark was on the floor, curled up.
That's the day when she refused to, she declined to come to court? Is that what you're talking about, counsel?
Yes.
Yes, sir. That's how I found her.
And you did you used the word competent, but you stated that you were using it to the court as part of a, in layman's terms rather than a legal definition.
That's correct.
After the trial in this case, do you recall providing any interviews with the media?
I believe they were standing in the corridor.
Okay.
And I believe they did speak to me.
Do you recall telling, when asked a question about your your conversations with, or your interactions with Ms. Vander Ark, that she was in a catatonic state?
I may have used that term, yes.
And so that's kind of a serious situation, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that's more or less what you reported to the court, is that correct?
Catatonic state is a more egregious, is a higher level of incapacity than what I report to the court. And it's what I report to the media.
You know, there was some testimony regarding dehydration, and it was your decision. Was it trial strategy that you did not use dehydration as a way to explain the death of Timothy?
Was it? Yes, sir. The trial, would you like me to elaborate? The answer to your question, yes. Okay. The trial strategy was not to try to explain that there was food in the house. There was water made available. The other children had corporal punishments as well. The decision was not to try to explain that these were causes of death. The decision was to explain that my client never intended this outcome. Does that?
Was there, to your understanding, was there any restriction on water
For
Timothy?
No, not that.
And when's the last time you saw the death certificate?
I would have seen it before trial.
Okay.
That would have been the last time anyway.
May I approach the witness? All right. This was, it looks like it was People's Exhibit number 45 introduced at trial. Is that what you recall as being the death certificate?
I don't have any personal recollection, but this is the death certificate of the victim in this matter.
Okay, and what's the first thing that's listed
Okay.
as being the cause of death?
Okay. Cremation. What box is that in? Do you know, Ralph?
36.
Okay, I was looking to
Near the bottom.
Okay, 36. Dehydration and extreme emaciation.
Okay, and dehydration would be lack of fluids, right?
Yes, as far as I know.
And like you said, there was no restriction on water in the household.
That's what my understanding was. I wasn't in the household, so I don't know if it was or not, but that was my understanding.
All right, I have nothing for you.
Just a brief follow-up. So, Mr. Johnson, if you had focused on dehydration, would that open avenues to the prosecution to enhance some of their arguments?
I would assume.
Such as the fact that he didn't have access to water when he was locked in a closet, correct?
I didn't want to get into that.
That he did have access to water in the ice baths, arguably.
That's what I was afraid he'd say.
And ultimately, and unfortunately, but by the defendant's actions, Timothy was so malnourished and unable to move that he could not get himself water. Would that be accurate?
I would assume that's the case. At the end, I'm sure that's what the case was.
So there's multiple arguments and pitfalls if you were to take that strategy, correct?
If I would have attempted to argue that whatever in here did not cause a death, I opened the door for Mr. Roberts to show that, okay, it did, and that this wasn't an issue. And I didn't want the jury to hear more of that. I want them to hear that my client just didn't get it. That was the message.
Thank you.
Any thought to that, Mr. Ambrose?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Johnson?
Sir.
I have some, well, it's a noon hour. Are you available this afternoon, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's break. We're gonna, since we lost some time this morning, I'm gonna have us return at 1 o'clock after lunch. And then we'll resume. Mr. Johnson, you can stand down for now. I would like you back at 1 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Anything before we break, Mr. Ambrose?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Bloomquist. All right, we are in recess for lunch. Thank you.
No, ma'am.
Do you remember what it was?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay. No questions.
None? All right, you can step down, sir. You can remain in the courtroom where you're free to be excused. We're going to recess at 12 o'clock straight up and down. How about that? Let's allow 1 hour for lunch. You're going to bring it in so that we have some time. Have the next witness ready to go. Big notebooks in the chair, please. Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated. State your name first and last, and spell them for the courtroom. Order.
James Barnes, JamesBarnes.
All right, thank you.
Can I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Barnes, you actually go by Ed, is that right? That you have to answer out loud.
I would say not really. I mean, not since I was a
I've heard some
kid.
people call you Ed. You prefer
My mother.
His mother, okay.
Gotcha. Well, that's probably where I heard it. I'm not asking for your address, your current address, but what city do you live in?
Darden, Tennessee.
And how long have you lived in Darden?
About 14 years now.
Do you know a family by the name of the Bobo family that lived on Swan Johnson Road?
Yes, I live next door.
And when you lived next door, did that encompass a period of time in 2011?
Yeah.
And I asked you about the Bobo family in general. Do you know that the husband and father in the house was Dana Bobo?
Yes, ma'am.
And the mother was who?
Karen.
And you know their children by any chance?
Clint, Holly.
Okay. You didn't go to school with them, did you?
No, ma'am.
Was your relationship basically just knew them because they were your neighbors?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't socialize with them? You weren't going back and forth grilling out or anything like that? I want to draw your attention to probably about 7:45 in the morning, approximately, on April the 13th of 2011, and ask whether you were home that morning.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you lived next door to the Bobos. Is that next door, like you can reach out and touch your neighbor, or is there some distance between the houses?
It's about 750 feet.
Okay. And who all lived at your house or on your property?
At the time, just me and my ex-wife, Cassie Bates.
Was there a child there as well?
Yes, ever. I'm sorry.
And was it a young child?
Yes.
A baby?
He was 4, I think, 4 or 5.
And did your mother stay around there as well?
Yeah, I don't think she had moved off at the time yet.
So what does that mean? You don't think she had moved off?
Yes, she moved up here to Lawrence County.
Okay, so at that time though, she
Yeah, I
was
think she was still there.
on the property.
Yeah.
All right.
But she wasn't currently there that morning though.
She was not?
No.
Okay. But was there 2 places that you could live there, like a trailer
Yes, ma'am.
and a house? Which one did you stay in with your ex-wife?
The trailer.
Couldn't hear you.
The trailer.
Okay, and when your mom, when she was there, did she stay in the house?
Yes.
And were they close to one another?
Yeah.
In addition to the trailer and the house, were there any other, I guess, buildings or there on your property, like a barn or a shed or anything?
Not at the time, I don't think.
I'm sorry?
Not at the time.
Okay. And you're gonna have to speak up because I'm having trouble hearing.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. Getting this big ring when your voice kind of goes away. Were you working at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you work?
For myself.
Doing what kind of work?
Construction contracting.
And were you in the middle of a project that April?
Yes.
And did that cause you to get up and leave normal time, 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you and your ex-wife have one or more cars?
Just one.
Right, and because you had one car, does that mean y'all shared one? In other words, you would take her places and
Yes, ma'am.
the child places? And what was your habit in terms of getting her child to daycare?
We took him to different places, his grandmother's, to the daycare center in Parsons, a couple different places.
Well, on April the 13th, do you remember where he was going at that time?
Yeah, we were taking him to his grandmother's in Perry County.
His grandmother's in what county?
Perry County.
Perry County. Now, do you remember something that sort of interrupted the morning routine with getting you and your ex-wife and the child to the right places? Did something happen?
Yeah.
Would you tell the jury, because they want to hear it?
Okay. About 7:50, sometime like that, I heard some arguing going on next door. So I kind of looked through the trees to see what was going on and couldn't see anything at all. And she started screaming a little, and then she quit. And my girlfriend came outside, so I told her to get in the truck, and we went down and we sat at the end of the driveway for a few minutes and didn't see or hear anything, so we went ahead and went on to work.
All right, before we go any further, were you were outside when you first heard the screaming?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what you heard or what words you heard?
It sounded like she was arguing with somebody, and she said, "Stop." I said, "Stop." Okay.
Stop, I said stop.
Yeah.
Okay. And at that, when you heard that, did it sound frantic to you, or did you just think someone was messing around?
It sounded like she was arguing with somebody she knew. I mean, it didn't sound nothing serious, really. I mean.
At that point?
Yeah.
Okay, did something happen, or did you hear additional screams later that made you actually walk to the tree line?
Yeah, she kind of cut out mid-scream, and it just didn't sound right. And so, and my dogs were raising Cain, so I kind of went over there to see what was going on. And like I said, I couldn't see anything from where I was at.
How long did the screaming last?
Maybe a minute and a half. I mean,
And other than no and stop, did you hear? And you said her. Did it sound like it was a female's voice?
Yeah.
Other than the no and the stop, did you hear any other words?
No.
Got an answer?
No.
Thank you. All right, now you said that you finished loading up your car with your ex-wife and the child, and that you went down your driveway, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And went to the base of the Bobo's driveway?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually turn up in the driveway?
Just barely. I just kind of pulled my truck up in there and stopped.
Okay, did you pull your truck up in it, but still aiming like you were gonna be driving down the road, or did you pull it up facing the house?
Yeah, I actually pulled up facing the house.
Okay, and how long did you sit there?
About 2 or 3 minutes.
Did you hear anything else?
Nothing. We turned the engine off. There were no vehicles, no nothing.
So at that point, you didn't have anything to worry about, I guess.
I thought so.
I'm sorry?
I thought so.
Okay, and so then you continue on your way?
Well, we left and we made it to Parsons, and which is about 4 or 5 minutes away. And me and my girlfriend just wouldn't drop it, so we called my mom and had her call Miss Karen.
You said you called your mom. Did you ask your mom whether or not she had heard anything?
Yeah, I asked her if she had heard them arguing earlier that morning.
And had she?
No.
And you said you had your mom ask your mom to call Miss Karen. Did you know where Miss Karen worked?
Yes.
Okay, and your mom used to work there as well?
Yes. And my previous ex-wife.
Okay. Your previous ex-wife?
Yeah.
So everybody comes to all right.
Number 2.
And after giving your mother or telling your mother that information, did you go into work?
Yes.
And later on in the day, did you, I guess, receive some information that you thought was probably related to what you heard?
Yeah, the TBI said that they needed me to come home because they had to question me immediately.
You got to speak up.
The TBI told me that I had to come home because they had to question me immediately.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
All right.
I got there at 11:50.
And I think it's pretty obvious from the fact that who you're with and the baby, and you dropped the baby off to your ex-wife to work and were on the job, but you didn't have anything to do with what happened to Holly Bobo.
No, ma'am.
Right. Just you happened to have heard something, told your mom, and your mom called care of Bobo.
Yes.
Let me pass forward two quick, may I approach your honor? 2 photographs. Let's take a look at the first one. Do you recognize what that is?
Sort of.
What does it look like?
It's the side of their garage or their house. The side of their garage or their house.
All right. And does it show the edge of where your property might start, or the direction that your property would be in?
I think I'd be more over here.
Okay. Let me show you the second picture. Do you recognize this?
Yeah. I would be right here, right below those 2 pine trees.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that these 2 photographs be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
All right, the exhibit 15 and 16.
I'm going to ask Mr. Ragland to put the first picture up on the screen, and if you'll still speak up, but I want you to tell the jury what you were telling me. What do you recognize the side of this building to be?
I think that's their garage.
Okay. And would your house be to the left or to the right?
Over there.
This way?
Yes,
My
ma'am.
pointer is?
Yes, to the right.
And what is between the 2 houses?
A pond.
A pond? And now I'm going to ask the next exhibit be placed. And what do you recognize this to be?
A picture facing over towards my house.
All right, I'm going to pass you the pointer and ask if you can show the jury. It's that button. Look, right there. If you can show the jury where your house is.
Well, my house is about right there, but when the event happened, I was standing in the tree line about right there, right below those 2 pine trees.
And so from that distance, you said it's about 750 feet?
Somewhere in there.
It's quiet there.
Yeah,
And you were able,
especially in the morning.
right, and you were able to hear the screams from the area of the Bobo house?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said your dogs heard them too?
Yes. Oh, you ain't getting it bad.
One moment. Mr. Barnes, I don't have any more questions. The defense probably does.
All right, cross-examination, please.
Yes.
Can we turn this off so that it shines the brightness on high? Mr. Barnes, my name is Jennifer Thompson, and I am representing Zach Adams in this case. He's the defendant. Now, I wanted to clarify a few things from your testimony. Maybe I couldn't hear you. You're somewhat soft-spoken.
I'm sorry.
Or maybe I misunderstood, but in fact, your mother was she was at your house that morning or on the property that morning, wasn't she?
Yeah, she had left pretty early that morning.
But she was, well, first let me just go through. You gave multiple statements to the police and different law enforcement agency over time, didn't you?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you were interviewed that very same day that Holly disappeared, April the 13th, weren't
Yes,
you?
ma'am.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that your memory and your statement that you gave that morning is probably the most accurate of all the statements, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Because it was so fresh in time to the incident. Okay. And in that statement, you agreed that it was around 7:45 that you were loading tools into your pickup truck.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what kind of truck did you have on that day?
A really old 87 F-150,
Okay, and what color was it?
black.
Okay. And it had space in the truck for the car seat, you and your wife.
Yes.
Okay. And it was when you were outside when you're loading these tools in the truck, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's while you were loading the tools in the truck that you began to hear a girl screaming.
Yes.
Okay. And it sounded like it was coming from the direction of the neighbor's house.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your first thought was it was someone was playing or chasing a girl around.
Yes, ma'am.
And maybe even that they had a snake because of the way that the girl was screaming.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the girl was screaming, "Stop, stop, don't." Is that correct? Okay. And when you heard this, you walked a little closer to the property and the tree line, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You looked through the trees, but you did not see anything at the time.
Nothing.
And the screaming seemed to last for just 1 or 2 minutes. Sometime after the screaming stopped, your ex-wife, Cassie Bates, came outside. Isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
She got in your truck, and you asked her if she had heard screams.
Yes.
And she said no. And you started to leave. That's when you left.
The witness didn't answer that question.
I'm sorry. I think you nodded your
I
head.
said yes.
Okay. She said no, and you answered.
What did I say to Cassie?
Oh, okay,
Is
strike
that what you're asking me?
It's. I just wanted you to repeat your last answer. I think your last answer was no.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Could you please repeat it?
That's where it gets confusing. She entered the truck. You asked her if she had heard anything, and she answered
No, she didn't hear anything.
correct. And there were 2 different ways that you could have taken off that morning to go to drop your stepson off at daycare, weren't
Yes,
there?
ma'am.
One way was a direction away from the Bobo home, and one way was where you would pass the Bobo home. Is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And usually you took the other direction away from the Bobo home, didn't you?
Yeah, because it's a gravel road and
Right.
junky.
But because of what you had heard that morning, and it was so unusual, you decided to change your normal course of behavior, didn't you?
Immediately.
Because after the way that your dogs, I mean, your animals there around you even reacted to the screams they were hearing, didn't they?
Yes, ma'am.
Matter of fact, they put their ears back and they kind of cowered down. Didn't they?
Yes.
And that meant something to you too also, didn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So you decided you would drive past the Bobo house.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you drove past the Bobo house, you slowed down to look, didn't you?
And I pulled in their driveway.
Pulled in their driveway and paused for a few minutes.
Turned the engine off.
What?
I turned the engine off.
Okay. Turn
So
the
that way I
engine
could
off.
hear anybody. There was nothing.
Because had you heard anybody at that moment, you would have gone and further investigated, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah.
And even when you heard someone screaming, you did not ever hear this woman that was screaming yell help, did you?
No, ma'am.
If you'd have heard somebody yell help, you would have gone to help, wouldn't you have?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you heard nothing when you paused in the driveway and turned off the engine, did you?
Nothing.
And there were no cars in the driveway.
Nothing.
Okay. And from the time that you were in your driveway, you didn't see any cars pass your house, did you?
No, absolutely nobody came out, even going the opposite direction from their house, because I kept an eye on the place from the time that I went from the place where I was getting the tools till I got in the vehicle to go down there.
Okay. And so after you pass the Bobo's house, there's not another street between your house and the Bobo house, is there?
No, ma'am.
I mean, there's no T-bone or cross street or anything.
No.
And after you pass the Bobo's house, there's a small logging road on the left-hand side as you're driving north.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you look down that logging road?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see anything?
Nothing.
And did you see any cars on the right-hand side of the road?
No.
Okay. And then just a little further down, you get to a stop sign, don't you? Does that area there, that road down there have a name?
Five Forks.
Five
is what
Forks
they call
Road.
it.
Okay. And did you see any cars there?
No, ma'am.
And that's where you turned and you went on your way towards Perry County, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. Through Parsons.
Through Parsons, yes. And then, but it's when you got to the Five Forks corner that you stopped and made a telephone call, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because even though you had seen nothing and you had heard nothing, you were still so disturbed by the screaming that you wanted to let your mother know about it.
Yeah, it didn't seem right.
And so you called your mother and asked her to call Karen Bobo.
Yes, ma'am.
And you used a cell phone that morning to make that call.
Yeah.
And are you aware that that call was made at 7:47?
I didn't know what time it was.
If your cell phone records show that it was made at 7:47, would that be accurate?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say so.
Because I think initially, at some point, you said that you had heard that screaming sometime between 7:40 and 7:45 was when you heard the initial screams.
I was outside at the time. I don't know exactly what time it was. I went outside about 7:15 to start loading up. I mean,
Okay.
the best I can do is give you a guess of what time it was.
Sure.
I mean,
Because you weren't wearing a watch, you weren't keeping track of time. Okay. And at some point later that morning, your mother called you and told you to return home.
well, actually, I had numerous messages from her and the TBI and several
Okay.
others indicating that I had to come home for questioning.
Okay. And so you left and you came back to your house.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I know you said you heard somebody yelling, stop, stop, don't, but at some point you even acknowledged that you had heard the person yelling, stop, God damn it, stop it. Do you remember that?
When it started escalating towards the end, yes.
So there were actually some curse words that were coming out.
One.
Okay. And so eventually you were questioned multiple times by the TBI and the FBI over this incident.
Yes, ma'am.
At some point you became a prime suspect in this matter, didn't
Yes,
you?
ma'am.
And one of the reasons that they didn't believe you is because they thought that you...
I'm going to object about how can he possibly know why
Why
they?
they didn't believe you. Improper question,
Well-
objection sustained.
Okay, was there an issue that they questioned about your testimony or your version of the story?
And I'm gonna object to hearsay if she's asking if what a TBI agent questioned him about.
The questions, I think, are
Objection
specifically,
sustained.
they're excluded by the hearsay rule.
Objection sustained. Sustained.
So,
If it helps you any, I don't know why.
what?
I said if it helps you any, I don't know why anyway.
Okay, okay.
You can ask for different ways.
But you were brought in and actually at some point you were questioned for hours.
Several times.
Several times in a small room.
Yes, ma'am.
And the TBI and the FBI continually came to your house and to your mother's house.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember that dogs that day, you were tracking Holly's scent over to your house?
With my dogs?
No, other tracking dogs.
Oh, yes,
followed
ma'am.
a scent to your house that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When the whole time, you were not involved in the disappearance of Holly Bobo, were you?
No, ma'am.
And you were simply trying to be a good Samaritan by calling the neighbor, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you heard someone that you thought sounded like they were in trouble and you were trying to help them, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. The TBI would eventually had you write out a statement, didn't they?
Yes, ma'am.
In this statement, you wrote, "My name is James Barnes. I provided a
I'm
written."
gonna object. That's not an improper way to ask a question. We don't read statements.
Unless it's prior inconsistent or something like that, it's not used.
Well, I can ask him if these statements are true. I'd like to ask you if these things are true.
All right, and don't go with the statement. Just ask if it's true.
I
Yes.
thought I already had to sign something to that effect,
Okay.
saying that my statement was true under penalty of law.
Wait. If there's an objection, you need to just hold on for a minute, okay? Because I might
I'm
not
sorry.
allow the question, I might, okay?
sorry.
Thank you.
What I was gonna say is she said she wanted to know if these things are true. She can ask him any question. If he answers inconsistently,
That's what I just said, okay? Let's move on.
You recognize the scream that morning as being that of a young girl.
Yes, ma'am.
You had met Holly before.
Yes, ma'am.
You recognized it as what you thought was Holly's voice.
Yes, ma'am.
You were outside by yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Cassie Bates was still inside.
Yes, ma'am.
Your mother, Kathy Wise, was at home also.
No, she wasn't home at the time.
She was in her home.
No.
So your mother, Cassie Bates, your mother, Kathy Wise, you're now saying she was not at home?
I don't think she was at home.
Where do you think now she was?
I think she had went to town for something.
Okay.
If she had been home, she'd have been out there helping me load up tools. I know her.
Now, she didn't live in town, did she?
No.
Okay. She lived on the property?
Between there and her new place in Lawrenceburg.
Okay. Okay. When she lived on the property, did she live in the barn behind your house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now I'd like to ask about a prior inconsistent statement, Your Honor.
Hey, all right. Does it follow what you just asked him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may.
So, when you made your written statement, didn't you in fact say that my mother, Kathy Wise, was in her home, the barn behind my house?
I don't know what I put in the written statement. That was 6 years ago, but if she was home and I said she was in there, then she may have been, but I don't recall her being home.
Okay, so now it's just a fuzzy memory for you.
That's what 7 years does.
Yes. And just in case not everybody knows, Perry County is east of Parsons, Tennessee, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am, the next county over.
Towards the Tennessee River.
Yes.
Do you remember what your telephone number was at the time?
No.
Okay. At some point, things grew very uncomfortable between your family and the Bobo family, didn't they?
Yes.
And it grew uncomfortable between your mother and the Bobo family, didn't it?
Yes.
Do you still live on that property?
Yes.
Did your mother live there anymore?
No.
And you said earlier she'd moved to Lawrence County.
She was in the process of it.
Okay.
I'm not sure what part of the process she was at that time. I don't remember. Like I said, it's been a long time ago.
Okay. If I could have one. Would it be accurate to say that for over a year, the TBI continually came around your house to attempt to get you to confess?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Anything else for the direct? Okay.
Would it also be accurate to say that you didn't have anything to do with it?
Yes, ma'am.
One last question about the series of questions about how you perceived the screams. They were frightening enough to you that when you heard them or when it stopped, you actually got a cold chill.
Oh, yeah. My hair stood up everywhere, and I looked around, and every one of my dogs, they were on the ground. Their ears were up. And Cassie walked outside right then, and I just told her, I screamed at her, I said, get in the truck now. And she thought she'd done something wrong or something.
It was that,
But we got down there within about 45 seconds.
it was that impactful to you though.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Nothing further.
All right. You can step down, Mr. Barnes. You're free to excuse or you remain in the courtroom. Call your name.
Karen Bobo.
Karen Bobo. Oh, she's here. I forgot she's your representative. Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated and state your name for the record and spell first and last.
Karen Bobo, Karen-Bobo.
Let me see counsel up here just a minute. We'll close our door first, please. I think everybody already knew what I mentioned, but did you spell your name?
I did, sir.
Was it just okay?
It is okay.
Thank you.
Just free. Earlier, you were in the court, present in court earlier when Dana Bobo testified,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's your husband.
It is.
How long have y'all been married?
35 years.
You have 2 children together,
2 children, Clint and Holly.
and Holly's date of birth.
10/12/90.
And the whole time that she was alive, where did you live? And you also, I'm gonna ask you to speak up. I know it's hard, but I want everybody to know where you're with here, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Had Holly ever moved out of the house, or did she, once she graduated from high school and started college, did she stay in your house?
Yes, she'd always stayed in our house. She never moved out.
There's been some mention today about her being in a nursing program. So let me ask you, when did she graduate from high school?
She graduated in '09.
Did she go to college first?
She did. She actually took a couple classes in high school, college classes, and then after graduating high school, she went to college for a year.
Where did she go?
Jackson State, Lexington campus.
And after that year, did she transfer to a different program?
She did. It was a bridging program,
Closing argument, given her mental,
a 12-month program that bridged into the RN program. And they were a handpicked, I believe, 25. And they called and asked her if she would be in that program.
And where did she take classes after her first year at Jackson?
The nursing class was at UT Martin Parsons campus,
And how far away from your home was this UT Martin Parsons?
about 6 miles.
Was it a rigorous program?
Very rigorous.
How many days a week did Holly go to school?
Holly went to school 4 days a week. She was off on Friday.
How did she spend her Fridays?
She spent her Fridays house cleaning. She would usually get up pretty early, clean the house so she could have the afternoon to do something else.
What were Dana's hours back in that time?
To the best of my memory, he probably left home around 5:30 and got home around 5:30 or 6 in the afternoon.
And he was working for McKinsey Tree Service?
Yes, ma'am.
And what about you? How did you spend your days?
I spent my day teaching second grade at Scottsdale Elementary School. I usually tried, my goal was always to leave at by 7 o'clock, and I got home around 3:30 every day.
And what about Clint?
Clint was working part-time and going to school at UT Martin in Martin 2 days a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Your husband said that he was a social worker. Was he already a social worker at that time?
No, ma'am, he was working at the nursing home.
Studying to be what?
Studying to be a social worker.
So is it fair to say that during the day, Monday through Friday, except when Holly was off on Fridays, generally, was everybody gone?
Yes, ma'am.
Who left first most days, Holly or Clint?
Most days, Tuesdays and Thursdays, Clint left early, like at 6 o'clock. I think his first class was at 8 at Martin. And then on Monday and Wednesday, I believe Holly left first.
And this routine, this family life, was that pretty, did it just repeat itself week after week? You guys
Yes,
going to
ma'am.
work, Holly going to school, Clint doing both?
Yes, ma'am. Very routine.
You saw me put a picture of a young lady up on the overhead earlier. Who is that?
That's my daughter, Holly.
Now, I want to draw your attention April 13th, 2011, okay? And ask, do you remember what day of the week that was?
Wednesday.
And was that Wednesday very much like every other Wednesday in your household?
It was.
Do you remember if Holly had anything special going on in school?
When I got up that morning, Holly's door was closed, Clint's door was open. So I closed his door. He snores, plus he had a surround sound. I think the television was on in the surround sound, so I closed his door and opened hers. And she was sitting on the bed studying. I think she told me she'd been up since 4:30 that morning studying. So I went on about my business, getting ready. And then later, I packed her lunch, and then she asked me to get her some muffins.
Let me stop you here.
Yes, ma'am.
So, this conversation that you had with her when she was sitting on her bed, did she see herself?
Yes, ma'am.
Everything was normal.
Everything was very normal.
And you said she was studying for a test?
She was. They had a test just about every day, but depending on what they were studying as to how much she had to study extra. So it must have been something pretty hard.
Because she was already up.
Because she was already up.
Now, you said you went on about your business. At some point, did Holly leave her bedroom and go somewhere else in the house?
She did. She left her bedroom and evidently had taken a shower and put her clothes on.
Why do you say that?
Because when I left, she was sitting at the dining room table studying. And she asked me, could I grab her some muffins, because I usually fixed muffins every other morning. And I remember telling her yes, and I got them out of the refrigerator and put them in the microwave. And I said, just heat them up. I'm in a hurry, gotta go.
You said you made her lunch. What you did with that?
I think I stuck it back in the refrigerator. So that's what I did every morning. Made her lunch and then stuck it back in the fridge.
And did you notice or see lunch/gas money that had been left somewhere in the kitchen by your husband?
Yes, at some point in time, I picked up the $20 bill, and I guess Holly must have been in the shower, because I went into her bedroom and I was afraid she would forget it, because that's just how I was, always doing everything, making sure nobody forgot anything. So I took the money and I actually put it in her wallet, in her purse.
And did you tell her goodbye?
I did. Told her goodbye and I loved her.
Where was she when you told her that?
She was sitting at the dining room table studying.
Do you remember what time you left for work?
Around 7.
And when you left, what door did you go out of?
I went out the back door, the door I always used.
Now, there have been some pictures of the attached carport. Did you see those pictures today?
I did.
Is that the area that you parked your car in?
Yes, ma'am.
If we are standing outside of the carport looking at the cars, who parked where?
Holly parked on this side.
Left or right? If we're looking at the rear of the cars.
If you're looking at the rear of the cars, hers will be on the left, and mine would be on the right. So I had to walk past her car to get to my car.
Is your car there?
Her car was there.
Everything seemed normal in your garage or in your carport?
Yes.
Did you see or hear anything that concerns you?
No.
You said you left approximately 7. When you got there, how long did it take you to get to school?
It takes me about 25 minutes.
Did you do anything special while you were in the car driving?
I talked to a friend of mine, Tina Cruz, on the phone.
And frankly, was that something you did nearly every day?
Yes. She had a long drive, I had a long drive, so we usually talked every morning on the way to school.
And did any texts or any calls come in while you were talking to Tina that interrupted that conversation?
Yes, Holly tried to call me.
Did you hang up with Tina or did you not pick up on with Holly?
I can't remember if I waited till I got to school to call Holly and pulled in the parking lot, or if I let Tina go and talk to Holly then.
But you talked to Holly on the phone after you left your house about the time you were getting to school?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to Holly once or more than once?
More than once.
And what in the world were you talking about since she had a test and it's time for you to go to work?
Well, she told me that she had spoken with Drew. She had talked to Drew on the phone, and that he was on my mom's property turkey hunting, and he had run into my cousin's son, and that they had questioned him and wanted to know who gave him permission to hunt.
So he had permission to hunt, right?
He did. It was just kind of a blanket permission.
So based on that conversation, did you make some other calls, reach out, call your mother, do that kind of thing?
Yes, I don't remember in which order, but I called Drew and asked him, was everything okay? And he told me that Bo had asked him about who gave him permission. He told him that Holly's grandmother, and told him that he was Holly's boyfriend. And then I called my mom and told her that Drew was over there hunting. And then I called Holly back and told her everything was okay.
And when you called her back to say everything was okay, did you know at that time whether she was still at home, or did you think she had left school?
No, I think she was still at home.
I mean, that's not, you didn't ask her.
I didn't ask her, no. But by the timing, I thought she was still at home.
So did all of these sort of back and forth calls with your mom and Holly and Drew, did that cause you to be a minute late to get into your classroom or to get into school?
Yes, it did. And we're not supposed to have our cell phones with us. So I left my phone in my room and I walked to the cafeteria where my students already were, and the other second grade teacher was watching both classes.
And so the other teacher had actually had to carry your kids to the cafeteria.
Yes.
Right. And you said you left your phone in your room.
Yes.
Your classroom.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember about what time breakfast at Scotts Hill, is it elementary?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Happened, like what time was that when you were in the cafeteria with the kids?
We usually went to breakfast, I think about 7:35 or 7:40, somewhere around there.
So they were already there and you walked in?
Yes.
Nevertheless, was it before 8?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your plan that you would be the one to take the kids back to the classroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do that?
No.
Tell the jury what happened.
I hadn't been in the cafeteria very long, and the secretary of the school came to the cafeteria and she said that the neighbor had called and said she didn't want to alarm me, but she thought she heard screams coming from the house. So that's not a phone call that I got every day. I'd never gotten a phone call like that. So I almost instantly got into a panic at that point, walking pretty fast back to in the school, because our cafeteria is outside the school. So I go back inside the building and I went and used the phone and I called.
Where did you go? Did you go back in the building? Where?
To the library, to the closest phone I could get to, which was normally would have been the office phone, but I must have looked over there and there were parents bringing their kids in, so that's why I used the library phone. But I called Clint and I asked my son Clint what's going on, and he said, did Holly not have school today? And I said, yes, why? And he said, well, I think she's out here with Drew. And I don't know what made me say it. This instant panic came over me and I said, that's not Drew. Call all the neighbors, I think is what I said. And then I ran over to the office and I called 911. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I remember they said it was Henderson County. We live in Decatur County, so I hung up. I think I fell on the floor at that point. And I guess I called Clint back, but I don't really remember now if it was from the library phone or the office phone, and he was still talking about, was Holly not going to school today when she turkey hunting with Drew? And I said, that's not Drew. And at some point I said, get a gun and shoot him. And I remember Clint saying, you want me to shoot Drew? And then a friend of mine and co-worker, Terry Bromley, I think she pulled me up out of the floor and she was pulling me to her. We were trying to get to her vehicle, and as soon as we got to her vehicle, I called 911 again, and I got Decatur County that time.
So Terry Bromley is a friend and a co-worker?
Friend, co-worker, used to be Holly's basketball coach.
So somebody that had known Holly for,
Since she was in 6th grade, maybe.
you said she, being Miss Bromley, was pulling you towards where?
Toward the gym. She parked in front of the gym.
So she was gonna take you.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you in any shape to drive at that?
No,
Did you have your cell phone?
I didn't,
Because
because it was down in my room.
did Terry start heading back towards your house?
Yes,
And it's you said 25 minutes if you're not speaking.
yes, ma'am.
And you made another phone call. Whose phone did you use?
Terry's.
And who did you call?
I called 911 with her phone.
And you got somebody that time on the phone?
I did.
Ask, look at a disc and see if you can tell us if you recognize it or not.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize this disc as opposed to every other disc?
Because I initialed it.
What is it?
It's my 911 call.
Your Honor, ask that we mark this as the next number of exhibit.
We are 17. Within evidence, exhibit 17.
I think you initialed it. Did you initial it after listening?
Yes, ma'am.
And does this truly reflect what you told the 911 operator on your way back home?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is it. What's wrong, man?
Somebody has my daughter.
Okay.
I have kidnapped her. They said he wants one down the road. Please get there now.
They're on their way. Is that where you live?
Yes, I'm at school. I'm trying to get there.
Okay, you with Karen?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Somebody's screaming. Look out, somebody broke out of my God, Holly.
Okay. I got officers on the way right now. Okay, Karen? They're on their way, sweetie, right now. This is Robert. They're on their way, sweetie. I got everybody on their way right now already. Do we know? Say, can't see them? Are they in a vehicle? Okay. Okay. All right. I've got officers in there. I'm gonna let them know. Okay. Okay. They're on their way, sweetie. They're on the way right now. Okay, and this is going, hey, what's your daughter's name, Karen? Okay, Miss Holly. Okay, and she's what, 16, 17?
She's 20.
Okay, she's 20. All right. 20-year-old female, long hair. Yeah, male furry, camouflage. Drug her off through the woods. That's the way behind your house here? Okay, it's gonna be right there, that's their house. Yeah. Okay, I got them on the way, honey. Everybody is on the way.
Did Terry drive you home?
Yes, she did.
When you got there, what was going on at the house?
I think I remember seeing two. I remember seeing Jeremy Pratt because I knew him. He went to church with us.
Who was that?
He was a police officer for Decatur County. And he told me I couldn't go around to the back of the house. I couldn't go in the woods. I remember just slinging him off on me, and I took off running. Terry and I both took off running. I do remember seeing Clint when I got there. I think he was standing out beside the cop car. I remember seeing Kathy Wise, my neighbor. I remember her saying, "You can't go around to the back of the house." And I think I fell down then too.
As the morning wore on, did more people come?
More people came.
Did more law enforcement come?
They did.
Do you have any idea how many people were out there at your house, yard, roads, woods?
I don't know.
At some point that day, were you asked to leave your house so that law enforcement could do some work there?
Sometime, I think it was around lunch, maybe.
Did y'all do that?
We did.
How long was it before you went back to the house?
Friday night. That was on Wednesday. And we went back and got some clothes. Maybe the next day. But we didn't stay at our house again until late that Friday night.
You said you took off running through the woods with Terry. What were you doing? What were you trying to do?
I was just trying to find Holly.
And is that what you devoted yourself to from that moment forward?
Yes, ma'am.
Over the next days and weeks, did your life change dramatically from what it was when you got up that Wednesday morning?
It did. It went from just a average family, very routine, to it was day and night, and that's about it. We didn't keep up with the time. We were just looking for Holly, and our house was full of people once we got back home, and then I started keeping notebooks and keeping notes, and we'd turn all the tips and leads in, but then we'd also follow up on them too. And we went to people's homes, questioned them, and then the people weren't home, and we thought a building looked abandoned or something. We would just go in it. We were just constantly searching day and night.
Not just you though, right?
No, it was
A lot of people.
a lot of people. I don't think my sister or some of my teacher friends went back to school the rest of that year. And then we searched all summer, and then I didn't go to work. I didn't go back that whole next year.
You said you didn't go back to work?
No, I didn't. My mom moved in with us and lived with us because I was
Please be seated. Mr. Johnson, if you want to come on up. All right, we're back in the record in 23-110 FC People versus Shanda Vander Ark. Where we left off, Mr. Johnson was on the stand. I think the parties had concluded their questions. The court did have some questions for Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you obviously know you're still on your oath.
I do.
All right.
Now that you mention it, I don't remember who asked for it. Now that you mention it, I don't know, because we, obviously, for the record, we discuss these instructions in chambers, and the instruction, it would have come up, I don't know who asked for it. It might have been me, I don't remember.
Okay. So my question is this, you had testified at the beginning of Mr. Ambrose's questioning that Ms. Vander Ark had not given you consent to ask the jury for a manslaughter verdict.
That's correct.
Was that your testimony? Yes, sir. But then later on, you said the focus was going to be, this is not an intentional crime, that there's just something wrong with it, correct?
Yes, sir.
My question to you is, when these discussions you and Ms. Vander Ark, did she unequivocally say, I am not guilty of any crime? Or was the discussions, look, I didn't do this intentionally, I didn't mean to do this, I'm not going to plead to something that I didn't intentionally do? Was there a dichotomy in that discussion?
The discussions about her responsibility came in two phases. The first phase, when we first met, she told me the same thing she told the police at the time that the boy was discovered, that she found him in the bunk bed, she poured him down, and she's trying to administer CPR, and et cetera, et cetera. That's the first thing she told me. Then after that, once we got past that and the police reports came in, it was clear that was the situation. We talked about individual defenses to individual crimes. And we covered everything. We covered all the things that she might be, that her conduct might find, the jury might find her guilty of. I never directly challenged her, did you do something here? And that's not my way. If a client either wants to talk to you about that way or they don't want to. But based on the conduct of our conversations, it was clear that she was aware that there's something that's wrong here. There's something that I may be found guilty of. And that's kind of how we kind of, in order to bridge the gap from her having to confess to me, we kind of discussed it as there's something you might be found guilty of. And this is the things you might be found guilty of. And this is the things that we might be able to achieve if we do these sorts of things. And avoiding, and the bottom line is avoid first degree murder. Responsibility.
So it was never, she never said, well, I'm guilty of something. It was more of discussion about, okay, throw it all out the window. What could the jury potentially find? What's a mitigating thing we can do? Is that right? That
was the strategy, Judge. It was never, I never confronted her to ask her if she did something wrong or not. I gave her the way out. The jury might find you guilty of these things. What are we talking about? And that's how we bridge that gap.
So there was never an affirmation on her part that I recognize that I am guilty of a not unintentional type of charge.
Never before or since.
Okay. And it sounds like initially you wanted to find an expert witness to assist you in that defense, correct?
Very much so.
And you went through, you tried 2 different expert witnesses, is that correct?
We hired 2 different ones. Okay. We talked to 3 or 4 others, and we talked. Argument we're going to make to the jury. That's how we discussed it.
Did she ever say, wait a minute, no, I don't want you to do that because I'm not guilty of anything here?
No, Miss Vander Ark, again, she was the client from heaven. She sat and she listened and we talked. She understood, and then she trusted my judgment. At least her conduct indicated she trusted my judgment from that second week on. The only thing, Judge, we ever had a crossword on was about the Michigan-Alabama football games.
So again, she never said, Mr. Johnson, that is not an argument I want to make. I am maintaining my innocence to every single thing that I am innocent, and I absolutely do not want you to concede any sort of guilt in any way, shape, or form.
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, that she did not do
She
that.
did not, not ever.
And you feel, coming from defense background,
Mhm.
sometimes defense attorneys have a tendency to kind of, they think they know more, they know what's better for the client, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I know you don't want to do this, but we're going to do it anyway because I want to make sure that we're successful here.
Yes, sir.
Did you do something that she did not want you to do to be successful, or did you do what you had to do in consultation with her about what the strategy was going to be?
The latter. And again, this is a different client than what we normally receive. This is a client who's much more sophisticated about the law and had much better understanding. And our relationship was more co-counsel, or maybe senior counsel myself and junior counsel myself, but more co-counsel than lawyer layman or layperson. She understood the strategy. She conceded that that was the strategy that we were going to use at trial. She understood it. She knew I was going to do that. Did she know the exact wording or how it would come out? No, she didn't, because I didn't. But she understood it, and she understood where we were going with. And at no time did she express concerns that I don't want to do it that way. I want to go on and say, I didn't do anything. I wasn't even, whatever her argument would have been. But no, I never asked her if she committed the offense. She never told me she didn't commit the offense.
The other question I have is, in all these discussions, I mean, obviously you're saying not first degree, not premeditated.
Yes, sir.
Not second degree, not, because that's an intentional crime,
Yes.
right? Not necessarily voluntary manslaughter,
Yes.
but was there ever discussion, well, listen, this is charged, we think, let me back this up.
Okay.
You had said you argued to the jury manslaughter because you were hoping that they would find a middle ground and go for second.
Yeah. Yes.
Was that the strategy that you guys came up with? Or was that kind of like in your mind, you said, well, wait a minute, worst case scenario, maybe it'll be second, but I really want manslaughter?
Okay. No, this is a strategy that I came up with. We did not come up with it. This is the strategy that I suggested to her, and I told her that I was going to follow. And at no point did she express to me that, no, I don't want to do it that way.
When that final day when it was last day of trial,
Yes, sir.
you indicated she was in a ball in the holding cell. Did you ever suggest doing Zoom, potentially? Her zooming in from outside the courtroom for the trial?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you feel rushed at all that morning by either myself or the court or anybody else to kind of say, let's get this rolling? And
Not rush. I wish we'd have adjourned it for another day to see if she could come around, but no, I didn't feel rushed. I understood that the issues were presented to the court. The court made its call. It wasn't that that the court was trying to rush me to do something. It's just that this is what the court thinks we're going to do, and so that's what we do. I didn't feel rushed. I just felt okay.
It was I think we waited a couple hours, correct?
We would, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And now I want to make sure. I mean, you're obviously aware of the legal definition of competency in terms of the state of Michigan.
Yes, sir.
Could she rationally assist in her defense? Does she understand your job, the prosecutor's job, the court's job, the jury's job? Do you feel that she was legally, according to the standard of the state of Michigan,
right?
Would you believe that she was legally competent in everything that you observed that day?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever ask, say, hey, listen, I want you to ask these certain questions?
No, sir. She directed me to ask very few questions. She had observations, but she didn't.
I'm talking about that day.
Oh, that day. No,
state. Okay.
No, sir.
I think her affidavit says she had a lot of questions that she wanted to ask the witness. I think part of them, I'm paraphrasing. I'm just wondering if those were ever communicated to you when she was in that state.
No, sir.
Okay. All right. All right, that's all I have. All right. Any follow-up, Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
It was your request, the lesser included. Is that correct?
Probably. It was a chambers discussion when we talked about the instructions, and so I don't have any specific recollection, but probably I can't think why the people would want that instruction.
May I approach?
You may.
And this is a transcript of December 15th, 2023. Page 41 near the bottom and going to the next page.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection that it was your desire, or your request for the involuntary manslaughter instruction?
Be honest, counsel, I still don't remember asking for it, but I don't have any reason to dispute what's written there in the transcript.
And it does say that
That
Mr. Chambers, or Mr. Johnson is your, so my understanding from our discussion in chambers, Mr. Johnson, is you're requesting an instruction on lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. Is that correct? And your response was, that is correct, Judge.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, sir.
I agree with that. So it was your request.
Clearly.
And so my client's, Ms. Vander Ark is not in the courtroom at this time, correct? December, that's that Friday.
If that same day?
Yes.
No, she's not in the courtroom.
And you're not discussing involuntary manslaughter with her when she's balled up on the floor, right?
That's correct.
And she's catatonic, right? What you said.
It's what I said to the press, sir. She was distraught, and she was literally curled up in a ball and crying on the floor.
And you're not discussing with her at that time, or are you? Hey, I think I can go with the involuntary manslaughter. What do you think?
Correct.
All right. And throughout, from day one, Ms. Vander Ark said that she was not guilty of this offense. She maintained her innocence. Is that correct?
As I've said, I never asked her if she did it, and I don't recall her saying I didn't do this. There's quite literally videotape of her conduct, so I don't recall her ever saying I didn't do anything. What I recall is she never told me that she intentionally did anything to her child or to any of her children. And that's what I recall. I don't recall her saying, I'm not guilty. This is not me. I didn't starve my child, that sort of thing.
Did you guys ever have a discussion? Ms. Vander Ark, you kind of meet these elements of involuntary manslaughter. You want me to see what I can do with the prosecutors, see if they'll accept a plea?
Sort of. What we talked about was she's charged with this homicide, and these are the possible outcomes a jury could legally come to, and these are what they require, and it may be and we talked about it. If we're winning the trial, what do we do? If the trial's not going sideways, what do we do? That sort of thing. But she understood that there are options, and that and during our conversations, my conversations with her, that we talked about what we might argue on if the facts support it. Does that make sense?
Well, you mentioned on direct in the morning, it was kind of your decision to argue to the jury that she's guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
That's correct.
My client, Ms. Vander Ark, never said, I'm guilty of voluntary manslaughter.
That's correct.
And on, just as a general question, on December 15th, when she was, on the floor and in distress, did you request any type of medical assistance or to have her evaluated?
No, sir.
Your Honor, I don't have any I don't have any further questions.
Just a couple briefly, and Your Honor, I guess I would just ask the court at this point in time to take judicial notice of the opinion and order regarding new trial in the LTJ Udell case. I do have extra copies. I wasn't anticipating admitting it, but given the court's questions, I think it's just come up. There's been a Ginther hearing. This is the court's ultimate opinion on the matter. So I just ask the court to take judicial notice, and I do have a copy for admission if the court wants it that way versus.
Yeah, that's fine. I think I can take judicial notice of it, right? If you're asking, because it's in the file. So
I would just mark it as people's two, proposed to.
All right, Mr. Ambrose. Any objection?
No. Court record.
Thank you. Do we have exhibit 1 too, by the way? Is it still on this?
It is.
Is it needed anymore? Or I was just gonna make sure I keep track of the exhibits. So, all right, good enough.
Mr. Johnson, is it? I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I proceed?
Oh, okay. So this is the opinion order in LTJ Udell case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I wasn't, Mr. Ambrose, were you aware of that?
Yeah, I mean.
I wanted to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. I remember it. So wrote it. So, good enough. Go ahead.
And just to confirm, it's been admitted.
It is. Yes.
Mr. Johnson, is it fair to say that you're aware that involuntary manslaughter is a necessary lesser included offense to murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if the record shows that you requested it, would that be a standard course and an open murder charge to ask for that?
Most certainly.
And you did in fact go over involuntary manslaughter and what that would entail with your client.
On multiple occasions.
Okay. And so it's not that she's in the jail, she's away from you, and you just decide to ask for the instruction right then and there without consulting her.
Well, I didn't ask her if we could put in the instructions, but we talked about that argument being an option.
Did she condone that option?
She doesn't do that. She doesn't say, okay, you got it, I will do it that way. She simply, I tell her this is what I think we should do, and she nods and yes, and okay, and that sort of thing. She's not the kind of person who was going to challenge, I think. She understands and she trusts.
Did you feel that she was aware about the strategy about attacking the mens rea elements?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on your knowledge, mens rea is different for first degree, second degree, and manslaughter, correct?
Based on my knowledge, yes.
So while you might not have used the words manslaughter, was she aware that there was going to be some concession of mens rea in some way?
Okay.
Maybe negligence or something along those lines?
And we discussed options prior to trial, and I told her what the options were, and that as depending how the evidence came in, we would select one of the options. One of the options I told her that I would be selecting would be this negligent homicide argument. So did we sit at the table and talk about it during the trial? We did not, but she was aware that was an option, and she was aware I was considering it, and she never objected to it.
Thank you.
Mr. Ambrose.
Miss Vander Ark ever expressed to you her guilt of anything?
No,
And her testimony at trial, would you agree, was an expression of her being not guilty?
yes,
Of her belief
yes,
that she was not guilty of anything?
yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Up to that?
No, thank you.
All right. Mr. Johnson, I just want to clear, I think we're all dancing around the same question here. Did you ever say, hey, listen, I'm gonna, to her, in those words, we're gonna go for involuntary manslaughter?
No,
When you said possible outcomes, did you mean, hey, listen, open murder, you can be first, second, voluntary, involuntary? Is that what you discussed with her?
that's what we discussed.
Okay, and did you discuss all the elements of all those?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and it sounds like you discussed 1 and 2 are off the board, correct? I mean, that was not something you guys were gonna argue, correct? First and second degree.
Most certainly not.
Okay, and when you guys talked about, so my understanding is as the trial progressed,
Mhm.
you were waiting to see how the proofs came in, to see exactly what manslaughter was going to be argued or just complete in it. I mean, did you ever foreclose the idea of the argument to the jury that completely not guilty of everything?
No, sir, that's the first argument.
Okay, and then was it, okay, listen, depending on how things go, then we might have to say, all right, well, that's out the window. Maybe we should argue involuntary manslaughter.
Yes.
When you guys discussed this, did you use those terms, involuntary manslaughter?
Yes, by name.
Okay, so you actually said involuntary manslaughter to her,
Yes,
and you believe she understood that?
yes, both manslaughter by name. She's a lawyer. She understood. So I wasn't as reticent about not, but by breaking it down as I normally would be. She understood all 4 of the options, and we talked to them by name.
When did it become apparent to you in the course of the trial that the complete innocent verdict was gone? The fact that you were going to go for not guilty completely. That you said strategy number 1. When did that occur to you that went out the window?
Judge, if you'll recall, there was a point in the trial where the witness testified that he sent my client a photograph on his phone of Timothy, and he was shirtless, and the pants were falling off of him, and he sent this photograph to my client, and my client saw it and responded to it. At that point, given that the jury, at that point, it became clear to me to tell this jury that there is no guilt here, was not going to be an effective argument for this client.
Was that discussed with Ms. Vander Ark?
Specifically, no, not that specific.
After that day, did you say, hey, listen, option 1's off the board, we're going to have to go with option 2?
No, sir.
At any point in time was it discussed?
No, no, I did not. I would assume that had she been here, we may have, but that's just an assumption. I don't know. But certainly the realization, the decisions that were being made during trial, whether or not she was going to testify or not, that was done at the point when it became obvious that it might help her. But matter of fact, that's the other decision that was made when that picture came in, that she's going to have to testify. But no, there wasn't a sit down discussion saying, hey, we're gonna go for an involuntary manslaughter here. That did not happen.
Were there previous discussions that at some point that could happen, that you'd have to be, if 1 was off the board, you have to move on to option 2?
Were there, you mean?
With Ms. Vander Ark?
Yes, that was discussed. Yes, that was discussed along with, and I reviewed the file, I knew it was in it, along with the likelihood that not guilty was not likely here, that we would probably be doing something to make sure you don't spend the rest of your life in prison.
When the option of involuntary manslaughter came up in all these discussions, was it ever expressed by Ms. Vander Ark, absolutely not, I'm innocent?
No.
All right. Sorry to open the door again. Mr. Ambrose, any other questions?
Yes, I mean, okay, so during the whole trial,
Mm-hmm.
you hear all the prosecution's case, right?
Yes, sir.
And in the trial, you make a decision or you discuss with Ms. Vander Ark that it's probably in her best interest to testify, right?
Yes, sir.
And that occurs when this photograph shows up or appears. That was a reason to have her testify, or is that?
Yeah, it was as you know, with trials, the information accumulates, and when that piece came in, that.
Now, during your questioning of Ms. Vander Ark,
Mm-hmm.
do you ever ask her, Ms. Vander Ark, or sounds to me like you committed some sort of crime?
Did I say that? No.
Yeah. And you never asked her on direct examination, well, don't you think they have a case here for involuntary manslaughter? Do you ever ask her anything like that during the trial?
No.
And I think on direct examination, you kind of said that it was your argument to make to the jury that she was guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
Yes.
And yeah, I have nothing further.
Just very briefly.
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't convicted of manslaughter, was she?
No.
So the jury rejected your concession anyway.
Yes.
So there's no, well, never mind. I have no further questions.
Any follow up to that, Mr. Ambrose?
I'm through.
All right, good enough. May this witness stand down, Mr. Ambrose. May he be excused.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Johnson.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Are excused. All right, Mr. Ambrose, you can call your next witness.
I will call Shanda Vander Ark.
All right, Ms. Vander Ark, if you want to come on around. Please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn as best you can. This matter now pending. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth self you got?
I do.
All right, put your hand down and grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
Shanda Vander Ark, Shanda Vander, space capital ARK.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Ambrose.
Ms. Vander Ark, you heard well, first off, your medical condition. Let's just briefly go through that. How's your condition right now?
I'm miserable. I'm lightheaded. My head is just splitting. The back of my neck hurts constantly. It's something that goes along with the thyroid issue, I guess. I've been shaking. This is almost constant now. It started a couple days a week for a few hours at a time, and it's almost constant now.
Would it be your preference to testify at another time?
Absolutely. I feel like garbage.
With that, Your Honor, I would renew my request for an adjournment.
Can I have a sidebar with the attorneys real quick? All right, we're back on the record, and People versus Vander Ark. Ms. Vander Ark, you can stand down. You can go sit next to your attorney. Well, this is, as a practical matter, it's 1:49 p.m. The people indicate they have 3 witnesses they wish to call. Mr. Ambrose obviously prefers his client be in a better medical condition. Quite frankly, this is likely to go on past today anyway. So because of that, there's really no point right now in pushing her testimony forward right now if she's not feeling well. I think the parties, and correct me if I'm wrong, agreeing. Mr. Ambrose, you don't have any objection to the prosecution at this point in time calling her witnesses out of order. That way we can come back here for Ms. Vander Ark. Is that true?
That is true.
Anything, Ms. Bloomquist?
I'll leave it on the court's discretion, but I'm ready to proceed with my witnesses.
Okay, well, let's do that. So, Ms. Bloomquist, you can call your first witness.
The people call Melinda Katecki.
Ms. Kotecki, if you want to come right up here, please. Raise your right hand and be sworn, please. This matter now pending. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, put your hand down and grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
Melinda Kotecki, Melinda Kotecki.
Go ahead, Ms. Bloomquist.
Hey, good afternoon, Ms. Kotecki. Could you please state for the record where you're currently employed?
The Muskegon County Public Defender's Office.
And what is your job title there?
I'm the chief social worker.
And how long have you been employed there?
Just over 2 years.
And before you were at the Muskegon County Public Defender's Office, what's your educational history like?
I obtained my bachelor's degree in social work from Kuiper College in 2011, and then got my master's degree in social work from Western Michigan University in 2015.
And did you work anywhere after you received your degrees before the Muskegon County Public Defender's Office?
Yes, after I got my bachelor's degree, I worked at an inpatient psychiatric hospital, Pine Rest, and also worked at a residential treatment center for eating disorders. After I obtained my master's degree, I worked at Community Mental Health of Kent County for 8 years before coming to the Public Defender's Office.
Okay, so how many years in total have you been a master's level social worker?
It'll be 10 in May. Yes.
And were you the social worker assigned for the Public Defender's Office to the case involving Shanda Vander Ark?
For part of it, my understanding is I believe that she was arrested prior to my hire. Once I was hired in September of 2023, that's when I began working on the case.
And could you just describe for the judge, was there a defense team working on Ms. Vander Ark's case?
Yes, in addition to the attorney, Fred Johnson, there was also a second chair attorney, myself. My understanding is that the social worker prior to my hire had met with Ms. Vander Ark, and our office also utilizes a research attorney and an investigator.
So this wasn't just Mr. Johnson and yourself, there was a whole team.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you meet with Mr. Johnson and Ms. Vander Ark together?
Yes.
On this case?
Yes.
How many times would you approximate that happened?
Prior to her trial, I believe twice. During her trial, we met daily.
Did you sit in on the trial?
Yes.
And I apologize, I'm not aware, but where were you at during the trial? Were you near counsel table or were you in the gallery?
Yes, I was near counsel table, not at the table with Fred and Ms. Vander Ark, but in the chairs directly behind.
So you were aware of what was going on during the trial?
Yes.
Were you there every day?
Yes.
So let's talk about the time before trial and those meetings between Mr. Johnson and Ms. Vander Ark. How would you describe Mr. Johnson's interactions with her?
I would, from my perspective, it seemed as though they had a good working relationship. They seemed as though they, communicated freely, both about the case and even just seemed to have an overall good rapport, I would say. They both were big sports fans and they talk about football. From my perspective, recognizing that they likely had meetings without me present as well, it seemed as though they communicated openly with each other.
Did it ever appear as if Mr. Johnson was just going to do things his own way without consulting her or taking her feedback?
Not at all.
Was he receptive to collaboration with her?
Yes.
How was her demeanor in those conversations?
I would say that she seemed very engaged. She was very eager to offer her own thoughts and feedback about kind of case strategy and its, I guess, demeanor, mood-wise. I mean, she seemed, I guess I'm repeating myself, but the best word I can think of is that she seemed very engaged.
Now, you did mention, though, that she had thoughts on strategy. Were you present for discussions on trial strategy?
Very minimally.
Okay. What was your minimal involvement on that? Or at least what did you observe, if anything?
I want to make sure, I guess, that I recollect as clearly as possible. So excuse my pause. The conversations that I remember involved talking about obtaining an expert evaluation, a psychologist to evaluate Ms. Vander Ark, and we all agreed that that was a good next step. So that's the primary discussion that I recall as it pertains to strategy.
Okay, so obtaining experts and seeing what their opinions would be.
Yes.
How generally was Mr. Johnson's tone with her?
He's one of the friendliest, warmest individuals you probably will ever meet.
And he continued that in his client meetings with her?
Yes.
Did Ms. Vander Ark ever complain to you about Mr. Johnson?
No.
Did you also assist in this case with Mr. Johnson when the defendant was not present?
Yes.
Okay, how so?
He and I would primarily discuss any updates if we were waiting for the psychologist to report back to us about his findings, or I guess that's the primary thing. I can't recall anything else specific.
Did you assist in sort of facilitating the interviews with the expert witnesses?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, did you assist in or did you participate in the interview with Dr. King?
Yes.
And when I say that, I don't mean your interview with Dr. King, I mean the
Correct.
defendant's, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, at the end of that interview, was a preliminary assessment given by Dr. King?
Yes. I
What was
was in, I guess to clarify, I am not the person who initially contacted Dr. King to arrange the assessment. I believe that was done by the social worker that was employed before me. When I was hired, that is when I kind of took over that role. I did participate in the interview with Dr. King, and after Ms. Vander Ark had ended her portion of the call, Dr. King and I were still on the call together, as well as I think he had a research assistant that was present. And I am not quoting by any means his exact words, but his initial or preliminary assessment was that he did not feel that Ms. Vander Ark was incompetent or severely mentally ill, and felt that he could not provide a good defense for our office.
Was Mr. Johnson on the call at the same time as you, or was that just you?
He was not.
Okay. So you obtained that information. What do you do with it?
I told Mr. Johnson about it.
And then, to your knowledge, and only answer if you know, did Mr. Johnson speak to Dr. King as well?
I don't know for sure. I know that Dr. King sent us a report. I don't know if they had a separate conversation.
But he wasn't a party to the conversation with you and Dr. King?
Correct.
Okay. So, Ms. Katecki, in your professional capacity, do you sort of have to assess whether or not individuals are alert to person, place, and time?
Yes.
Okay. And do you just sort of naturally start to do that when you're communicating with defendants at certain points?
Yes, definitely. I mean, most times that I meet with a client, I, have my own kind of internal process as far as the things that I'm looking for, assessing, as you said, to kind of a mini mental status exam of sorts. So a person being oriented, as you said, is a component of that, whether or not they're having thoughts of harming themselves, other people, whether or not their thoughts are logical, coherent, things like that.
So did you just sort of relay the whole checklist, or is that just a brief snapshot?
That's just a brief snapshot.
Okay. So could you just walk us through what your general checklist would be when you're communicating with a defendant?
Sure. would note any kind of observable things. So like, are they disheveled? Are they, as best they can, given the circumstances of being in jail, you know, kind of tending to their hygiene? Is their speech pressured? Is it unusually slow? Sometimes that can be an indicator of like a thought disorder, if they're experiencing what we call thought blocking. Sometimes if people are doing what a kind of the clinical term, being like loose associations, so making connections with things that you or I would not make connections with, or hearing messages from, you know, that you or I are not hearing, so kind of responding to internal stimuli. And what I mean by that is, you know, do they appear to be hearing voices? Those are, I mean, the primary things that I'm looking for.
So turning to the trial in this case, was Ms. Vander, I know I'm pointing over here where my table is, but Ms. Vander Ark was seated over here, correct?
Yes.
And so were you?
Yes.
And you were able to personally observe Ms. Vander Ark throughout the trial, correct?
Yes.
So let's start with the first couple of days.
Okay.
Did she have any concerning behaviors on your sort of internal checklist, for lack of a better term, during the first couple days of trial?
No, I would say similar to prior meetings with Ms. Vander Ark and Mr. Johnson, she seemed very engaged. She was frequently taking notes. She would lean over, you know, and communicate with Fred. I'm not privy to what they were discussing because those were often in whispers, but she seemed alert and oriented in all aspects.
Did you converse with her at all during the first few days of the trial?
Yes.
Was there anything remarkable about her conversation that alerted you to a mental impairment?
No.
Now, I do want to jump into the time frame after she testified.
Okay.
Were you present for her testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Did you view, and that was a Thursday, do you recall that it was a Thursday?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, after court concluded for the day, did you speak to Ms. Vander Ark after the proceedings ended?
I don't remember if it was, I know I did on Friday. I don't know if I did on Thursday after court proceedings finished.
So let's jump to Friday.
Okay.
Did you respond to the jail?
Yes.
And you observed Ms. Vander Ark in the holding cell?
Yes.
Could you tell the court what you saw?
Yes, I was on my way to court when Mr. Johnson contacted me and said that he needed my assistance down in the jail because Ms. Vander Ark was having a difficult time. So when I arrived, he was already in the holding cell with her, and she was very distressed. She did not want to go upstairs and repeatedly said that she couldn't do it. And Mr. Johnson and I repeatedly, we tried, I mean, kind of, I guess, every way we could think of to try to provide the support that she would need to go upstairs. So I don't know how much detail you want me to.
So let's unravel this a little bit. So Mr. Johnson was actively attempting to get her to come to court.
Yes.
And you were assisting him on that?
Yes.
And it was your testimony that she did not want to come up to court. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did she say it in those words that she didn't want to come?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Was she experiencing any psychosis?
She did not appear to be experiencing psychosis. I would say that she appeared to be very anxious.
How was her speech?
It was, I would say, pressured, but kind of like going back to those pieces that I touched on earlier, although pressured, it was still logical. It was relevant to the topic at hand. She wasn't making those loose associations. So I would say again that pressured speech would be consistent with anxiety.
Was she oriented?
Yes.
Okay, meaning she knew who she was and where she was at.
Absolutely.
And from her conversations or her statements, she knew what was upstairs, which was a trial.
Correct.
Okay. Did she appear to understand sort of what would occur at the trial?
Yes. Yes.
So she understood that there'd be additional witnesses.
Correct.
And sort of the court process.
Yes.
She wasn't delusional?
No.
She wasn't catatonic?
No.
And what, when I say catatonic, what do you take catatonic to mean?
The most kind of classic catatonia presentation is one that is withdrawn. So in that particular presentation, oftentimes people are not responsive to communication. They might not even be responsive to touch or painful stimuli. They often are not eating, they're not drinking, they are kind of in a stupor.
Did you see any of those signs with Ms. Vander Ark on that day?
No.
Were you present for any discussions about Ms. Vander Ark waiving her right to appear at court?
Yes.
Did you tell the court what those discussions were?
When we were in the holding cell and there was a great deal of back and forth, I would say. At times, Mr. Johnson would leave to, I believe, go upstairs and communicate with those who were up here, whether in chambers, about the status of Ms. Vander Ark, that she was having a difficult time. He would return, and eventually it was my understanding that, since it became apparent she was not going to come upstairs to court, that she could waive that participation. And so that was explained to her. I could not tell you, I guess, the exact language that Fred used.
To her?
Mr. Johnson. Yes.
But there was discussion of that.
Yes.
And were you aware that she filled out an affidavit or a signed document of some sort regarding her waiving her presence in court?
I guess I don't remember that exactly, no.
But you do specifically remember Mr. Johnson explaining that to her?
Yes.
What was her response?
That is what she wanted to do.
Did she vacillate at all on that, or was she clear?
She was clear.
Did she give any further commentary on it?
If anything, I would say that she seemed appreciative because she very much did not want to go upstairs. So she felt, or it appeared as though she felt relieved by that option.
So if there's a claim now that she never waived her right to not come up to court, is that accurate?
No, as I said, I cannot recall seeing her sign an affidavit. I do remember it being explained to her, though, that this is what she would be opting to do, and that she verbally said that, yes, that's what she would like to do.
Did you see anybody pressure her into that choice?
No, it was quite the opposite. I feel like we were putting as much pressure as we possibly could to encourage her to come upstairs.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, Mr. Ambrose.
Did you say that you were on the call with Dr. King?
Yes.
And you're part of the Muskegon County Defender's Office?
Correct.
Your involvement with Ms. Vander Ark and Mr. Johnson, more or less working together as a team? Is that an accurate assessment? Okay. Did you view Dr. King's evaluation?
I'm sorry?
Did you review Dr. King's written evaluation?
Yes.
And in his evaluation, do you recall him stating that Ms. Vander Ark continues to insist she did nothing wrong and was not convinced that her actions and instructions caused the death of her son?
Yes.
On December 15th, what was your observation of Ms. Vander Ark? I mean, where was she when you first observed her?
Was December 15th
Friday? That final day of trial.
Thank you. When I first arrived, she was in the holding cell with Mr. Johnson.
What was her physical physically where what, she was in the holding cell, but how was she? Was she in a chair? Was she laying down? What was her condition?
I believe that she was sitting in a chair, and if I may, I believe she was sitting kind of with her knees drawn into her chest.
Okay. Did you appear after Mr. Johnson?
Correct.
Okay, and so he was already in there with her?
Yes.
Did you ever request that she be seen by any medical personnel?
No.
You mentioned her speech was pressured. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure. When I say pressured speech, I primarily mean that it was kind of a rapid pace. That's, I would say that's what I mean, is that she was speaking very quickly.
I have nothing further.
Wes.
How is it that you didn't request medical on December 15th of 2023?
From my perspective, it didn't appear to be a medical crisis in nature. She wasn't expressing medical concerns, wasn't expressing, pain, anything of that nature. It seemed to be more, as I mentioned earlier, kind of anxiety related.
Do you think that did it appear to you that it was sort of related to the situation of the
Definitely.
trial?
Yes.
Okay. So there wasn't an actual medical issue that you were concerned about?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Ambrose, any follow-up?
You're not a medical doctor.
I'm not.
And yeah, I have nothing further.
May this witness be excused, Ms. Bloomquist?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Ambrose, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Kotepi. You can sit down. Does anybody need to take a break right now?
I'm at the court.
Why don't we take a 15-minute break just in case Ms. Vander Ark needs a break, and then we'll be back here at 2:30.
Thank you.
We're in recess.
Capable of taking care of myself, basically.
I want to pass you a stack of 8 pictures. Keep them in this order and look at them and tell me when you're finished, okay? Do you recognize what is in each of those pictures?
Yes, ma'am.
What do they show?
They show the inside of our house.
Just parts of the inside of your house or all of it?
No, just parts of it.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that those be marked as the next numbered exhibits.
18 through, what's that?
Where do we leave off? 18? 26.
18 through 26, okay.
begin with number. Begin with number 18. I want you to look over your left shoulder. Maybe to the right a little bit, 'cause these are-
No, you're out in the hallway. I told her yesterday, get the food marked for week.
Looking at, while they're fixing the lights, looking at what's been marked as exhibit 18. What is the jury looking at right in this room?
That's our living room.
And this door?
That's our front door.
All right, so if you come in the front door, you walk directly into the living room?
Yes.
What is this open door in the rear?
That's
or left?
mine and Dana's bedroom.
On the other side of this wall is what? If you were to go around?
That's our bedroom and then bathroom and closet.
Where is the carport in relation to this room?
At the back, going that way at the back of the living room.
Okay. Next one, please. Is exhibit 19 the same room but from a different angle?
That's the same room. That's our front door.
Had this right here.
That there were side lights on each side of the door.
You're saying the word side lights?
Side lights.
And was this structure on both sides?
Yes.
You could stand on the inside and see outside?
Yes.
Without opening the door?
Yes.
And what is this room down here?
And that's our den.
Okay. Next one. Again, is this the front?
Yes.
Same front door?
Yes.
Different side light?
Yes.
What's through this door?
That's where you walk into the kitchen, then dining room, then the other bathroom, and Clinton Holly's bedrooms.
Next one. This doorway, whose room are we looking into?
That's Holly's bedroom.
And is this the view you have from standing in the hall?
Right when you walk through the door.
Okay. Next one. What is this?
That's her bed.
What are these and what's this?
That's where she had her pillows up against the wall studying that morning. And that's her comforter. Her cowboy hat.
And is this the way her bedding and room looked when you last saw her sitting there?
Yes.
Before she moves the kitchen table?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You mentioned bathroom.
That would be the bathroom that Clinton Holly used. And if you come out of the bathroom, you can see into Holly's bedroom.
This door frame right here?
Yes.
Looking into Holly's?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is this?
And that's the dirty clothes hamper beside the vanity in Clinton Holly's bathroom.
Who pretty routinely left her hairdryer there on top of the dirty clothes?
That would be Holly.
And is this the way, I guess, what this looked like to the right of the vanity? Is this where she actually put her dirty clothes?
Yes.
And the last one. You didn't put that yellow placard there, did you?
No, I did not.
Were you asked, but nevertheless, this is the same dirty clothes basket?
Yes, that's the same one. That's Holly's jeans, and that's that pink. That's her t-shirt.
Would you turn the lights back up? Were you asked to retrieve something? Were you asked to retrieve something out of Holly's belongings or out of the dirty clothes basket? By law enforcement?
Yes.
What were you asked to find?
They asked me to. I think they asked me to get a pair of her panties.
And did you find a pair of her panties?
Yes, I did.
Out of that basket?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you provide those to law enforcement?
I did.
I'm looking for gloves. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm going to pass forward a bag and gloves. If you don't have to take them out, you don't have to. But look in there and tell me if you recognize.
Those are Holly's panties.
Are those the panties that you provided to law enforcement?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, ask this to be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
No objection, exhibit 27.
Is it 26 or 27?
It's 26. Somebody added,
I probably said it.
somebody told me
I think I did.
8 plus 18 would be 26, but it starts with 18, it's actually 25, so this is 26.
And were you, did you know why they wanted that particular item of clothing from Holly?
I did not.
They just asked you for it and then you turned it over to them?
I did.
I asked you a few minutes ago how you, or what door you left when going to work that morning.
The back door.
So if you walk out your back door, are there any steps down into the carport or is it smooth?
You walk out onto the back deck and then directly to your left as you're going out, you'll go down 2 steps into the carport.
To get to your car, or how did you get to your car? What did you pass by?
I passed by Holly's car.
And in passing to get to Holly's car, did you go down those steps?
I went down those steps in front of her car, around to my car.
I'm going to pass forward 2 photographs. Do you recognize the steps concreted in the front of a car?
I do.
In fact, the front of one of the cars is a license plate tag that you recognize.
Yes.
And what are these pictures of? Whose house, whose carport?
That's ours.
Are these steps that you walked down to get to your car on April the 13th?
Yes.
Ask if you marked as your next numbered exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay, did you wish to publish the last 2 or not?
Oh, they're published.
27, 28 didn't be published.
Are these already marked? Yeah, we gotta get it. I'm gonna get a sticker on them first.
Right.
And then yes, sir.
27.
Placing exhibit 27 on the overhead. Karen, when you went down the steps that morning,
That blow is not there.
when you walked, are these the steps you talked about?
Those are the steps, but that blow is not there. But I did see it later that day.
When you left that morning, this is directly how you walked?
Yes, ma'am.
You've seen it?
I would have seen that blood. It was not there.
All right. Next exhibit, please. So this is the way you came out the back door, walked down the desk, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Steps down?
Yes.
What about these drops?
They weren't there.
Can't hear you.
They weren't there.
You said that over the next weeks and months, you didn't go back to school, you just sort of did a lot of searching and following up on leads, is that right?
Yes.
Did you actually look in abandoned buildings and structures that weren't abandoned, just whatever you could look, you looked?
Yes.
Was your number, your cell number, like out there in the public? And had it been?
Yes, I think I even had it put on a card at some point in time.
So that people could call you?
So that people could call.
And at some point, did you get a call from a young lady that identified herself as Adnisha Pressure?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe that phone call for the jury?
She called me and she said, I think I have Holly's, this is Holly's, I'm not sure exactly what she said, but I think she said, is this Holly's mom? And I said, yes. And she said she had Holly's SIM card. And so I told Dana and Clint, and they agreed to go meet her.
Okay, let me ask you this. When you got that, did you actually think that somebody did have her SIM card?
I did, but Dana didn't.
And so did Dana go someplace to meet this woman who had called, or this young lady that had called?
Yes, him and Clint went, and
they returned with something.
They did, and while they was gone, I called. I don't remember if I called the TBI or the local law enforcement and told them about it.
And did the law enforcement come to your house?
They did. They came and got the SIM card that night.
So you sort of answered my next question. Did they bring a SIM card back?
Yes, they did.
And then you turned it over to law enforcement that
Yes.
night? Did you put it in a phone or check it out to see if it was hers or not?
No.
You just turned it over?
Yes.
Did you, in the course of, I guess, trying to help law enforcement look for Holly, did you even provide them a list of things that were in her purse?
I did.
How did you know what was in her purse?
Because I'd put the money in her purse that morning, and I knew what was in her purse because her wallet, she and I bought when we went to Maurice's together, and her purse. I'm sure I probably bought the pencil bag, or we'd gotten it together because Holly, she never wanted to go. She hated to shop. So usually if she shopped, we went together. I'd just pick up something and it was fine with her.
So were you able to give law enforcement a whole list of things that they should be on the lookout for that would have been in her purse?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also describe for them what she was wearing that morning since you saw her studying at the kitchen table?
Yes, I did.
And what was she wearing?
She was wearing a pair of jeans and a girly girl t-shirt.
What does that mean?
That said name brand, and in the back of it said, I think it said, "Don't squat with your spurs on." And then I didn't know what kind of shoes she was wearing because she didn't have her shoes on. But when I went to her closet, I was able to tell them by what pair was missing. And I didn't, of course, see her in her bra and panties, but I was also able to tell them what bra and panties was missing because I did most of the laundry. Even though Holly house cleaned, she didn't do much laundry.
Okay. And what kind of shoes did you tell law enforcement that Holly was wearing?
A pair of black Old Navy flip-flops.
So,
and we had actually talked about that morning because she had, not that she was going to wear flip-flops, but she had asked me what the weather was going to be. I said, I think it's kind of going to be cool this morning, but hot in the afternoon.
And that was during the time when she was studying for her test?
Yes.
Do you remember today what kind of test it was or what she had to turn in that day?
No, I don't.
want you to look at one document and ask if you recognize it.
I do.
What is that?
That's her, she had to study for her names of different drugs, I think, but that is definitely her handwriting.
Is there a date on the paper?
4/13/11.
Your Honor, ask that this be marked as the next time to consider it.
Right, the 29th.
If we can publish that.
You're not going to see any more slides you're in.
You said, while we're doing that, you said she had been working on some note cards for different drugs. This says drug card rate sheet, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Whose writing is this?
That's Holly's writing.
And what's the date?
4/13/2011.
That's the last morning you saw it.
It is.
You said you,
In inform the jury, when you go to deliberations, you'll have all these physical exhibits. So, I mean, if you can't see it clearly as you like, you'll actually have the exhibit up there.
did you pack your lunch that day?
I did.
What are lunchbox look like?
Remember, it had polka dots on it, and it had her initials.
Across the sack and ask you to look at the contents of the sack. You can pull it out.
It's her
Holly's lunchbox?
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to unzip it. Is that the sandwich you made for her?
Yes.
Is that her lunch?
Yes, ma'am.
You left that morning, that was in the refrigerator. Your Honor, I'm not gonna pass it. May I have permission just to hold it up?
Yes.
There, so if Mr. Roberts is a potential witness, then I'll have him excuse himself and, so. So I'm gonna reserve a decision at this time on that, see where we're at. I'd like to get as much done as possible.
Your Honor, I anticipate I could be done as early as 3 o'clock.
Okay, all right.
So I call Katie Evans.
Okay. Matter now pending, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Put your hand down and grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
Catherine, Katherini, Evans, Evans.
Go ahead, Ms. Bloomquist.
Where are you currently employed? The Sheriff's Department, Muskegon County Sheriff's Department. And what's your current assignment? Court Sheriff's Deputy. So you work here in the courthouse, correct? Yes. And back a couple years ago, were you assigned to work the trial of the people of the state of Michigan versus Shanda Vander Ark? Yes. Okay, and what was your role in that trial? It was my job to transport her from the jail to the court and then up to the courtroom and then back down. So specifically drawing your attention to the final day of the trial, do you recall a situation that occurred in the holding cell of the jail? In the court services area? Well, I guess, thank you for correcting a poorly worded question. Did you have interactions with Ms. Vander Ark on the morning of December 15th, 2023? Yes. Where did those happen? In the court services area. Okay. And is that a holding cell of sorts? And there are holding cells, but where we mostly interacted would have been kind of off to the side. So you did in fact interact with Ms. Vander Ark? Yes. Okay. And did you see her have interactions with her attorney, Mr. Johnson? Yes. Were you a part of any of those? I was not. Okay. Is it pretty standard procedure that once the attorney's there, you're not involved, correct? Correct. At some point though, did you have communication with Ms. Vander Ark? Yes. And what did she say? I was putting a taser on her ankle for coming up for court. Is that standard procedure? Yes, everyone that's in a jury trial. Okay, so you're putting the taser on and then what happened? And she made a comment to me saying that if she comes up here, she was gonna attempt to run. Did she appear alert and aware of what was going on around her? Yes. Did she know what the taser was being put on for? Yes. To go to court, we've done it multiple times throughout that trial. Okay. And had you been the one personally to put that on her the other days? I don't recall, but me or Levine. Okay. But one of you? Yes. Would put that on her before court every day of her trial? Yes. And this was the last day, correct? Yes. And did she appear catatonic? No. Did she appear to be conversational? Yeah, talked. Okay. Anything about your conversation with her that made you think that she was having a mental health episode? No. Okay, thank you. I have nothing further for you, Deputy.
All right, Mr. Ambrose.
Was your former name Bassett?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your first encounter with Ms. Vander Ark on December 15th, 2023?
Probably when she came down to get dressed for the jury trial.
Okay. And you mentioned that she stated something along the lines of that she would run?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall preparing any type of report about Ms. Vander Ark from December 15th, 2023?
In reference to that situation?
Or any situation?
Not that I recall.
Your Honor, may I approach you? Can you identify that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a report that was done by the jail.
And your name's on it, correct?
Correct.
Deputy Bassett.
Yes.
And in this report, there was a remark about her being, Miss Vander Ark being suicidal.
Correct.
And is there anything in there about her stating that she was going to run?
No, because this more than likely would have happened after the whole situation.
Okay.
And I did not type that report.
Okay. Fine. But you were there.
I assisted the jail in a situation because you need 2 females.
Okay. And she was placed in a suicide event.
Yes.
That seems to me a pretty drastic situation.
Correct.
Nothing further.
I have no follow-up.
Deputy Evans, how many times were you working through most of the trial for Ms. Vander Ark?
If I recall, I was here every day.
Okay. Did you have a chance to observe Mr. Johnson with Ms. Vander Ark? I mean, whether it be in passing or even up in the court area, anything like that?
There was a few times where I had transported Vander Ark and Mr. Johnson down the elevator to the jail, and then that way they could talk in private.
Okay. And when you went down to the jail, were you ever standing outside the room? Did you kind of hold there and just wait until they needed to come back up?
No, normally I would go back to like our office, which is like a bubble, and they were kind of on the other side of the glass.
Okay. Did you ever observe them body language of not getting along, being upset with each other, being angry at each other, any arguing, yelling, anything like that?
No, never heard any yelling. I didn't know if it was a while ago, so sorry, but I don't recall any body language or anyone being upset.
So, as far as you didn't observe any behavior would indicate that Ms. Vander Ark and Mr. Johnson were having some sort of disagreement or argument?
I didn't see anything.
Any follow-up to that, Mr. Ambrose?
No.
Mr. Bloomquist?
None, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused,
Yes.
Mr. Bloomquist, Mr. Ambrose?
Yes.
All right, you can stand down, Deputy, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you can call your next witness.
The people call Deputy Tim Levine.
All right.
Yeah.
Right on up front here. And please raise your right hand to be sworn. It's a matter now pending. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, put your hand down and grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
Tim Levine, Tim Lavigene.
Go ahead, Ms. Bloomquist.
All right, good afternoon, Deputy. How are you?
Good afternoon. Good.
So where are you currently employed?
Muskegon County Sheriff's Department.
How long have you been employed there?
Oh, probably 14 here.
Okay, and what's your current assignment?
I am with the Court Services Division.
And back in 2023, were you also assigned to court services?
I was.
Okay, and were you specifically assigned to assist at certain points in the Shanda Vander Ark trial?
I was accompanying her up here for the trial.
Okay, so you would assist in transporting her from the jail to the courtroom?
Correct.
And specifically drawing your attention to the last day of trial, which would be December 15th of 2023. Do you recall a situation that occurred in the court services holding area?
I do.
Okay, could you describe what happened to the judge?
Well, I believe She was refusing to come up here during the trial at some point. And we decided that we would have a form made up that she was refusing to come up here. And I had our court services secretary draft a little form for her to sign. And I took it to her along with my secretary, notary public, in the holding area of the jail, where I found her, her attorney, Fred Johnson, and I believe a social worker in the cell together talking.
And so she had multiple people there with her at that time, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did she, in fact, sign the document?
She did.
And how was her demeanor while she signed it?
She seemed fine to me. If I remember right, I believe her and her attorney were just sitting on the floor next to each other, talking.
Did anybody force her to sign this form?
No,
Did anybody threaten her that you saw or heard?
no, that's the exact purpose of the form that we had made up.
Did she appear to understand what the form meant?
Yes,
And it's your testimony her attorney was there with her.
correct.
Do you recall any conversations that her and Mr. Johnson had that you heard?
No, I didn't. No.
Is that pretty standard that you wouldn't be present for attorney-client communication?
Right,
Protocol?
correct.
Okay. Now, I know you answered this already, but you didn't threaten her to sign this.
No,
So I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 3. Could you identify what that document is for the record?
yes, this is the form that our secretary typed up and I presented to her. She signed it, I signed it, and our secretary signed it.
Your Honor, at this point in time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 3. I would also note that this has been in the court record as Court's Exhibit number 1 as well.
Oh, okay. Mr.
No
Ambrose?
objection.
All right, it's admitted, so this is Exhibit 3 for today's purposes. Admitted without objection.
And Your Honor, if I may publish?
You may. Thank you.
Deputy Levine, based on anything you observed with Ms. Vander Ark on that morning, was there a medical emergency that occurred?
Not that I recall.
And did Ms. Vander Ark make any comments to you about coming to court?
Other than she didn't want to come to court, no.
Okay, you heard her say that?
Well, yeah, that's why we were there.
Thank you. I have nothing further, but Mr. Ambrose will have a couple questions.
Mr. Ambrose?
You mentioned that Ms. Vander Ark and Mr. Johnson were talking to each other
Yes, in the cell, in the holding cell.
in a holding cell. Can you describe for me and for the court what the holding cell consists of?
This one particularly was a cell that there's no chairs. It's just a very small, single occupant cell. I mean, 5 feet wide, 7, 8 feet deep, and they were sitting on the floor. There's just a mat on the floor. That's where they have to sleep.
Okay. Was there, were you there with Deputy Bassett at the time? Her name was Bassett. Now it's Evans.
Well, I've been around her throughout the trial. I don't specifically recall if she was standing next to me or not. I know our secretary was with me.
Who is Sergeant Vanderland?
He is a jail supervisor.
Were you aware that Ms. Vander Ark made her comment that she was suicidal?
Not to me. I don't know anything about that.
Did you ever observe her in a suicidal bomb?
I have.
Was that on that day?
I do not recall if it was that day, but I've had to bring her to court numerous times, and I think she's been in and out of them.
Was there any request made by yourself or anybody that you're aware of that requested any type of medical assistance for Ms. Vander Ark?
I think some of our deputies have in the past.
On that particular day of December 15th, do you recall?
I do not recall if she needed medical help that day.
Okay, no further question, Your Honor. Thank you.
Just a couple briefly, but I apologize, I missed these out direct. Deputy Levine, are you aware of the video recording capabilities of the jail? That there are cameras?
Correct.
And unfortunately, is it true that there are no videos of the holding cell currently due to time constraints?
Correct. Once I was subpoenaed for this, I asked to see it, and apparently they only hold the data for 30 days if it's not requested.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ambrose?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Deputy, whose idea was it to draft Exhibit 3?
I believe it was mine.
Okay, all right. When it was presented to Ms. Vander Ark, were you present? So my question is, did you walk in the room with the form, hand it to Mr. Johnson, and then she signed it? Is that what happened?
Yes.
Essentially? Okay. Did Mr. Johnson or Ms. Vander Ark ask for privacy to discuss the form?
I don't believe so.
Prior to the drafting of this, did you speak to Mr. Johnson? Hey, listen, you want us to type up this form or something, or was it more, hey, here's this? I mean, did he have any part in the idea to draft it or not draft it?
No, because I had it drafted before I got into the jail where she was being held.
Can you tell me why that you had the idea to draft this? I mean, what was the motivation behind?
Well, mine is so I wouldn't have to appear later to say I coerced her into saying something that I didn't want to go. I just, here, sign this, and I would bring it up to the attorneys.
In all your, I mean, I'm assuming that while you were bringing people up and down, did you have that opportunity to see Mr. Johnson interact with Ms. Vander Ark?
Yes.
In transport or either up here or those kind of things?
Yes.
At any point in time, did they seem to be, just in terms of body language or things, maybe voices, did they seem to be arguing with each other or be upset with each other or having any disagreements with each other?
No, never seen anything like that.
All right. Seem to be getting along okay?
Correct.
All right. Including the last day of trial when he was talking to her in the holding cell?
Yeah, again, I'm in the area. I don't listen to what goes on, but no, I've never heard any outbursts, if that's what you're asking her.
Any follow-up to that, Mr. Ambrose? Or I should say, I think it was Mrs. Bloomquist. Any other follow-up, Ms. Bloomquist?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Ambrose, anything?
No, thank you.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
And Mr. Ambrose, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Deputy. Okay, well, that brings us to the matter of Mr. Roberts. Just in terms of, just as an offer of proof, Ms. Bloomquist, what is he potentially going to testify to?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, it's my understanding and my anticipation is testimony that he has some testimony about some in-chambers discussions that occurred about the involuntary manslaughter instruction, as well as the commentary as opposed to admitting the entire video, as well as, I was unaware of this until just a few moments ago. Apparently, Mr. Roberts and Mr. Johnson went and spoke to jurors after the conclusion of the trial, and there was one juror who I believe was hesitant and took a little longer to convict, and her purpose for that was apparently to give credit to Mr. Johnson's strategy and theory of the case and arguments that he made. So I think as it relates to the soundness of Mr. Johnson's strategy, I think that's pertinent evidence.
All right, Mr. Ambrose, are you objecting to the testimony itself, or just now it's being sprung on you right now, or?
I mean, I would like to review the transcripts and prepare a little bit better than just being sprung on.
And I will say, Your Honor, it was not my intent to spring it. It's just
No,
that
no,
it came up in a conversation naturally, and then I was like, oh.
I'm just in my head contemplating what kind of prep work. I mean, I don't, there's no transcripts of anything discussed in chambers. There's no transcripts of anything to talk to a juror. I mean, I suppose the only way I guess you prepare Mr. Ambrose would be to question Mr. Roberts, or at least because he's a witness, essentially give an opportunity to talk to him. I mean, is there anything other prep work you would do? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what would the additional time yield for you in terms of preparation, just for that testimony. It just seems like there's nothing. If this was another witness who had testified previously at another hearing or had made other statements to the police, or I'm just trying to figure out what the time would be needed for, besides just general kind of catching your breath kind of thing. So
I like to prepare.
yeah.
And, I walk into these types of hearings with a set of, an outline of what I'm going to, points I'm going to make and so forth. And off the top of my head, I have a few questions I can ask them, but knowing ahead of time, I could probably do a better job at that.
Okay.
And I think we're going to come back anyways, and that'll give me enough time to think about it.
All right. Well, okay. So this is where the court's at. I mean, it's 3 o'clock. We do have another 2 hours potentially. I am ready to go in terms of testimony. Okay. Mr. Ambrose, it's my understanding that your client, and like I said, I don't want this to come up later saying that this thing is being delayed. I'm ready to take testimony. So if she's saying I can't do it today, and are you still requesting an adjournment to allow her to be in better health prior to testimony?
I am.
Okay. All right. Ms. Vander Ark, is that your decision?
Yes.
All right. All right. Anything else, Ms. Bloomquist?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Well, we'll adjourn for today, and then Mr. Roberts hopefully will make himself available to Mr. Ambrose if he has any questions, as any other potential witness should. He obviously doesn't have to, but if he can, that would be good. And we will schedule this for another date, hopefully sooner rather than later. My preference is going to be sooner, so hopefully we can get this done. Anything else before we adjourn, Ms. Bloomquist?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Ambrose?
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. I'm assuming, Mr. Ambrose, your client wishes to be here in person at the next hearing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Correct. All right. All right. All right. We're adjourned for today. Thank you.
I asked you a little while ago whether you were able to provide law enforcement with a list of things that Holly had with her in her purse, if her purse was with her, right?
Yes.
You felt pretty comfortable that you would, with the items or what you told them that she had, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
show you one more item. What is this?
It looks like her purse.
Is that her purse?
It's her purse.
The straps are gone. And, did you recognize that as being hers? Ask it to be marked as the next number.
Again, the exhibit, and the evidence is exhibit 31.
Your Honor, I'm sorry that I'm trying to listen. I know it's very emotional, but it's hard to get.
You might have to get a little closer to the mic.
That is her purse. It's very hard to look at all that stuff all tattered and torn because it didn't look like that morning. But that's her purse.
Did you tell TBI that there would be a camera in her purse?
I did.
Do you recognize this?
That's her camera.
Next number to exhibit, Your Honor?
32.
Holly's car was still there, though, right? At your house when you got back?
Yes, it was.
Did you tell TBI that she had keys? She had a key ring in her purse?
Yes, she did.
Did you describe for them, or can you describe what her
It
key
was
looked like?
it was a big H and it had like rhinestones. And it and the Browning symbol.
And the what symbol?
The Browning, like she had on the back of her car, the pink Browning symbol and the H. That's her keys.
Is this her car key?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission just to hold it up, Your Honor?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier in your testimony that you told them about her wallet because you was there. You were there when she purchased it?
Yes. That is her wallet.
I'm going to open it. There appear to be several cards in here. What is that?
That's her prescription card, medicine card.
What is this one?
It's her Jackson State ID. That's her doctor when she goes to the doctor.
Her insurance card?
Her insurance card. That's her driver's license.
Ask it just be marked as 30.
33. 33. That's not my thing. I think it's the keys. Car keys. Oh, car keys, yeah. 33 is the keys. This is 34 wallet and content.
And permission to publish on this?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask that the wallet be passed back to, but not the contents, passed back to Ms. Bobo, and I want you to look in it and tell me if there's a $20 bill where you put one, that money.
No, there's nothing in it.
How we have an inhaler?
Yes, you did. Take just a minute. Let's see.
Let's take a recess. I want everyone to remain with me while the jury files out, please. Got a nurse. Come on. Let's let the jury go ahead and file out. Get some lights. Lights. Clerk, please.
Watch yourself. Come here, Karen. Come here, baby.
Everyone else remain with me, please.
I feel like I can't breathe.
We'll bring her back in a minute. Defense counsel indicated that they wanted a jury out. I'd be glad to hear anything.
Record to reflect that at the time that Ms. Bobo was being cross-examined, Ms. Nichols was at the
She wasn't being cross-examined, direct
examination. She was being handed certain items, very personal items. And at that time, apparently, Karen Bobo suffered a panic attack. She passed out in front of the jury. She required medical attention. And under these facts, I think it's going to be impossible for her to get a fair trial, for Mr. Adams to get a fair trial from an impartial jury. I think they're so tainted at this point that the proceedings should be stopped and a new jury should be called.
All right, let me say this. The witness was within 5 feet of the court. She first started, she said words to the effect that she was not feeling well. Before I could get a recess called, and we had a little problem I was trying to solve media-wise, that I'd almost called a recess. I dealt with that during the recess. But before I could get a recess call, she in fact had a medical event, and she passed out cold. This chair is fixed, so they had some difficulties extricating her. The jury was in passing or filing out the door at that time. This was clearly a medical event. There's no question. This was not something fake to gain sympathy. This lady had a medical issue. A nurse came up immediately, thank you, whoever that was. And then they had paramedics on call. The sheriff has, and he's had them here arranged since day one. They won't give us an ambulance, but they will give us paramedics close. They have dealt with her. They feel that she's ready to go now. They said extremely low blood pressure when they first started, as I understand. Very rapid heartbeat, the types of things that are consistent with syncopic events, okay? And I know because I've had them. and they're no fun. But this was not something that was done in an effort to achieve any type of sympathy or anything. If you want me to, I'll instruct the jury that they are not to give any sympathy whatsoever because of the fact that Ms. Bobo apparently had a medical event, which your motion for mistrial goes through.
Your Honor.
Do you want me to instruct them to that?
Yes, Your Honor, I would ask for it. And also, Your Honor, after they finish their direct examination, we would like, of course, to have an opportunity for cross-examination because of the medical event. We would ask that we have a recess until in the morning to begin our cross-examination.
I'm not going to do that. I will continue to watch. Basically, the paramedics have given me the thumbs up at this time. So I'm trying to march this case toward conclusion. I don't know any reason to lose that kind of time. I'll make sure that you have an adequate opportunity to cross-examine. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Say this, we've been on recess about 30 minutes. Immediately prior to that recess, the witness had a medical event that necessitated us getting a recess. Everything should be good to go now. I want to tell you and instruct you that you're to have no sympathy or prejudice for either side of this case. The mere fact that she had a medical event, please don't sympathize with that side of the case because of that. Listen to the testimony, give it the weight you think that it deserves, but just basically set aside the fact that she had a medical event. Okay, will each of you do that? All right, thank you. All right, you can continue. And I instructed the attorneys to speak up. Ms. Bobo, you might have to get on that mic, okay?
Yes, sir.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
I had my hearing checked last Wednesday to make sure I wasn't going down. And believe it or not, it was pretty good. But I've lost a little bit of high frequency. It said might affect hearing the higher pitched females, or said something like the grandkids. I said, you don't know my grandkids. There is no problem hearing them. All right, go.
Ms. Bobo, you
Did we get 34 marked?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You indicated that during in the weeks and months that followed, that you, I guess, were tracking down a number of leads.
Yes, ma'am.
Or tips, or people that became of interest to you or that you heard from. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Included in those people that you talked to, did that list of people include Zachary Adams?
Yes, it did.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Would you point him out to the jury, please?
Right there.
There's a number of people sitting on the side of the courtroom. Where is he sitting?
He will be sitting seconds from the podium.
Okay, for the record, the defendant.
And where did you encounter him?
Clinton, I went to his house.
Did you go, are you familiar with Adams Lane?
I wasn't.
Okay, but you became familiar with Adams Lane?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that like a long driveway and at the top there's two houses?
Yes, ma'am.
Who lives in one house?
The first house you get to is Zach's house, and then his granddad's house.
And what is the first house that you went to at the end of that driveway?
We went to Zach's house, and he didn't come to the door, and that was me and Dana and Clint, I believe. And so we went on to his granddad's house, and Dylan was there, and his granddad, and I asked him, was Zach at home? He said he was at home, and I said, well, he didn't come to the door. He said, well, maybe he left.
I'm going to object to this. And we're not offering this for the truth. It's just simply to show what her response was.
What she did?
Yes.
All right. It's not hearsay. So, objection overruled.
All right, so you said you knocked on Zach's door, he wasn't there, then you go next door to Dylan and Dick Adams' house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and who answered the door?
I don't remember.
One of the two of them?
One of the two of them.
All right, did you have a conversation with them?
We had a conversation with both of them.
Okay, did you ask about Zach?
I did ask about Zach.
All right, and what did they say?
I don't remember too much about what they said. I'm
talking about whether they said he was home or not.
Dylan said he was at home, and I said he didn't come to the door.
Okay. And then what happened? With respect to Zach?
I left my phone number and told Dylan that I wanted to talk to Zach.
And did Dylan indicate that he would give Zach that message?
Yes, he did.
And do you remember when this happened? How early in the investigation?
I believe it was July.
July of what year?
July 2011.
So despite the fact no arrests were made for quite some time, you, investigative leads, had already gone to that house.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you leave the message with Dylan. Did you ever hear back?
Yes.
Did he call you?
Zach called the next day and...
Did you know him before? Did you know Zach Adams?
I had Zach in the 4th grade. I was his 4th grade school teacher.
Okay. So when you left a message for him to call you, it was call Karen Bobo. You're somebody he knew.
That's correct.
Okay. So you said he called you when?
He called the next day.
And what, if anything, did he say you say?
He said, I hear you're wanting to talk to me. And I said, yes. And he said, well, you can come on over to my house. And I said, well, I'll be bringing my son because that was a work day. Dinah was at work. And so Clint and I went over there, but I called Dana's boss to tell him that we were going over there.
Okay. So
Dana, I believe, was working in Benton County at the time, around holiday.
So, but Dana didn't get there in time to go with you and Clint?
No, I didn't even tell Dana we were going.
You just told his boss?
Yes.
Right. So did you and Clint actually go to Zach Adams' house?
Yes, we did.
And you say that was in what month?
July 2011.
Right. And what happened when you got there?
When we got there, I can't remember if he came to the door or the front door was open. And so he invited us in, and we went in just the living room part. And we sat down. I'm not sure he ever sat down. His behavior was, his voice was low one minute, loud the next. I don't remember a whole lot about what he said, but 2 things stand out to me that he said.
Right. And what was the first one?
He asked Clint to describe what the person looked like who walked away with Holly. And when Clint described him, he said that was Shane.
Okay.
And I just found that odd.
Okay. Did you know who Shane was?
I did.
Did you have him in school as well?
No, I did not.
Just knew who he was. All right. What was the second thing that he said?
He told me, this is just out of the blue, that he could call someone with his phone and make it look like it was coming from my phone.
So did he use the word spoofing, or is that a word term you're familiar with?
He did use that word, but I didn't have a clue what it meant.
Okay. So those are the 2 things that you remember him saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any other encounters with him? I should have asked. Did you go there to ask about your daughter?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that's the information you came away with, was you described one individual as being Shane?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you know that there are other people charged with raping and kidnapping Holly?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you meet with any of those people in the course of doing your own investigation?
Yes, all of them.
When you say all of them?
All 4 of them. The first one being Shane.
You talked to Shane first?
Yes.
On one or more occasions?
More than one.
And do you know Shane's parents even?
I do know Shane's parents, yes. I had Shane's sister in school. I did not have Shane.
So you talked to Shane. What is his last name?
Shane Austin.
Okay. And who else did you talk to?
We talked to Jimmy and Rita Austin. We went to their house because we thought Shane lived with them. And his mom told me that they had to move him out because they would come home and their house would be full of drugs and people on drugs.
All right, so after talking to her, you talked to Shane at some point. I'm not gonna ask what he told you. What about Dylan? Now, you told the jury that when you went to see Zach the first time, you actually had a conversation with Dylan and with his grandfather, Dick. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that the only time that you talked to Dylan?
Yes, it is.
Did you know Dylan before going to the house that day?
I knew what he looked like, but I didn't have Dylan in school.
What about Jason Autry?
I had Jason in the 7th grade at Parsons.
And did you go and talk to him?
Yes, we did.
How many times did you talk to Jason Autry?
At least twice.
And will you tell the jury where those conversations took place?
The first time we were getting ready to walk out the door to go to early church, and we got a phone call from a girl at the Shell station, I believe. And she said she had someone she wanted us to speak with.
Wait. Objection.
To the hearsay.
It's not a hearsay, I was there.
You're describing the conversation someone had with you.
Yes, sir.
Is it being offered for the
It
truth?
was not. It's offered for what she did when she got
All
the
right, your
information.
objection is overruled. By definition, that's not hearsay.
You understand, you got some information from a lady over the phone that said she was at a Shell station?
She said she worked at the Shell station, and so we went there.
Okay. And when you got there, was anyone there? Did you encounter somebody?
It was some guy that she wanted us to meet.
Okay.
So we went out searching all day, and then we were hot and tired. This was in August. And
August of what year?
2011.
Okay.
And so we go back to one of those gas stations, I'm not sure which one, to get us something to drink, and we're getting ready to check out. And I think Dana said, look, come in there, and it was Jason Autry. So he gets in line behind us to check out, and I turn around and tell him I want to talk to him.
Okay. Now, you can't say what he said, but did you talk to him that day?
Yes, I did.
Did you also go and talk to him on another day at his house or his mom's house?
Yes, people kept calling and turning in their names to us, all 4 of their names. So we went back to Jason's house. I'm not sure when that was. I'm not even sure it was 2011. We went to his mother's house. The first time was August 2011.
So between April of 2011 and August of 2011, had you talked to all 4 of them?
Yes, ma'am.
And when I say you with Clint and or Dana?
Yes, ma'am.
There have been some questions and statements made about pressure put on law enforcement to solve this case. So let me ask you a couple of questions along those lines, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who, I guess, the case officer or the chief investigator for TBI was in the beginning?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
Terry Dykus.
And when this case started being investigated and as it continued the weeks and months, did you have contact with Terry Dykus frequently or infrequently?
Frequently. Daily.
Daily?
Daily, just probably sometimes multiple times during the day.
Do you know whether Terry Dykus wanted to close this case?
He did very much so.
Did he make certain promises to you?
Yes, he did.
And Your Honor, again, I'm not going to offer this for the truth. It'll become obvious. What statements did Terry Dykus make to you about your daughter?
He told me that he would have my daughter home before her 21st birthday, which was in October. And then when that date rolled around, he told me he would have her home before Thanksgiving. And when that date rolled around, he told me he would have her home before Christmas. And when that date rolled around and she wasn't home, he said he would have her home before Valentine's.
Holly didn't come home, did she?
No, she did not.
And do you remember a time, nearly exactly 3 years ago, September the 7th, 2014, did you receive certain information?
Yes, I did.
And who was the information from?
From TBI Jack Van Hoosier.
And was Jack Van Hoosier Terry Douglas's boss?
Yes.
And where were you when you got the information?
When I got the phone call that they had found human remains in northern Decatur County, I was checking out at American Eagle in the mall.
Go home?
Went straight home.
And then later on that evening, the next day, did a group of TBI agents come to your house?
They did.
Is that when we learned that the remains that were found were Holly?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it was, that happened on a Sunday when they called and told us they had found human remains, and they said it might be several days, but I believe they came back Monday night and told us it was Holly.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. First, I've asked for any jinx material for this.
Okay. Anything?
We've turned over, as your Honor knows, every statement and whatnot that we've ever.
I asked you, hopefully, to do that where we wouldn't have to say
Well,
after each witness breaks.
yeah, we did it during the course of discovery. I haven't turned over anything today because she has.
Weren't there some text messages that were going back and forth with the family? I thought there were some text messages. Are those for those also?
I have no idea what she's talking about. May we approach text messages between who and who?
Some type of instruction to the jury about evidence that's been destroyed.
And for all we know, it could be text messages about I'm coming to your house.
I just say meet me at 3 o'clock at the Shell station.
But we don't know because I can't.
They've given you everything they've got. Let's go. Bring the jury in.
Your Honor, I'd also asked for a curative instruction. They've allowed in things that people said. It wasn't for the truth of the matter. And like a curative instruction, just to tell the jury that whatever was repeated as what people said is only to put into perspective what happened next. And they're not to consider what they said as being truthful, such as the fact that the Austin family said if people were over there, there'd be full of drug people and drug
That's a legal issue. I don't think I've tried to explain hearsay to attorneys. There's 7 out of 10 attorneys don't know the definition of hearsay.
I believe that there's an instruction available that says that that's a limited use on what those statements come in as, Your Honor.
And a curative instruction with respect to what the lady at the Shell station told her, that's fine. It's nothing. A curative instruction with respect to Dylan saying, I'll give him the message, that's fine. A curative instruction as to what Zach told her, of course, would be inappropriate, because that was all.
I can't.
I'm not talking about Zach.
I can't give a curative instruction on every time I rule on some type of objection.
Right, we could
You probably shouldn't have objected because as an attorney, you should know the definition of hearsay.
I do know the definition of hearsay, and until it comes out, I don't know if it's for the content of the matter. Simply because the state says I'm not doing it for the truth of the matter doesn't mean that's not why it's coming in.
I'll tell the jury, I'll take care of it. Bring the jury out. You all right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Be seated, please. All right, let me say earlier there was objections based upon hearsay. I'm not going to send you to law school, but I'm going to tell you generally that hearsay is an out-of-court statement made by somebody that is offered for the truth of what is being said. So everything someone else says is not necessarily hearsay by definition. If that is simply being shown to offer why someone did what they did in response to it, it's not hearsay, okay? Everybody kind of generally understand, and that's after first year law school that you learn that. Some attorneys never learn it, so you folks are up on it, okay? All right.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bobo. I'm Jennifer Thompson. You may have seen me at hearings, but I know we haven't talked before.
That's correct.
And I recognize that today is a very difficult day for you, and it's been a hard afternoon. I want to be very respectful of you, but there's some questions I wanted to ask you this evening that I think only you or you would be the person to answer these questions, okay? One, I wanted to ask you about, I found somewhere in one of the reports that you had discussed Janet Britt and the fact that she had worked at Joe's Video. Okay, that's the topic I'm going to go to. So in Parsons, Tennessee, there was a video rental store called Joe's Video. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And your family had a membership there, didn't they?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a matter of fact, you all would go there and rent movies regularly.
I wouldn't say regularly, but sometimes.
Okay. And a woman named Janet Martin Britt worked at Joe's Video.
Not April the 13th, 2011. No, she did not.
But at one point in the past, Janet Martin Britt had worked at Joe's Video.
Yes, she had.
Okay. And she, at one point you had said that she recognized your family. When
I had her son in school also.
Okay. And so when you would go to the rental store, she didn't have to look up your membership number. She knew what it was.
That's correct.
Okay. And she knew your two children, Clint Bobo and Holly Bobo. Tell the investigators that Jan had known Clint and Holly their entire life.
I'm not sure. Do you have that where I can see that? I don't remember making that statement.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to pass this up.
Okay.
Can I see what you're passing forward? It's a statement that was taken by.
My objection would be, it's not Ms. Bobo's statement, it's something somebody else has said that she said. So that
You can ask her if she said it.
Right, and this
And
might.
if you've done, you might have to call someone else that authored that statement if you intend to use it for impeachment.
Yes, this might refresh her memory. So I was going to just pass it up to her and see if it would refresh her memory at all.
I do not remember making that statement.
Okay, that's fine. And the conversation that you had with Mr. Adams in July of 2011, you in fact interviewed lots and lots of people in Decatur County, didn't you?
Some.
You taped a lot of the conversations you had with people.
Yes, I did.
And you turned over dozens of interviews to the TBI, didn't you?
Probably.
And the conversation that you had with Zachary Adams that day was in fact recorded.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And that's a recording that you had turned over to the TBI.
Yes.
Along with dozens of other recordings.
Not at that time.
But over the course of the investigation, you had turned over
Yes, ma'am.
dozens of recordings. No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Maybe.
All right, step down. Call your next witness. All right. Come on up here and raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated. State your name for the record and spell first and last name for the benefit of the court reporter.
Clint Bobo, Clint Bobo.
Okay, proceed.
First, we met your mom, met your dad, we heard about her sister. When I ask you questions, I want you to keep your voice up so I can hear you back here, okay? Can you do that?
Yes.
Maybe a little bit louder now.
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
What kind of job do you have now?
I am a social worker.
Do you have a family now?
I do.
Wife?
I have a wife.
Y'all have kids yet?
No, no kids.
It's you and your wife.
That's right.
We're going back 6-7 years. We're going back to April 13th, 2011. Okay?
Okay.
Where were you living back then?
At that time, I lived at 681 Swan Johnson Road, Darden, Tennessee.
Who else lived there?
It was me, my sister Holly, my dad Dana, and my mom Karen.
You're a little older than Holly, is that right?
About 5 years.
Were you working back then?
I was.
Where were you working?
Well, I had a part-time job at nursing homes, and I worked at 3 different nursing homes at that time.
Were you going to school?
I was.
Where are you going to school?
University of Tennessee at Martin.
Working, going to school at the same time, a 25-year-old, right?
That's right.
Probably every bit of it.
Yes.
That morning, April 13th, 2011, is it a morning that you thought a lot about?
Yes, I have.
Is it a morning that you've been questioned a lot about?
Yes.
By your friends?
Yes.
By your family?
Yes.
By law enforcement?
Yes.
Attorneys?
Yep.
Well, we're going back to it again. That morning, how'd you wake up? When did you wake up?
I woke up to hearing the sound of our house dog, Rascal, barking.
What kind of dog is
He's a Shih Tzu.
a little thing?
Yeah.
He barks a lot.
He's pretty small. He barks pretty often.
That woke you up?
Yes.
And what'd you do?
I went back to sleep.
All right, so you're woken up by a dog barking, but you even get out of bed?
No.
Okay, so you wake up, dog barking, stop barking?
Well, yeah, I waited. I guess I was awake for a few seconds, and then I tried to go back to sleep, but maybe he stopped barking at some point in time, then he started barking again.
And did something wake you up again?
Just the sound of him continuing to bark.
Okay, so the little dog's still barking.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
I decided I would get up, that he probably wasn't going to stop barking, so I would go ahead and get up and go to try to find out what he was barking at.
What would you expect to find?
I expected something to see a utility vehicle outside, like a water meter reader or an electric meter reader or something, or a delivery truck.
You expected something normal?
Yeah.
Normally the dog barks for something like that.
Yes, he does. Anytime someone comes up, or even if there's a loud vehicle sometimes that travels down the road, he would bark.
And what'd you do? Where'd you go?
Well, I got up and I walked into the den, or the at that time I walked through the kitchen into like the foyer, and I looked out the front windows that were next to the front door.
Are there some side windows?
Yeah, side lights is what we call those.
Y'all say that fast, it sounds like satellites.
That's right.
Side lights?
Side lights.
I'm going to show you, Clint, what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19 and 20. It's going to be behind you.
Okay.
Is that the foyer you're talking about?
It is.
If I show you Exhibit number 20, I'm not good at that. What do you see in Exhibit 20?
That's the foyer area with the front door open.
All right, you got the front door, you got those side lights?
That's right.
All right, you looked out there, what'd you see?
I didn't see anything. I didn't see any vehicles. Didn't see anything.
Okay, what'd you do next?
Well, I looked out. I walked over to the window that overlooks the attached garage, a carport, and as I was approaching that, I didn't look at anything really, but as I was approaching that window, I heard voices in the.
Let me interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt you a few times, okay?
Okay.
Is this a window that is in the house, or is it in the door?
It's in the house.
Okay, so there's a window in the back of the house?
Yes.
That looks into the carport, or looks out at the detached garage?
It looks into the carport attached to the house.
So you're looking out of an interior window into the carport?
That's right.
Is that right?
That's right.
Are you able to see anything?
Well, I raised the blinds slightly, and I saw the silhouette of two individuals underneath that window knelt down.
Was it dark in that carport, or was it light?
It was fairly dark.
There were blinds down in the window?
Yes.
Did you pull them all the way up, or did you just...
No, I very slightly opened one of the blinds enough where I could see out.
Why did you do it like that?
Because I heard the voices out in the carport.
At this time in the morning, you've just woken up, right?
That's right.
What information do you have? Did you know where your mom was?
I assumed that she was at school, at work.
You assumed?
Yeah.
You didn't see her leave?
No.
Did you know where your dad was?
I assumed that he was also at work.
But you didn't see him leave?
No.
Did you know where your sister was?
No.
So you're fresh out of sleep to a barking dog. The front of the house, there's nothing. So you walk to the back.
Right.
And you look in this dark carpet.
Right.
And you were describing that you saw like the silhouettes of people. Did you see these silhouettes, or did you hear voices first?
I was going by what I heard, and I was going by the voices. I heard the voices first, and then I raised the blind to try to look out the window.
Describe the voices to me.
Well, it was a male's voice and a female's voice.
Did you actually recognize either of the two voices?
At first, I didn't recognize either voice, but as I listened for just seconds, I could recognize my sister's voice and what I thought was her boyfriend Drew's voice.
And why did you think it was her boyfriend Drew's voice?
Well, because he was the only male figure in Holly's life besides myself and my dad.
So you were making an assumption.
That's right.
Did you know Drew very well?
Yes.
Y'all are good friends, actually, right?
Yes.
Did y'all go hunting together?
We did.
Ride four-wheelers together?
We did.
And you assumed it was his voice?
Yes.
How were the two voices talking to each other? In what manner were they talking?
The male voice sounded somewhat aggravated, and the female voice would just answer back and sounded upset.
Could you actually hear the words that were being spoken?
No, I wasn't able to make out what they were saying.
So were you going by the tone or volume or something like that?
That's right.
Voices?
That's right.
And is all this happening over the course, because we talked about it here, and it sounds like it's happening over the course of minutes, but in fact it's happening over the course of what?
All of this is taking place just within a few minutes.
These voices, how long do you listen to them for?
Well, I would say just less than minutes. I would say seconds.
So you're fresh out of sleep.
Yeah.
A barking dog, nothing out front, looking out to the carport, and you hear these voices.
That's right.
For seconds.
Yes.
And what do you see when you lift up the blind a little bit?
I see the silhouette of two individuals knelt down underneath that window.
Can you see their faces?
No.
Can you tell which one the male is and which one the female is?
By their voices, mostly, I can.
What do you mean by that?
The female voice that I heard, which I later recognized as Holly's voice, was on the right-hand side, and the male voice, who I thought was Drew, was on the left-hand side.
What happens next?
I tried to call my mom, and I
Try to call your mom.
I was going to ask her if Holly didn't have school today because I knew that she was still at the house.
Well, let me ask you, if you assumed that male voice may be Drew, and he's a friend of yours, why didn't you open up that door and shut it?
I don't know.
Have you thought about that question?
Not really.
You could have opened up the door, right?
That's right.
Were Drew and Holly having any sort of relationship problems that they'd be fighting in the morning?
Not that I was aware of.
Do you get involved in their relationship problems?
No, I stay out of.
Is that something you'd want to walk into?
No.
And so you try to call your mom?
Yes.
And why do you try to call your mom?
I was going to ask her if Holly didn't have school that day.
Were you able to reach your mom?
I was unable to reach her on the first try.
Were you able to get through to her?
Immediately after the phone call that I made, I also text her, call me ASAP.
Okay. Did you get a response?
She called back about 20 seconds after I sent the text.
So this is all still happening really fast?
Yeah.
As we're waiting for her to text back, call back, whatever it is, what are you doing?
I'm trying to kind of listen to the voices.
During this time, are you still thinking it's Drew, and are you still thinking it's Holly?
Yes.
Did your mom reach back to you?
She does. She calls me right back after I sent that text message.
And what do you tell her?
I ask her, did Holly not have school today because her car is still here?
Did you tell her about the noises in the carport?
I don't recall.
What did she say when you asked about Holly not having school?
She said, yes, she has school.
She actually had tests even.
Yeah, I was unaware of that at that time.
Is that how the phone call with you and Karen, the first one, ends? Or do y'all talk some more?
Well, I forgot to mention, I did see Holly's car in the garage whenever I looked out the window.
When you look out of this window, the carport's right there.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
These figures would have been right there.
Yes, right underneath the window.
And her car would have been right there.
Right there underneath it as well.
So you heard the voices, you saw the car. You asked your mom, did Holly not have school? No, Holly does have school.
She has school.
And then what next?
The reason I ask is, at some point, briefly before this, Holly's car wouldn't start one morning. I think the battery was dead or something, so we had to, I guess, I don't know if my dad did it or somebody had to, jump the car off to get it started. So I thought that maybe it just didn't start and someone was coming to pick her up.
Sure, but what did your mom say? I mean, what did y'all say to each other after it was established she did have school?
She said she did have school. And I believe at that point I said, well, her and Drew are out here in the garage.
And what did she say in response to that?
I believe she said, that's not Drew. Call all the neighbors.
Well, she knew. She was working with different information than what you had.
That's right.
She knew that wasn't true.
Right.
Because she knew where Drew was. But she had talked to Drew that morning.
That's right.
Holly had talked to Drew that morning. But did you know where Drew was that morning?
I didn't. I assumed that he was turkey hunting somewhere, but I was unsure of where.
All right. That's not Drew. That's what she says?
Yes.
And what happens next?
She called back. I don't remember how much time had passed, but immediately at this time, I could no longer hear the voices. So I left where I was standing and I walked over to the back door, and that's when I saw a male and a female walking towards the woods. And I recognized the female as my sister, and at this time still thought the male was Drew. And he was wearing camouflage.
Could you see his face?
No, I couldn't see either of their faces.
Were they just a few feet from you, or were they many feet from you?
They were several feet from where I was.
You say several. In fact, later on, we're going to skip forward and come back to this minute and have you tell the rest of the story. But later on, did TBI get with you in that house? Have you look out into that yard and have people stand there as if they were this man and as if they were Holly? I think it's actually you have your mom, because she's the same height. Did that happen?
It did. We did that.
And my first one. You have you look at this picture. Tell me if you recognize that.
I do.
All right, what is that?
That is a viewpoint from the back door of our house up towards the woods where I last saw them walking.
Okay. And in fact, is this a picture from that, I guess you can call it a demonstration?
Yes.
Where you were standing at this window, telling them where to be, so that everybody could see what you saw.
It is.
I offer this as an excellent example.
Yes.
The shut back window you're talking about?
It is.
So you'd be standing inside the house right here at this back window, right?
That's the back door.
All right. After you heard the voices, and now you finally see something, is that right?
That's right.
A figure here?
Yes.
It's impossible to see with these lights on, but this exhibit will be passed around. But a figure here? Let's try it. This seems a little bit better. The figure here, is that right?
That's right.
And if we looked a little bit closer at this picture, we'd see the figure's wearing camouflage. Can you tell that from where you are right now?
Yes.
And then a figure right here, a pink shirt, like Holly was wearing.
That's right.
That's better. So here's the first figure with camouflage. And here's the second in blue jeans and the pink shirt. That's actually your mom.
Yes.
But for this demonstration, playing the role of Holly. Is that right?
That's right.
And is this the view that you got that morning? The flash that you got of that man in camo?
It
your
is.
Sister?
It is.
You told us before that you were several feet away, but that's, to me, that's more than several feet.
It's quite a ways.
It's all the way across your backyard.
Right.
This is the tree line, right?
That's right.
The playground area that your dad built and everything for y'all, that would be out this way, right?
Yes, it's just to the right of where they're standing.
That detached garage would be way over here, right?
That's right.
So this is as much as you saw of the man in camo.
Yes.
And of your sister.
That's right.
What are you thinking when you saw that? What are you thinking that morning when you saw that? When you had a flash like this from all these feet away of the man and your sister?
Well, at that time I thought, why is Holly wearing a pink shirt if they're walking into the woods? Obviously he's wearing camouflage and she has on a pink shirt.
Did you think they were going hunting or something?
Well, I was unsure. I thought it's a possibility.
Is any of this stuff making sense to you?
Not really.
Did you still think that person could be Drew?
It was at this time that his size seemed to be larger than Drew.
When you say larger, what do you mean? Do you mean taller? You mean stockier? You mean both? What do you mean?
Wider and heavier, stockier.
This flash from all these feet away across this yard. You say he looks heavier, stockier, wider.
Yes.
Than Drew.
That's right.
So what were you thinking when you noticed that difference?
It occurred to me at that time, I thought, no, that's not Drew, that's Richie.
And who's Richie?
Richie is our cousin.
All right, I'll cousin Richie. Because you didn't see the face, did you?
That's right.
But you're going on like body type.
Yes.
Were you still trying to make sense of what you were hearing and what you were saying?
Yes.
It doesn't sound like you're doing a very good job of it, though.
No, I was very confused.
Where did they go?
The last I seen them was about at the spot where they're standing in that picture.
Off into the woods.
I didn't see them enter the woods, but that's about the last view that I saw of them.
Why didn't you see them enter the woods?
I'm unsure. It could have been that second phone call from my mom came in at that time, and I looked down at the phone. I'm really unsure as to why I didn't see them enter the woods.
So into the woods, and then you don't see them anymore.
That's right.
Is there anything in those woods behind your house?
Yes, there's a trail just in front of where they're walking, and that trail leads up to an old logging road.
Yeah, there's actually a road that's, I don't know, how many yards would you say is off into those woods?
From the trail to the logging road?
From where they're standing right there to the logging road.
Probably going to be about 8 to 10 steps.
8 to 10 steps till you get to the trail.
The entrance to the trail. And then
how long down the trail to the logging road?
I think that we walked it was about 60 yards from the trail entrance to the logging road.
So about 70 or 80 yards into these woods, you get to the logging road.
That's right.
That you can have a vehicle and you can take off driving.
Yes.
What do you do when you see them disappear in the woods?
Well, I talked to my mom again on the phone. She called me back.
And how's she acting?
She's panicked at this point.
Panicked. And what did she tell him?
She said, "Oh my God, Clint, that's not Drew. Get a gun and shoot him."
That's not Drew. Get a gun and shoot him.
That's right.
You've woken up to something. Voices. Flash of this. Your mama yelling at you to get a gun and shoot somebody.
Right.
What do you do?
Well, I didn't do that. I was still thinking that it's either Drew or it's Richie. There's no reason for me to get a gun and shoot. I wouldn't shoot Drew. I wouldn't shoot Richie. I have not seen anything to indicate that I need to be trying to shoot anyone. So I didn't do that.
What did you do?
I think it was at this point that I was at the back door, or I went back to the back door. I think I was already standing there, but I opened the door up, I guess just to listen, or I'm not sure what I was about to do, go outside, I guess. And then I felt how cold it was that morning, and I was still in my pajamas. So I come back.
Let me interrupt you. We can tell at this point in the morning that you're confused.
Yeah.
Would you admit that?
Yes.
Confused by what you heard, what you assumed, and then later what you saw.
Yes.
Would you admit that you're also kind of scared of what was going on?
Just unsure.
So you open that door, and you don't run out and chase these two people into the woods, do you?
No.
What do you do?
I opened the door and I felt how cold it was, and I realized I'm in my pajamas, so I went and put on some pants and a jacket and some socks and a pair of shoes, and then went out the back door.
Gun or no gun?
No, I also went and grabbed the .38 Colt revolver before I went out the door, and I also have my cell phone.
Got dressed, got a phone, you got a gun. Now what are you going to do?
I guess I'm going to go and look and walk up to the logging road to see if I can see them or hear them.
What do you do?
I walk out and then I look to my left where they were knelt down under that window, and there's a pool of blood in the garage.
There's a garage and there's a carport.
Carport.
Which one is it?
It's a carport attached to the house.
It's the one that you were lifting up that blind and peeking into, right?
That's right.
And you were seeing the silhouettes of your sister and somebody.
Yes.
And there's a pool of blood.
Yes, just below where they were knelt down.
Well, what are you thinking at this point?
I'm even more confused, because I'm thinking now, if it is Drew or if it is Richie, they've killed a turkey, they brought it up here to the house and laid it on the carport, and it's been bleeding, and...
You're still not thinking that some man or some men came to your house that morning and abducted your sister and dragged her off in the woods?
Absolutely not.
Had that even crossed your mind at all?
No.
If that had crossed your mind, what would you have done?
The situation would have been much different. I would have probably not called anyone. I would just got a gun and tried to kill the person that was with my sister. It would have been either him.
Outside with the gun and the phone, and now you're dressed. What do you see, other than the pool of blood after that?
Okay. I will go ahead and close the back door, and I'll walk across the deck, because obviously I don't want to walk down into the garage. So I take a right and I walk across the back deck and into the driveway, and I make a left, and I walk up through the backyard up to the entrance of that trail.
Sort of like over to the left of that playground structure.
That's right.
To the edge of where they walked in.
Yes.
And what'd you see?
I stopped walking just in front of where they are in that photograph at the wood line.
Why'd you stop?
And I was just looking and listening, and I didn't see or hear anything. In fact, it was unusually quiet. I didn't hear any birds chirping. The wind wasn't blowing.
It's just real quiet.
Just
no man in camouflage anymore.
Right.
No voices anymore.
Right.
No Holly anymore.
Right.
How long do you sit there or stand there, listening and looking?
I stood there for maybe like 30 seconds, and then I heard a vehicle coming up our driveway.
Okay. What happened then?
Well, I recognized the vehicle as Kathy Wise's Ford pickup truck.
All right, and who's Kathy Wise?
She was our neighbor at that time.
You're looking at the front of your house, they live off to the right.
That's right. That's right.
Kathy and James Morris,
Yes.
his girlfriend, or ex-wife, whatever it was.
I was unsure, but
Well, what'd you think when you saw Kathy Wise's truck driving up?
well, I was still very confused because she never comes up to the house.
That's not something that normally happens.
Right.
Okay, but maybe it's something that could explain what was going on.
Yeah.
So did you talk to her?
Yeah, she parked her truck and then she got out and approached me, and she saw I had a revolver in one hand and cell phone in the other hand. So I was holding both the objects up. Well, I put the barrel of the revolver in my pocket just to indicate that I don't intend to harm, I don't intend any harm with the gun. And then she walks up and approaches me closer, and she says, "What's going on up here? My husband, Ed, heard screams about 15 or 20 minutes ago."
And Ed, same thing as James Morris.
Well, Ed is actually Kathy Wise's husband, as far as I know.
But somebody had heard screams?
Yes.
What'd you say?
I didn't say any. I don't think I said anything back to her at that time. I had my cell phone, and then it was at that point that I went ahead and called 911.
All right. So at this point, we had heard voices. We'd seen a flash of the man camouflage. Her sister, through the woods, drops or a pool of blood in the carport.
Yes.
And now the neighbor talking about a scream.
Yes, which was new information to me.
Had you ever heard a scream?
No.
So now what do?
I'll go ahead and call 911 as my mom had instructed me to do earlier.
Your mom had instructed you earlier to go out there and shoot whoever it was, right?
Right.
Your mom had instructed you earlier to call 911, call all the neighbors.
That's right.
But now you do.
Yes.
As you're talking to 911, does anybody else arrive?
I'm on the phone with 911, and they actually what happened was I called 911 and it went to Henderson County. Well, we lived in Decatur County, so they said, "Hold on the line and I'll transfer you to Decatur County." So I hold on the line briefly, and then they transfer me to Decatur County, and I talked to the individual in Decatur County. Tried to explain, I guess I've tried to explain what.
Tried to explain something you couldn't explain.
Right, basically.
What did you tell me?
I was still very confused at this point. I believe I told him that I thought that my sister was missing.
Did you tell him that you had thought that she was with her boyfriend, Drew?
I don't remember going into any of those details.
While you're on the phone with 911, other policemen arrived. Is that right?
Yes, they must have already been dispatched because I was on the phone with 911 briefly, and then I heard an engine of the car speeding toward our house.
Policemen get out?
Police car pulled up, and a deputy got out, asked me what's going on.
Did you tell him?
Yes, I think I told him what I had saw and what I had heard that morning, and he told me that he needed me to write out a statement. So he handed me a statement, and I don't remember him handing me an ink pen or a pencil, and I don't remember him handing me anything to lay the statement on to write it, just a piece of paper. Yeah.
And he says, write down what you just told me.
Yeah, so I went back to his patrol car and laid the paper on his hood and asked for an ink pen, and I started writing my statement.
All right. So you started writing your statement about what you saw that morning.
That's right.
But other people started coming.
Yes.
More police?
Yes. Another Decatur County, this was a Decatur County officer that arrived first. Another Decatur County officer arrived, who is someone that I know. He arrived and got out, asked me what happened, kind of the same scenario.
You talked to him?
Yeah, briefly.
How about your mom and Miss Brumley? They get there?
I remember my mom and Miss Terry Brumley arriving shortly after the second deputy.
And tell us about your mom.
They got out of the car or the vehicle, and then my mom approached me, and I think that she grabbed me by both arms and kind of shook me and said, "Why didn't you do something?" Very upset.
You understand she was just upset?
Yes.
And what'd you say?
I don't think I said anything at that point.
And then more police?
Yes.
How about people from the community? They start showing up?
Yes, a deputy from Henderson County, I believe, showed up next. And I'm not familiar with the exact order, but policemen continued to show up. People from the community started showing up in large numbers, and everyone that showed up walked up to me and asked me what happened. And I would try to go through just briefly, what I saw and heard. And I was unable to write my statement because of all of the people coming up and talking to me. So I decided that I would stop writing the statement on the hood of the patrol car, and I would get in the back of the patrol car and try to write my statement there. So that's what I did.
She was gone.
Yes.
She never came back.
Right.
Your mom told us how she searched, and your dad told us how he searched.
Yes.
How about you?
I searched with him as well.
This changed your mom's life and your dad's life, did it change yours?
Yes.
Did you ever know Zach Adams?
Not until after this happened.
I'm talking about as of April 13th, 2011.
No, I didn't.
Know Zach Adams?
No, I did not.
Did you know Shane Austin?
No, I did not.
Did you know Dylan Adams?
I knew of Dylan Adams. I think I had seen Dylan Adams at my grandmother's house on possibly one or two occasions.
Had you ever hung out with him?
No.
Under what circumstances would he have been at your grandmother's house?
He was friends with my cousin Brent Cornett.
Did you know Jason Autry?
No.
Since April 13th, 2011, have you seen them? All four of those people?
Yes.
Your mom told us how y'all went and interviewed people.
We did.
Right?
We did.
Now, as that man's walking into the woods there, and you're noticing that he's wider or stocky or whatever it is than your cousin Richie. Oh, no.
Then Drew.
Then Drew.
Yes.
That he's about the same size as your cousin.
Yes.
Richie. Would you agree with me that, well, what height and weight would you assign that if you had to?
The man that I saw, I would describe as about 5'10", 5'11" in height and about 200 pounds in weight.
Would you agree with me that that is not the same physical size or stature of Zach Adams?
I would.
That is not, correct?
That is not.
That is not the same size because he's real tall of Jason Autry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How about Shane Austin?
When I first seen Shane Austin, that does fit the description of size and weight of Shane Austin.
Do you know if the male voice you heard in the garage is the same person as the camouflage man?
That is something that stood out to me because the voice I heard in the garage sounded a certain way, and then the man that I saw walking away with Holly looked a certain way, and I don't know if anyone would understand this, but the voice didn't match the body type.
You don't know how many people were out there, do you?
I don't.
At least one.
Yes.
But the voice could have been a different voice.
It could have been.
There could have been people you didn't see and you didn't hear.
That's right.
But you're here today telling us what you heard and what you saw.
That's correct.
And you've given this account. A lot of people have asked you to tell them what you saw and what you heard.
Yes, many times.
In fact, would you acknowledge that there have been some heated conversations between you and TBI and law enforcement?
There have been.
They've confronted you, correct?
They have.
They've told you we don't understand why you didn't go out there.
Definitely.
They told you they're frustrated that you couldn't identify the person.
Yes.
But have you always told the truth?
I have.
Do you regret what you didn't do that morning?
Yes, I do.
If you had had more information, if you had known for certain that Drew was out hunting, if you had recognized that voice as a stranger's, if you had seen not just a man walking in the woods, but another man and another, what would you have done?
I would say that everything would be different and we wouldn't be here today.
But that's how you look, right?
If I had had more information, I would have definitely reacted to the situation differently.
Did you love your sister?
Yes.
That's true.
Mr. Bobo, my name is Jennifer Thompson, and I represent Zach Adams.
Okay.
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Okay.
You've given multiple statements in this case.
I have.
And you gave a statement on the same day that your sister disappeared.
I did.
Or multiple statements, actually.
Several statements that day.
One of the statements you gave was to FBI Special Agent Art Viveros. Do you remember Mr. Viveros?
Yes.
And so that was a statement that you made very close in time to when the event occurred.
I don't recall.
When your sister disappeared.
Yes, I don't recall the time of that, but I did sit down and talk to Mr. Arthur that morning, just after my sister was taken.
Okay. And at that time, you said that initially you had received a call at 7:33 in the morning from Chad Marshall. Do you remember?
I remember Chad calling that morning. I don't remember the exact time, but I was asleep, and I just simply picked my phone up and silenced the call and went back to sleep.
Okay. And it wasn't until about 7:40 that you woke up because your indoor dog was barking.
Sometime around that time, that's correct.
Yes. And you were up for a few minutes. You said you were up for about 10 minutes when you heard the voices from the carport. Do you remember saying that?
Not really.
Okay. You told him that at first you thought people were trying to break into your house.
I don't remember telling anyone that.
Okay. Do you remember telling him that you walked to the windows that face the carport? You pushed out the Venetian blinds. You pushed them open and observed two people squatting down.
I do.
Okay. You could only see the tops of their heads. Is that right?
The tops of their heads and maybe the top portion of their shoulder, I think is what I told them.
Okay. And the female had blonde hair.
Yes.
But you weren't sure who they were because you couldn't see their faces.
Right.
One of them sounded male and seemed to be giving orders to the female.
That's right.
Okay. They both sounded white.
Yes.
By that, I'm assuming you're just talking about kind of the intonation in their voices.
Yeah, Mr. Arthur and some of the other FBI agents and TBI agents asked me if I knew the ethnicity of the person that I heard.
The female seemed to be agreeing with what the man was telling her to do.
That's right.
Okay. And you thought it was Holly, but it didn't quite sound like her.
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. And you assumed at that time that the male must have been Holly's boyfriend.
Yes, I did.
Even though you didn't go outside, it was an odd enough situation that you called your mother.
Yes.
Okay. And you Then when you couldn't reach her, you texted her.
That's right.
Okay. When you couldn't hear the voices outside any longer, that's when you looked out the kitchen window and saw people walking towards the woods. Isn't that right?
The kitchen door, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, the glass window in the kitchen. If you said glass window in the kitchen, you would have meant the door with a window in it.
That's right.
Okay. And as you looked at the woman, it looked like the size and shape of Holly. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you remember what she was wearing?
She was wearing a pink t-shirt and blue jeans.
Okay. And again, you assumed still at that point that the male was Drew.
I did.
Drew Scott, the boyfriend. And you thought that the reason that they were going into the woods was because Drew had shot a turkey and he was taking Holly to go see a turkey.
I thought that was a possibility at that time, yes.
Okay. And so there was nothing about the way they were walking that alarmed you at that time.
That is correct.
There were some perhaps reports that she was being drugged into the woods, but you didn't see any evidence that she was being dragged into the woods.
That's right, and those reports were false.
If you had seen your sister being dragged into the woods, you would have jumped into action.
That's correct.
Okay. And the man you said had on camouflage pants, a camouflage shirt, and a hat.
To the best of my memory, I think that he had on a lot of camouflage. I know I've reported full camouflage, but he did have on camouflage.
Okay. Do you happen to remember what the camouflage pattern was?
At first, I remember it appeared to be Mossy Oak breakup.
Okay. Because actually, there's different companies. Mossy Oak is a company of camouflage, and each company has different camouflage patterns that they use.
Right.
Okay. And Mossy Oak, you said Mossy Oak breakup.
That's correct.
And that would be a camouflage pattern you might use if you were going turkey hunting.
That's right.
Okay. And you said at first you thought that. Upon further reflection, did you decide it might be something else?
Yes, I did say that it could have been leafy wear, which is something that turkey hunters wear.
Okay. Was it just that it was too far away for you to really determine?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And you said you thought that you saw in the person's right hand something that looked to you like a turkey call.
Yes, I think I described it as maybe a deer grunt call.
A deer grunt call?
That's right.
And what would that look like?
It's a black plastic pipe that's about 7 or 8 inches long, and it has like a flexible end on it.
Okay. And how do you make noises with it? Do you move it around?
No, you blow through it.
Okay. You'll excuse me just 1 minute. I get nervous too, and I get to dry mouth. Okay, and so,
I'm sorry. Don't mouth well enough. I tried mouthing it. No, I'm sorry. There. All right, thank you.
now that morning, you had parked your car in the garage that day, and that was somewhat unusual. Is that right?
I had backed my pickup truck in the detached garage, and that was somewhat unusual because that parking spot was unavailable for a few months prior to that night.
It had been full with things.
Yes, my dad had a project car that he was working on, and he had the car on one side and parts and tools on the other side.
Okay, so if somebody had been that was the first night you had parked your car in the garage for a while?
That's right.
So if somebody had been observing the house, on other occasions, they would have seen your car outside.
Yes.
And that night, the garage door to the detached garage was closed also, wasn't it?
That's correct.
So you wouldn't have been able to see your truck.
That's right.
Right? So if somebody had been watching your house for a while, they might have assumed that you were not there.
That is a possibility.
And on Tuesdays and Thursdays, that spring of 2011, you were gone before Holly in the morning. Isn't that right?
On some days I was.
Yes. Now, do you remember also telling law enforcement that the person's hair, that you could see the man had dark hair sticking out from under his cap?
At some point in time, I do. Yes, I remember that.
And you had said that the dark hair was long enough that it appeared to be touching the man's collar or down on his collar.
To cover his neck, that's correct.
To actually cover his neck even?
Yes.
Okay. And then, in fact, you had also described the man's voice.
Yes.
You described it as a very deep, low voice.
Yes.
Didn't you? Okay. And at some point, Terry Dicus brought you voice samples of different people's voices.
He did.
And you were able to narrow the voice samples down to 2 different voices.
I believe that's correct.
And to you, the 2 samples of voices sounded identical.
Yes, they sounded very similar.
You couldn't distinguish one man's voice from the other.
Yes.
Okay. And one of those men's voices was Terry Britt's voice, wasn't it?
That's what the TBI indicated, yes.
Okay. At some point along the line, you retained an attorney to represent you, didn't you?
Yes, as well. It was a family. We attained an attorney to represent our family, to give us some family guidance, because our family's never really been involved in any kind of court issues.
Yes. And it was a new and different situation to you.
Yes.
But he actually accompanied you when you were questioned by law enforcement, didn't he?
He later did.
Yes. And law enforcement put great pressure on you to change your story, didn't they?
They did.
They continually accused you of lying.
Yes.
And they continually said that you were somehow holding back on some kind of information.
Withholding information, yes.
And they again stressed again and again that they would never be able to solve the crime unless you would come forward and tell everything you know.
That's correct. To me, that meant that I was the one that could solve the crime.
Right. And you can't solve this crime, can you? No.
No.
I mean, it wouldn't have mattered to you in this situation if in the beginning you had told some kind of fib. In order to get your sister back, you would have admitted to that right away, wouldn't you have?
Admitted to if I had previously lied?
If you had previously lied, or if you had been confused initially.
Yes, I would have admitted the truth, yes.
You would have done anything to get your sister back, wouldn't you have?
I would not have lied.
No, but you would have admitted fault on your own.
Oh, yes.
You would not have tried to protect yourself and kept yourself from getting in trouble if it meant hindering the search for your sister, would you?
That's correct.
Okay. If I can have one moment. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Anything else? Just real quick.
She asked about law enforcement pressure you to like change your statement or something. Do you understand the difference between somebody confronting you about what you said?
I do.
About telling you that if it was them, they would have rushed out there and either they'd be dead or that man would be dead.
I heard something like that numerous times, yes.
Again and again, they confronted you with that.
Yes.
And again, you've told them the truth.
Yes, all that I know.
And every time you tell them what they know, what does law enforcement do? They write it down.
Yes.
They write it down. They ever try to change what you're saying?
No, they didn't change what I was saying. They just wanted me to add more and give them more and give them more.
They're doing their job.
Yeah.
They confronted you and confronted you and confronted you. And then they wrote down or wrote memos or recorded or whatever it was every time what you said.
Yes.
They never made up lies that you said.
No.
They never had you sign statements that weren't true.
No.
You saw a black, what'd you call it again? I don't hunt very much.
The object
in his hand?
The object in his hand. It appeared to be a deer grunt call.
Because it was black?
It was black, and it looked like it was just kind of a matte black, and it looked like it was about 7 or 8 inches long, like a pipe or a tube.
Did you make any assumptions that's where it was because he was in camouflage and he was walking in the woods?
Yes, I believe that's skin. Of course, he was a pretty good ways away from me as well.
Very good ways. You saw the picture?
Yeah.
Could that have been a gun?
It could have been.
Your Honor, I'm objecting to speculation. I'd ask to strike that.
No, he said could it have been, he said it could. That's not speculation, it's just voice of opinion. There's no room. None?
Passwords.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, step in. Let's take a recess to our last evening recess. Violence will let me know when everyone's finished recording, and then we'll go a little further into the evening yet. Oh, you're next.
John Babb.
Okay. Raise your right hand, sir. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated. State your name and spell first and last name for the court reporter, please.
John Babb, John Babb.
Thank you, sir. All right. Proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Babb.
I am.
I'm going to ask you to speak up. You're a little soft-spoken, and it's sort of hard to hear in here. So
That mic is fine if you need to get a little closer to it.
not asking what your address is, but where do you currently live?
Collierville,
Okay, and where's Collierville?
Tennessee.
And is that close to Memphis?
Yes.
All right. And prior to moving to Collierville, where did you live?
In Lexington, Tennessee.
All right. And prior to living in Lexington, where did you live?
Kansas City.
At some point in there, did you have a house or property on Swan Johnson Road?
I did. I did not live there. I just owned the property there.
And what kind of property did you own? A house, a lake, what?
150 acres, mostly woods, five lakes, recreational property.
And I asked you whether it was close to Swan Johnson Road. Actually, was it right off of Swan Johnson?
Right on Swan Johnson Road on the east side.
All right. Are you familiar with the family last name Bobo?
Very much so.
Karen Bobo, Dana Bobo, Clint,
Certainly.
and Holly.
And Holly.
Do you recall approximately when you met their family?
They were probably the first family I met when I bought that property.
And when was that?
2004.
And having bought that property in 2004, did you basically watch Clint and Holly grow up?
I did.
Did you ever do any business with Dana or did he do some work for you or around your lakes?
A great deal. He had heavy equipment and I needed a lot of heavy equipment work done on the lake property. We worked together for about 10 years.
And how much interaction did you have with Holly?
Every now and then, I would see her whenever I went over to their house. In fact, she rode her horse on our property from time to time.
She rode her horse with your permission, I see.
Yeah, sure.
You said you didn't live there. Did you go there frequently or infrequently?
About 3 times a week.
Was the night when you wanted to?
There's a small cabin on the place.
I want to draw your attention, please, sir, to April the 13th of 2011 and ask you, do you remember that morning?
I do.
Had you spent the night in your cabin there on Swan Johnson the night before?
No.
How specifically do you remember that morning?
I was to go fishing with a good friend of mine who had come in from Atlanta. We spent the night at my home in Lexington, came there the next morning. I remember we were running a little bit late, 30. Went down to the house. I had to rig up or put a boat on the trailer and then hook up the trailer, get our fishing gear together. I showed my buddy a boat that I had built over the winter. Then we went over to a lake, some 300 or 400 yards away from the cabin.
So all of the activity that you described, when you said at the time you went through the gate, that was on that property?
Yes.
The gate to your cabin and to your lake, the ponds and lakes?
Yes.
Okay. You sort of have given us some specific time frames. Are you a person that makes note of detail based on your history, your work history, your career?
I had to do that for many years, yes.
And just so the jury understands why you might be a person that pays attention, what was your career?
I worked for the U.S. Surgeon General. I was an assistant surgeon general and rear admiral in the public health service.
Right, and attained you were a rear admiral, weren't you?
Yes.
And when did you retire?
2010.
So this point, this April of 2011 was really shortly after your retirement. You're enjoying yourself, being able to go fishing in the middle of the week?
Indeed.
Okay. Now, to go back to, you entered the gate, you said around 7:30?
Around 7:30,
Okay.
yes.
And how much time did you spend getting things ready, getting the boat on the trailer?
I would say probably 20 minutes. Then we rode over to the lake. My buddy is a little bit decrepit, and as I had my stuff ready to go, he wasn't quite ready yet. He was gathering his stuff together. I was standing on the levee of the lake. He was down next to the boat at the lake surface there trying to get his stuff ready. And that's why I saw what I saw and he didn't see it.
All right. And so that the jury understands, I guess, the layout. If you were standing where you were on the levee and looked back towards the road, what did you see? Could you actually see Swan Johnson Road?
Yes, for about maybe a 50, 60 yard swath of road there, yeah.
And you said that he was not your buddy, and was that Mr. Williams?
Bob Williams, yes.
He was not able to see what you did because of where he was.
Right.
Okay. What did you see?
Well, first I heard something, a motor revving up loudly on the road. I looked over and a white truck came by extremely fast, probably faster than any vehicle I've seen on that road before or since, probably traveling 55, 60 miles an hour. And I turned to my buddy and said, man, that white truck was flying. And of course, he didn't see it. That was the end of that conversation.
Were you able, other than making the observation that it was a white truck and going fast, were you able to make any other observations about that truck?
I thought it was an extended cab truck.
Okay.
But I
Did you think that it may have been a Ford as well?
I thought it may have been a Ford, but then it was 250 yards or so away, so I couldn't tell for sure.
When you reported what you saw, though, you reported those things, that you thought it was an extended cab and you thought it was a Ford.
Yes.
And Mr. Hagerman just reminded me to ask, I'm glad he did. Was it a pickup truck?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
An actual pickup truck.
Yes.
Other than hearing the truck, and let me ask you which direction it was going, and we have a map.
The truck was going south. And just at the very north end of the Bobo property and my property, Swan Johnson turns into a gravel road. So I find it inconceivable that somebody could have been going that speed with that made any sense whatsoever after coming off that gravel road, unless they were in one heck of a hurry. That's why it drew my attention.
Got your attention. In addition to hearing and then seeing the white pickup truck, did you hear some noises shortly before that you thought were cats fighting?
I did. Two of the neighbors owned quite a few cats. And when I heard it, I thought, that sounded like a couple of cats fighting. And it was off towards the Bobo house. My buddy, who is actually a cat person, said, I don't think that was cats, but that was all we heard, and we didn't figure that out.
Did you hear what you thought at the time were cats fighting, two cats fighting, before or after you saw the car speeding past?
Well, I heard that as soon as we got to the lake, so it was before the car.
So you heard was it screeching or yelling or crying or?
A screech or a squall, like I say, I thought it was cats.
But your buddy told you it wasn't.
Right.
Do you remember when you were kind enough to let me come to your home and talk to you about what you saw and heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in telling me, describing for me the layout of your property and the Bobos, did you hand draw a map?
Yes, I did.
Let me pass that forward to you. And Your Honor, the defense has it.
Yeah,
And do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that map, to the best of your ability, truly and accurately reflect sort of the layout of the road, the land, the Bobos that morning?
It's a crude map, but yes. Yeah.
Your Honor, ask this be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
Should be 36, I think, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm going to pass you a pointer. If you'll look over your left shoulder. Yes, please. Especially on this one, it's a little thing on there.
Just a second.
You're writing.
Pretty quick study. It's 5 o'clock on Monday. We've learned how to get the lights down.
As a writing. All right, Mr. Babb, you have to tell me, is it focused enough for you to point out the writing or not? I can't tell.
hard to make out the writing.
Okay.
This point right here is the levee on the lake where I was standing. Right in here is where I saw this truck speeding, coming from that direction, and I saw the lake for that time period right in here.
Where do the Bobos live?
There.
And what distance, if you had to tell us down the road from the Bobos to where you saw the car?
Well, from there to there, I would say 150, 200 yards.
150 to 200 yards. And the area on here where you believe you heard two cats fighting or screaming, where did that sound from?
Generally in this direction here. This lady here had cats, and there was a man that lived here who had 60 cats. 62 actually. So
but the sound wasn't from where you lived.
No, it wasn't coming from that direction. It was back over here.
Let me ask you, and tell me if either way, is it a possibility that what you heard were voices or high-pitched screaming as opposed to cats?
It was.
I'm going to inject to the speculation.
The question's proper, overruled.
Let me ask that question again. Is it a possibility that the sounds you heard that morning was someone crying or screaming as opposed to cats fighting?
I didn't think of it in that terms whenever I heard it. I wish I had under the circumstances, but no, I didn't think of it that way, but it's certainly possible that it was.
Now, this information that you shared with the jury, at what point did you tell someone in law enforcement what you had seen regarding that white, possibly Ford extended cab pickup?
Well, the first thing that happened that I knew anything had gone on over there was that Dana.
Yes, sir.
All right, light stuff.
Dana Bobo called me, I'm not sure, somewhere around 9 o'clock
That morning or that evening?
That morning to ask me what the age requirement to report what's the Amber Alert, what the age requirement was for an Amber Alert. And I said, I think it's 21, but I'm not sure. And then he said, well, Holly's been taken.
I'm sorry, there was a thump. Holly's been what?
He said, Holly has been taken. And he tried to explain what was going on. And so, well, I said, he said, are you at the lake? And I said, yeah. And so I then stopped fishing, went to all of the buildings on the property there to be sure that nobody had come over there to our side of the road. And then I went directly over to Swan Johnson Road, walked up to his house. There were police cars, et cetera, all up and down the road. And I talked to the sheriff of Decatur County and the sheriff of Henderson County, who were together on the roadway there, and told them what I'd seen. And directly somebody from Homeland Security and the FBI came over to the cabin and talked to me. And then later on that evening, they asked me to come to the command trailer, and I spoke to them again there.
So from within, I guess, an hour and a half or so after you heard and saw this, you were taking steps to report it?
Yes, but I didn't know there was anything to report until Dana's cell phone call. Right.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Cross.
No further questions. No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Babb. You're free to go, or you can be in the courtroom with us.
Thank you.
Call your next.
Tony Weber.
Raise your right hand, sir. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir, I do.
Be seated, state your name, and spell your first and last name for the court recorder.
Tony Weber. TonyWeber.
You can proceed.
Mr. Weber, we recall your attention back to April of 2011, okay?
Yes, sir.
Where were you working back then?
Decatur County Sheriff's Office.
How long were you a deputy there?
In law enforcement in Decatur County, approximately 15 years.
15 years.
Yes, sir.
Now you got a new job though, right?
Yes, sir.
Got a new, better job.
Yeah.
Make a little more money. Right?
Yes, sir.
April 13th, 2011, did you have occasion to respond to the crime scene on Swan Johnson?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell me how that came about.
That morning we were leaving, or I was leaving the high school. I'd been working traffic patrol, just trying to detour speeders through a school zone. After that, I had went to 911 dispatch center and was made aware of the call. I then responded emergency traffic to the Swan Johnson Road address.
Did you respond to emergency traffic, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean fast?
Lights and siren, yes, sir.
Lights and sirens.
Yes, sir.
Was it just you or was anybody with you?
It was just me and my car.
Tell us what you saw when you arrived there.
When I arrived at the address, as I was pulling in the driveway, I noticed two people standing in front of a residence. One was later identified as Clint Bobo. The other was a neighbor. I believe her name was Kathy Wise.
Okay. So you pull up that long driveway at Swan Johnson, lights and sirens, and you see Clint Bobo and the neighbor, female.
Yes.
What'd you do?
I exited my vehicle, went up and was kind of trying to determine what was going on, if a crime had occurred, or the nature of the call, what exactly had been going on.
This call was some type of kidnapping call, right?
I said that Holly Bobo had been taken, or a female had been taken into the woods.
That doesn't happen every day.
No, sir.
Did you talk to Clint Bobo?
I did.
He give you a brief version of what was going on.
Yes, sir. He said that somebody in camouflage had taken his sister into a wooded area behind and to the right of the house from where we were.
So what do you do in response to that?
We began to walk towards the area where he had said that his sister was taken into the woods.
Who's we?
Mr. Bobo and I. I don't remember at that time whether the neighbor had come with us. We started walking back through there and just generally asking him questions. Are you sure, this is what happened? Are you sure there's nothing going on? I actually asked him, I said, are you sure she didn't get a ride to school? Because I believe he had made comment that she was supposed to be going to college that morning. And I asked him, are you sure she didn't get a ride? He was sure she did not get a ride to school. Kept saying that she was taken into the woods.
Okay.
I asked to see where her vehicle was. At some point, we ended up over near her Mustang in the carport.
What did you see in the carport?
That's when I noticed there was blood spatter and a puddle of blood on the floor.
This is previously marked states exhibit number 27. Let me show you 28 first. Mr. Webb. You recognize that?
Yes, sir. It appears to be the carport of the Bobo's residence.
And was that car there?
Yes, sir, it was.
It's her car. Is this the blood you're talking about?
It appears to be, yes, sir. It's in the general location for sure.
And I got a close up of at least part of it. Exhibit 27. Right there at the base of the steps, right?
Yes, sir.
Things were serious.
At that point, I realized it was more serious than I was first made aware. Yes, sir.
Had first made aware or expected?
Expected, I guess. Well, I guess just the demeanor of the persons when I first encountered. I wasn't expecting to find a scene of that magnitude or that of that nature.
Around frantically.
No, sir, they were not.
Were other law enforcement there about the time you found the blood?
I believe I don't know exactly what time, but I do know that Deputy Jeremy Pratt had arrived sometime therein, and also Ricky Inman with the sheriff's office had arrived sometime at that point.
Did you stay there for a little bit there? How?
Initially, I did. When I found the carport, I had actually, at that point, tried to get Clint Bobo to write me out a statement, realizing how serious, hey, I need to get something on paper. I need to get some facts. Tell me what you saw for sure. Write it down.
Did you give him some paper?
I did.
Where you could write it down?
Yes, sir.
Other officers get there.
Yes, sir.
These other officers have various responsibilities.
Yes, sir.
Other people get there.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember Miss Karen getting there?
Yes, sir, I do. We spoke briefly in the front driveway. I believe I was coming back from roping off the area around the carport with sheriff's tape and met her in front. Again, it was brief. I started asking her specific questions about Holly, trying to get a little bit more information. I believe at that point is when I realized that she had her cell phone with her still.
Okay. The fact that she has her cell phone with her, or at least it's not there.
Yes, sir.
Does that mean something to you?
Yes, sir. That means that there's a good possibility that we can actually start using that data off of that to triangulate some sort of location.
Try to figure out where her cell phone is.
Correct.
And maybe that's where she is.
Correct.
And maybe we can go get it.
Right.
So what do you do?
I contacted our 911 system and asked them to contact the cell phone carrier so they can initiate the tracking of the phone.
Under certain circumstances, can law enforcement make contact with a cell phone provider like AT&T?
Yes, sir. Life and death situation, they can.
And was that process started?
Yes, sir, it was.
To complete that process, though, what do they need?
They needed a supervisor's signature.
So what'd you do?
I had to leave the residence and get to the 911 center so I could fax a copy of my signature and a letterhead so they would relay the information to me.
Lights and sirens again, or just plain old fashioned?
I'm sure I did, sir.
Did you sign that order, that paperwork, asking for this cell phone information?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, when you ask for that sort of cell phone information, like from AT&T, how does it come to you?
They actually emailed it to my departmental email.
And in fact, AT&T that morning emails you several, what I'm going to say, nobody's asking about cell phone expertise or anything right now. They email you several pings of Holly's phone. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
In what sort of form? They don't send you a map with like a...
No, sir. It's a lot of numbers. Looks a lot more like longitude, latitude stuff.
And is that stuff you're trained in or not trained in?
I'm not trained in that, sir.
So what do you do when AT&T emails you all these numbers that's a cell phone ping?
We were relaying them to TBI agents, and also I believe Highway Patrol or Jackson PD had a helicopter in the area at that time,
Okay.
and we were relaying that to them.
So AT&T starts sending you pings from her phone. You start relaying that information to whoever you can.
Yes, sir.
But including the TBI.
Yes, sir.
Do you actually go chasing these cell phone pings?
No, sir.
Okay, so what are your responsibilities once these cell phone pings start coming in?
My responsibilities at the time were to follow those until they stopped or until she was found.
All right, those pings stopped, and we'll hear testimony about it a few hours into that day.
Yes, sir.
Were you tasked later that day or during that day with going out and trying to investigate a little bit or try to talk to people a little bit?
Yes, sir. After we realized that there were no more pings coming through on the cell phone, I was given a job along with
Hey, how are you?
Jeremy Pratt to go and interview
Are y'all still live?
our local sex offenders throughout the county.
Catch you up. She has got.
Bobo come over and begin to.
No
We
tumor.
spoke briefly and walked around.
you're the person that told, you fill out a form and mail it into a fax number, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am, an exigent circumstances form.
Okay. And it's actually a kind of a warrant saying we have emergency circumstances and we believe that if you can give us the location of this ping, we can stop a crime in progress or save a life.
Yes, ma'am.
Those are kind of the two exigent circumstances that they need to do a ping.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're the person, you've already testified.
I can't hear you, Boo.
That filled out the paperwork to get that ping and faxed it over.
Yes.
Do you remember that they asked you
No,
that?
I don't remember the specifics of the conversation.
Do you remember you telling them you just would get one every 15 minutes?
I don't remember that.
Did you recognize it would have been possible to get one every 1 minute?
No, I did not know that.
Sylvia.
I do have significant more questions to ask him once I can get his memory refreshed on some of the materials.
Let's break for the evening at this point, and we'll continue. Tomorrow, I want you to be ready to go like that. Okay?
It is difficult when I don't know which witnesses are going to be called in advance, Your Honor.
The order in which they call their Witnesses is up to them. If you call witnesses, the order in which you call is up to you. I want our bailiffs to be apprised so that they can kind of have them in waiting. Okay. 5:30. You folks gonna have to get settled in, so it won't hurt us to break for the evening.
Okay, thank you very much for hanging out with us today. Please remember Ada and her family in your prayers and send hugs. The B team, which is Angela and I, will be here tomorrow with you. We'll be continuing on with the catch up on the Bobo trial, and if we find anything else, we will certainly add it. So please have a safe night, and we shall see you all tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.